Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, amazing Lawnard. We are back in court today for the Tupac murder trial, Nevada versus Keffe D or Duane Davis. I know, we're back and forth between whose nicknames, street names versus their legal name or government name. We're back and forth between all the names and it can get confusing. And we heard yesterday that there are over 5 hours of interviews, I guess there are multiple interviews with detectives from 2008, 2009 that we are going to hear. These were not the federal proffers that we heard about at the beginning of the day yesterday. And yesterday and today have both been half court days, so the court can handle calendar. But these are not the federal proffers that were written down. These are proffers to LAPD and the Biggie Smalls murder task force that Keffe D gave, and then those got turned over later to Las Vegas PD. Now, what happened between them going to Las Vegas PD in like 2009 and 2026? Well, Keffe D wrote a book, but I'm real curious as to what happened when those reports were received and how we ended up with so long going by before we got here. So I'm curious. Hopefully we'll have an answer to that question by the end of trial. And one of the things the defense has been hammering on is, but what other evidence do you have that Keffe D was in Vegas other than what he said? What other evidence do we have to show that he was in Vegas? And that's information that we are absolutely waiting for as this trial goes forward. I guess we will see, because we are almost a week into the prosecution's case, but it's only been really 3 court days, even though we're on day 4. So we'll have to just wait and see where it goes. But it's been a very interesting trial. Yesterday, we heard that the federal government, as part of that task force, was really interested in RICO cases against bad boy records headed at the time by Sean Puffy, P. Diddy, prisoner number 789, Combs, and death row records headed by, at the time, Suge Knight, prisoner number 10, 11, 12. That's probably more numbers than we need. Yes, both Diddy and Suge Knight are on the witness list. Whether they'll be called and whether that will go anywhere, we are waiting to see. And if you don't want to miss those particular witnesses, make sure you have the Lawnard app, because we will send you a message. The second the prosecution says we're calling Mary and Suge Knight, we're going to send a notification to the app, and we will keep that in line. So in all of this, we did get some explanation yesterday about the difference between a proffer and an immunity offer. Remember, a proffer is like, let me tell you what I know and see if I can get like a discount on whatever you're going to prosecute me for. But it's for the case they're investigating. And the task force for the feds was investigating narcotic crimes, and the task force for LAPD was investigating the murder of Biggie Smalls. And we're here for the murder of Tupac, which is not what either of those task forces were investigating. It overlapped, but it wasn't what they were investigating. And so the information provided by Keffe D is now being used against him in court. Yes, it was the subject of pretrial motions, but also a lot of this comes up under inevitable discovery too, because he put it in his book. So even if we would have gotten to a circumstance where the defense could have successfully argued, even though this is a proffer in a different jurisdiction, in a different case, you can't use this against him, his book really negates a lot of that, because he says basically the same thing that I think we're going to hear in his interviews in his book. So maybe that's the one thing. Maybe the book really was just the one thing that reignited all of this. And I tend to think that that's true. So put it in a book. Look, write it, regret it. I bet he's regretting his understanding that they couldn't use any of this against him, because they sure are. So he was trying to explain to the world that the things that were being said about him weren't true. And he said things about himself that have now landed him in a murder trial. Let's roll the intro. We're going to fly to Vegas. Oh, we've got a half day today. Court didn't start until after 1 p.m. Pacific. So let's roll through the day and see what happens, because there have been some real interesting court days. And if you have missed some of these court days, there have been some witnesses that had absolutely explosive moments. You never know what's going to happen in court. You just have to be there. So let's get into it. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening, no law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court.
So if
my feed was fighting with me, so give me just one sec. Let's go to court. And then the feed is like, no, lawyers fight with technology. Lawyers fight with technology.
Yeah, so
lawyers fight with technology. All right. Let's just get us to the beginning of this court day and go from there with EDB being the lawyer that's fighting with technology at the moment. I was also fighting with my AC unit earlier, which is a critical situation here in Middle Tennessee because though it's not as hot as it was, it is still hot. All right, let's go to court. We will fly to Vegas at some point. Cool. The feed's ready, but the screen is not. We'll just try that again. Look, as long as we get it all out of the way now, I think that's the first time it's completely frozen on us this trial. So, hey, that's an improvement. Now we can go to court.
Bring the jury.
Now we can go to court. Let's go. Perfect. I'm going to make sure this isn't muted. Remember, the audio does not come on in court until the court calls the case. Defendant is back in his outfit from day one. Tie, pocket square. I mean, there's only so many outfits you get in custody. It's not like they're going to be too concerned with getting him different clothes every day. It's not, the jury's not going to be surprised that the man's in custody, so they're not going to be like, why is he in the same suit? If they even notice. They may not. His counsel has had a different flower lapel button every single day. So that's been delightful. I've been keeping track of the different colors we have on the lapel buttons. Speaking of flowers, I have my Gears and Roses shirt. A number of you asked what shirt I'm wearing. Gears and Roses today. Not guns, Gears and Roses. It is one of the shirts from the Lost Boys this summer. All right, let's keep zooming for them to start court. The judge is just like, sure. I don't know what we're waiting for, but it doesn't look like, there we go. The public wasn't in the courtroom yet. Remember, the judge did run calendar all morning before resuming this case. There we go.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C377407. Normal party present.
See if they put
anything we need to address
on the
outside the
record.
presence of Mr. Giacomo.
Just one thing. Apparently, it was marked, state's proposed 145, and I said 149. So the clerk marked it as admitted 149 instead of admitted 145. So we just need to.
They need to
the
fix.
We're gonna replace the 149 with the 145. She asked me to put it on the record.
Chat.
Perfect. Any objection, Mr.
I left
Sam?
my book on the other side of my office.
That'll be done.
I'm gonna grab it
Was there
right now.
anything that you needed to put on record regarding a
I'm
statement
still
not
here,
being
but
introduced?
I'm grabbing it.
I don't think we need to put it on the record.
Statement not being introduced?
I mean, I know the court has ruled on it, but we made the determination not to offer it.
Which statement is that, just so if we ever need an appellate record? Okay.
No, don't approach. We want to hear what statements you're counsel. We want to hear what statements you're talking about. I know. Disembodied EDB voice. But I can't believe I left my book on the other side of the room. So, you know. Inquiring lawyers want to know.
Before we bring the jury back in.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, let's bring them in.
stand for the jury.
I guess we're not going to know. But they're talking about the prior ruling and wanting more than an offer on that prior ruling. So, you know, it is what it is.
Party stipulate the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
You may be seated.
It's interesting that they asked that. Not all jurisdictions do. If you didn't hear what they said, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury? They're putting it on the record saying, yes, all the jury is here. Yes, all the jury is present, which is interesting. I don't think I've seen a lot of courts do that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Right,
We're still
back
on the
in.
state's case in chief. State, who's the next witness you will be calling at this time?
Devonta and
Devonta.
Avante, Your Honor. Devonta. Devonta Lee, I think is what he said. So, I was traveling around the house with my book last night, so it is in the full bag, not the partial bag.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Devonta Lee, spelled Denvonta, last name Lee, Lee.
Thanks, Mr. Lee, for being here. Mr. Claw, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
All right, thank you. Sir, you did not volunteer to be here, is that fair?
No, I didn't.
In fact, you're under a court order to be here?
I do not want to talk about anything.
Through a subpoena.
Yes.
In fact, you have expressed many times the fact that you do not want to participate in this.
Yeah.
But understanding that you're a court order, you don't have a choice whether or not to sit in that chair. Is that fair?
He wants everyone to be clear.
Yeah, that's fair.
He does not want to be here.
I want to ask you a little bit about the mid-1990s. Where were you living?
At the time, I think Hawthorne.
Did
he
you
say
ever
Hawthorne?
start spending time in
me get-
Compton?
Yes.
I think he said Hawthorne. Let me get the
who were you spending
closed
time
captions
with?
up.
My homeboys and people around, friends.
At some point, were you spending time with a person you knew as Big Dre?
Yes.
Would you describe him as a friend?
Yeah.
And then,
Dre or Big Dre is the alleged driver of the vehicle that Keffe D and Orlando Anderson were in, is my understanding of who was sitting where. So if he knew Big Dre, he probably knows everybody else too. If he knows Big Dre, he probably knows the defendant, Orlando Anderson, and everyone else. No, Chad, again, not Dr. Dre. Not Dr. Dre, Big Dre.
later on, did you start spending time
Not an
with a person
uncommon nickname.
A person by the name of Orlando Anderson.
Yes,
And
I
there's
did.
that.
Would you consider him a friend?
Yes.
As a result of your relationship with Orlando Anderson, did you start coming into contact with the South Side Compton Crips?
Oh, yes, I did.
Can you tell us how that happened?
Meaning, we used to go over there and, hang out. And we wasn't from over there at that time, but we knew a couple of people. So,
different
go
gangs
over
in
there, hang
Hawthorne.
out or whatnot, chill.
And then, is it fair to say at some point that you were given a option of joining Southside Crips or facing a different kind of repercussion?
Yeah, I would say it was an option. Like,
Like we're
Either
going to
or,
jump you in
yes.
or you can't hang out
Can
here
you tell
anymore?
us what the either or was?
well, at the time, they
Get in or get out?
it was either, we're going to join
We're
or
going to stop hanging around.
you just can't come around no more.
Yep.
And did you ultimately join?
Yeah, I did.
And how does that work? How did you join?
But
He
you get
probably
put
got jumped in.
Meaning, have a fight or whatever,
Now,
things of that nature.
is it always this fight? Is it always a one-on-one, or sometimes is it multiple people on one?
Sometimes it's not one-on-one. If you get lucky, you might get a fair one like that. But other than that, sometimes it's not one-on-one.
Yeah,
When you
most
say a
of the
fair
time it's
one, you
not
mean a
one-on-one.
one-on-one.
Yeah.
Most of the time
And
it's
so,
not one-on-one.
when you did you get a fair one, or did you have to get jumped in by multiple people?
Oh, I had a fair one. Yeah, it was not multiple people.
And how'd that happen? How'd that come about? You getting a fair one?
Chat, you can see this coming from a mile away. How is it that instead of getting jumped in by 15 people, he just had to fight one person to get jumped in? Because he was friends with Orlando Anderson, and that's how much pull Orlando Anderson had in this gang. Most gang members, if they're bringing somebody in, you get jumped in by everybody. Unless you know the number 1, the number 2, the number 3, and that's it. So that the fact that when he got jumped in, he only had to fight one person is a significant detail about how much pull Orlando Anderson had. Right? There's like going to a concert because you bought tickets. There's going to a concert because you know someone in the opening act, and then there's going to the concert because you know the band. Those are all not the same experience. Right.
Wait, I mean, I don't understand the question.
Well, did Mr. Anderson assist you in joining the Southside Crips?
Oh, honestly, he didn't assist us on joining nothing. He just was there to make sure, because we was, we're friends of his. To make sure, basically, that we had a fair,
that it was cool,
shake.
Right.
We get a fair chance. Won't get dogged out, or not unless you got dogged out by that one, whoever you was
by
fighting.
your friend.
So yeah, he was, he was there to make sure that everything went pretty much as smooth as it can go.
And so Orlando Anderson was basically looking out for you.
Yeah, he was looking out for all of us.
Now, are you familiar with a person that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Yes.
Tina said, you know a lot about gangs, Emily. Yes. I worked in Long Beach, California. And a substantial amount of the cases I worked on involved gangs. Yep. And yep. Yes. I was an LA County district attorney. This is not just gangs. This is gangs in the area where I worked. So it's explaining, hopefully explaining a world that I knew from a different perspective. But here's the thing. How many of you read fantasy books? We're gonna try to explain this in a different way. So if you're reading Dungeon Crawler Carl, you understand the world of DCC. Trying to explain like the world and like the magic system and how they all ended up there and the politics and the rest of it is something that you understand, but you haven't lived and you don't even necessarily agree with, right? Because you don't have to agree with it. There's not a judgment call. You just need to understand. And then if you're trying to explain the lore to somebody else, you have to kind of back it up and explain everything that's happening. But you have to understand it before you can explain it. It's the same thing with any world that you work in. This is its own world. It has its own code of ethics. It has its own way of handling business. But once you understand it, you understand it. And so when you're the prosecutor in trial, it's your job, especially when cases have gang allegations, it's your job to explain this world to a jury. Because when you're dealing with gang cases, 90% of the time, if not 98% of the time, your victims are also gang members. Because one day your victim's a victim, one day your victim is a defendant in the next case for retaliating because they were a victim. But you have to allow a jury to understand the choices that are being made and why things are happening. So if any of you have watched stuff about the Mafia, Sons of Anarchy, any of that stuff, it's the same universe. It's the same world. It is the same way that things are working. So yes, I will try to explain it the best I can. But also, it's helpful that we're explaining 90s because things have changed quite a lot since then. This I understand better than now. So hopefully that makes sense. And yeah, hopefully that makes sense. All right. Continuing on.
And who was he in the Southside Crips in the mid-90s?
I'm going to back up because they're starting to talk about the defendant.
Pretty much as smooth as it can go.
And so Orlando Anderson was basically looking out for you.
Yeah, he was looking out for all those.
Now, are you familiar with a person that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Yes.
And who was he in the South Side Crips in the mid-90s?
He was a hustler. He was known for hustling.
Money man.
That's what he was known. What I knew from him is he was a hustler. Grew up around there. That's basically what he was. Yeah.
And when you say he was a hustler, for those of us who don't understand what that means, what does that mean? Is he getting money? Is he doing other things?
He's getting money. Yeah, he's getting money. That's what it is.
And then how is he getting
on a
money?
higher level?
On a higher level. So he's not just getting
money.
There are some people who are let's say hustling. They get money on maybe a lower level, and then there are people who are making bigger money. Is that fair?
Of course, you could say that's safe to say.
And
He's on a bigger level.
He was on a bigger level. And when we're talking about getting money, are we talking about through working a 9 to 5, or are we talking about narcotics?
It was narcotics.
All right, and then when you got initiated into the Southside Crips through a fair one. After that, would you hang around the Southside area a lot?
Yeah, of course.
That becomes
and is it
your
sometimes
hood.
referred to as the neighborhood?
You said it was.
The neighborhood is like
Yeah, I mean that's where we're from. That's where we were going to be.
Okay. And you had said we had talked about Orlando Anderson. Did he have any relation to the Keffe D?
Did Orlando?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his nephew.
Okay. Orlando was Keffe's
nephew.
Okay.
Yeah.
And being a Davis or being part of that family in Southside, was that a big deal?
I wouldn't say it was a big deal. I mean, because there's a lot of families in our neighborhood, but they were.
Notice that he didn't refer to them as gangs. There's a lot of families in our neighborhood. He means different gang sets. But you don't talk about the family. There's a lot of families in our neighborhood. Right. Correct.
Pretty, prominent family,
And then, did the day you got initiated, did DeAndre also get initiated?
Yes.
And are you familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
Was he older than you, or was he your age?
Yeah, he was older than me.
So,
yeah, he was older than me.
So I assume he was in before you were in.
Oh yeah, way longer. Yeah, before. Yeah.
He's more of a you were kind of in the group that Big Dre, Orlando, that age group.
That was that. Yeah, that's that era. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
And then Terrence Brown was, I'd say, would it be fair to say Terrence Brown's part of an older group along with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Counsel, you just want to say, were they the
during
OGs
that-
or were they the OOGs? Like, you just want to ask, because this also goes to structure. The older guys will have the younger guys, especially the guys under 18, committing a bunch of crimes before they turn 18 because their sentences are lighter. So you've got kids out there, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old, doing carjackings, drug dealings, assaults, shootings, what have you, because they get less time and they get out faster. And also it's part of putting in work if you're going to be part of the gang. So they try to have the younger set putting in more work, and then it goes up the chain of who's making the significant decisions, and then A, trying to keep everybody in line, and B, trying to protect your territory so you can make money, and C, making sure that if you're disrespected, you know who's taking care of it. You don't have the new guys taking care of that level of disrespect, if that makes sense.
At that time, did the South Side have any rival gangs in Compton?
We had a lot of rival gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Right.
Understood. Was Mob Piru one of those rival gangs?
Yes.
And Looters Park Piru also?
Yes.
Ludus Park
in
is
the
a
mid-90s
actual park.
specifically, like 1995, 1996, was there a war going on between South Side and Mount Piru?
Well, there wasn't until there was.
I'm going to focus your attention to around 1995. In 1995, were you aware whether or not Mob Piru was associating with a music label?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And what music label was that?
Death Row Records.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of, or went by the name of Suge Knight?
Yes.
And would you say that he associated with Mob Piru?
Yes.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yeah.
And would he also associate with Suge Knight, Death Row, and Mob Piru?
Yes.
Now, with regards to Southside, were you guys hanging out with another record label?
I mean, hanging out's the wrong word.
I mean, we have hung out with
Associated.
Yeah. And what record label was that?
It was Bad Boy.
And Bad Boy, is that the record label that was being run by Sean Puffy Combs?
Correct.
And when you say you would
I told you.
associate with them,
It's the 90s. It's going to be Puffy. Not P. Diddy, not Diddy, not whatever. It's the 90s. It's going to be Puffy.
what would you go to concerts? Would you just hang out? What would be the nature of the connection that you saw?
Yeah, tell us all about what Diddy was doing.
I mean, we went to a couple of like concerts. I've seen them before. That concerts or they came to our neighborhood before. And that's it.
And when you would go to concerts, who would organize you going to that concert? How would you know to go to the concert?
But we just basically all do because they say we got tickets or da-da-da-da, and we all, they'd be like, okay, we're going to go to the concert. You get your ticket and you go.
Would you, was your understanding part of it was to ensure that Bad Boy was not bothered by other gangs?
They were there to make sure shit wasn't popping off.
That was the basics of it, I believe. Yeah, I would say that.
And was there a particular...
They were there to show force in numbers. They were there to roll deep. Because the amount of numbers they had, shit's not going to pop off if they have that many people there. So it's truly a show of force so that things don't happen.
particular gang that people in Bad Boy were worried about?
Yeah, they was worried about the Death Row.
And the Pyrus.
I want to take your attention to the summer of 1996, in particular the Lakewood Mall. Are you aware of an incident that took place at the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that event?
Because I was there.
Right.
And that summer of Lakewood Mall, what happened? What were you doing at Lakewood Mall?
One of our friends, he was going off to college, and he had went up there to grab some things to get prepared for college. So we
Back
went
to
along
school
with
shopping.
him. And,
Do you know where the money came from for this person who's going to college to get these things?
yeah, Keffe was helping. Try to get you there. He needed a lot of. I don't know what college kids need really, but need a little TV probably, a little.
Oh, sir. It's gotten so fucking crazy. But in 1996, he needed a bed in a bag, some jeans. He was going to Arizona, so some T-shirts, pair of flip-flops, some shoes, TV, computer, like a Gateway or a Dell. But you didn't need nearly what you need these days. Shit's gotten crazy. But yeah, you go to the Bed Bath & Beyond. Right. It's all good. Mini fridge.
Clothes and things of that nature.
And
Yeah, you
Lakewood
definitely need a
Mall's not in
boombox.
Compton, is it?
Not at
Some
all.
kind of sound system.
Is it fair to say it's about 15, 20 minutes away from Compton?
Yeah, if that.
And just so things have changed in the last 30 years.
Of course.
Back then, you couldn't order things on Amazon and have them delivered to your house, right? You actually had to
No,
go
I
somewhere.
doubt it. I don't remember.
Let me remind the jury that Amazon didn't exist 30 years ago. You had to go to the mall.
So at the Lakewood Mall, you were there with other Southside Crip members. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And was Orlando Anderson one of the people that were with you?
Yes, Orlando was with us.
Okay. And then, did you happen to run in that day into people from Mob Piru or Death Row Records?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, we basically were coming from different sides of the mall, and we're, walking towards each other, and I guess we basically seen each other simultaneously. You know what I mean? And we noticed people. They noticed us. They kept, coming our way. We kept coming that way, and a couple of words was exchanged once it got close enough. You know what I mean? And that's when the fight broke out.
So a fight broke out?
Yeah.
And by that, we're talking about people punching each other and tackling each other. Type of thing. On the other side, were you aware of somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane there?
Yeah, I was aware of Trayvon. Yeah.
And in particular, there's talk about a death row chain or medallion hanging from Trayvon Lane's neck. Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen. Did I see the chain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen the chain.
Okay. During the fight, did anything happen to that chain?
Yeah, during the brawl, it came off his neck.
How'd that happen?
Now, let me ask you something about
Was it
the
assisted
significance of
in coming off his
chain or
neck?
something like that. Is there any special significance to taking somebody's chain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. Well, yeah, of course.
Can you explain that?
I mean, that was their logo, and so it's like you taking that from them is
Disrespect.
You got something, to at least harp about or to say, hey, look, I took this. That's all it would be.
Would it be considered disrespectful to rip somebody's chain off?
Yes.
How did that brawl end? Like what made you guys stop fighting?
Police?
Oh well, the police came. You know what I mean? The police came.
The police were already at the mall.
Separated the parties. They didn't even try to talk to nobody or nothing. They just wanted to get the situation under control. Everybody just,
Scattered.
leave. Just get out of there. So that's what they did. They came in. It separated us basically. We went our way. They went their way.
Is it fair to say that Lakewood is a little different of a place than Compton?
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah.
I mean,
A little more suburban?
A little more. Yeah.
a little bit.
And at that point, it sounds like that whoever the police was in Lakewood just was asking you guys to get out of there, right?
Yeah, they just wanted to be, you're in the mall. It's, families, kids, they just wanted to get it handled, situated, and get people out of there.
Lakewood knew exactly what was going on and didn't want no problems. Lakewood's like, just if everybody's scattering, let everybody scatter. Lakewood's like, we don't want any of this. Is anybody dead? No? Good, great. Everybody get out. Just go.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Right.
You may.
People got, to hear Keffe tell it, people got pretty hurt in that fight.
62. Who's that?
Mr. Davis.
Show you exhibit number 63. Who's
They're
that?
showing him old
Mr.
photos
Anderson.
of Keffe D, Orlando Anderson. Those are going to be the same photos used in those six
Mr.
packs we
Smith.
saw a couple days ago.
Let me show you exhibit number 65.
He's like, this is who this was.
Mr. Brown.
Let me show you exhibit number 60. Who's that?
That's Trayvon.
Okay. And I'm going to show you exhibit number 70. Do you recognize the people in here? The ones faces that are blurred?
The ones that aren't
people I know.
blurred.
Orlando, me, and Big Dre.
So that's a
And
picture
then-
with him, Orlando, and Big
Is this just
Dre.
a wider out version of that photo?
Yeah, same thing, same deal. What I just told you, us three.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been already admitted state 66. Do you recognize who's in that photo?
Yeah, Orlando, Keefe.
Did you go to the Mike Tyson fight when Mike Tyson fought Bruce Seldon the weekend that Tupac Shakur got shot?
No, I didn't.
How come?
I was incarcerated.
Well,
It's
that's the
fair to say
reason.
that incarceration began in July 8th of 1996.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
That's a reason to miss the fight.
In 2006, is it fair to say that you started doing work for the DEA?
Oh shit.
Yeah, Haida.
Yeah, Ida. Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that after you got caught trafficking some drugs as well?
Correct.
And in the mid 2000s, you got 5 payments. Is that right?
I think something like that.
And that was for $2,000, $500, $1,000, $1,300, and $500 for a total of $5,300. Is that fair?
That's probably fair to say. I don't know exactly.
You don't remember,
Yeah,
but if I told you that, you wouldn't disagree with me.
No, not at all.
Okay.
What else did he get?
Of course I'm not.
Is that relevant?
Still
No.
passing this.
Is that relevant? Excuse me. Is that relevant to this case? No, it's relevant to witness credibility. But again, I don't think it makes him, in this context, I don't think it makes him less credible because everyone that would have been involved has a criminal record. And it sounds like a lot of them, once they got popped with the feds coming after them, were like, nope. I'll tell you what you want to know. I'm not the big fish you're looking for. Keep looking up the chain, which is something Keffe D did not like. Janet True said, Emily, I missed it. What was Orlando Anderson's ultimate fate? He got shot not that long after Biggie got shot in an unrelated gang beef with other set Crips.
Okay. Props, Mr. Swift.
Thank you, Honor. Mr. Lee,
All right, we're on to Cross.
Your street moniker is Dirt Rock.
D-Rock?
Correct.
Okay. And
What?
how did you come with that moniker? How did
Dur-Rock?
that happen?
Not
It
D-Rock?
was given to me.
Yeah, you don't get to pick your own moniker. It's like names in the Air Force. You don't get to choose.
Moniker is Dirt Rock.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you come with that moniker? How did that happen?
It was given to me.
And with regards to your testimony here today, you
Oh, Dirt Rock. Dirt Rock makes sense. Yeah, that makes more sense. Dirt Rock.
you've told us a little bit about your work with Haida.
Thanks, chat.
That's for drugs, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And while you're
Drugs and other things. HIDA is a task force, so it's drugs and everything. It's ATF, DEA, all that.
right.
Right.
And with regards to your work with Haida, of course, because it's about everything, technically, if you saw other types of crimes being committed while you're working for Haida, you would tell the Haida people because it's part of the overall task force, right?
Not necessarily.
No, I'm not necessarily. I'm tell them what they asked me about. You know what I mean? What I'm.
He's not offering any new information. He will either confirm or deny what you ask him about. He's not offering anything new. Correct. That's correct. You don't already know about it. I'm not telling you about it. But if you come and ask me about it, I'll confirm or deny. Yeah, that's exactly how that works.
I'm not gonna tell them nothing outside of the realm of what they
already know.
looking for.
Right. And fair to
Right.
say, though, with regards to what they were seeking and looking for, at some point they were targeting Mr. Davis as a drug dealer, right?
Yeah.
And so you were helping them with that information that they needed, right? And that information came in early of 2008, meaning that you were helping them in April and May and that kind of thing.
Oh, Jimmy, that's just
I'm
the
not
way
sure
that works.
the dates, but
That's just
Vicky was,
it's
helping.
just the way that it is.
I don't remember the dates.
Your Honor, would a review of a report from the DOJ with regard to your participation help refresh your recollection?
It might, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Caitlin in the chat says, why does Dirt Rock makes sense because we've heard that moniker before in this trial. And Dirt Rock makes no sense. D Rock would make
Just take a
sense.
look at the report.
Dirt Rock we've heard before in
Look at
this
the
trial,
date.
so that makes sense.
Look at the date. Where's the date? Is it?
Yeah, so working with the ATF task force, he would give them more information on what they already knew, but he wasn't putting them onto something new. It's not that much different than like questioning a teenager that doesn't necessarily want to tell you what friends were out with them until you ask the questions. They're not going to lie directly to you if you ask the right question, but they're not going to offer much more information, right?
Okay, I recall. Yeah.
Okay. And with regard to this document I gave you, it looks like the date that I've shown you is a date for July 10th, 2008. Is that right?
Yes, that's the date that's on there.
Okay. And fair to say for the jury, once again, you're working with the HIDA team, and that's even prior to July of 2008, you were working with the HIDA team. Fair?
You said prior till
July of 2008.
2008.
Yes, sir.
I was working with HIDA. I only worked with HIDA one time, so I don't know what you're trying to insinuate.
I do.
All right.
He's trying to insinuate that Keffe D didn't snitch first and that the feds could have gotten that information from you, not from Keffe D. Those are questions to try to prove that you were snitching first.
And I want to make sure that the jury, that we're clear for the jury.
I know exactly what he's insinuating.
Would a review of another document help you refresh your recollection as to how many times you worked with HIDA?
It might. Let me see.
Right, those are Keffe D questions. I don't think those are defense. I don't think the defense attorney is all that concerned about it. I think Keffe D is more concerned about it. Diva Cassandra in the chat said, why does it matter? It matters to the defendant.
You may.
The defendant's still trying to clear his name. That's why he wrote his book. The defendant's still trying to not have
All right, sir.
him being a snitch on his
Show me
name.
the document. You recall having an interview with a couple of the special agents from HIDA on September 10th.
Also, Keffe D goes through his book with a Sarah Boone-like list of grievances about people who did him wrong. If he perceives that this witness is one of the people that did him wrong, this is really his only opportunity to have that witness questioned under oath in a courtroom about whether or not he was snitching on Keffe D. A lot of Keffe D's grievances are things he heard, but now he gets to sit there, look at this dude, and just be like, you were working with the feds before I was working with the feds. Keffe D said the only reason he started talking is because everyone below him had already snitched and flipped on him. So he had no choice. And he's questioning them. He wants these questions answered, and they're relevant enough to this case that you can ask them. But he wants this witness questioned about what he did, essentially to Keffe D. Right. Because he's mad. He's big. He's how many pages mad is he? He's at least 210 pages mad.
2007.
Cons the dog said, I'm confused what this witness did to him. It's not about this trial.
Yes, I recall.
It's about him working with the HIDA task force back in 2007.
Showing you a document here.
2007's. Remember, we talked about it yesterday. Keffe D got popped by the feds and went to prison for drug trafficking based on people below him that flipped. So he wants to know, well, he wants to go through, hey, you were talking to that task force that came and got me. Remember, when Keffe D went down in the early 2000s and went to federal prison, it was based off of wiretapped conversations. Who was on the other side of that phone call? We don't know. Keffe D knows. And remember how Keffe D was setting up phone calls and meetings to go meet with Zip to get Zip to say some shit that would confirm what he knew? He thinks that somebody did that to him. This is before LAPD got him. So this is the back and forth on the history of who was flipping on Keffe D when he went to federal prison for 77 months.
Were you also working with HIDA on April 3rd, 2008?
See, working and being interviewed is two different things.
Okay, so you're being interviewed by HIDA on April 3rd, 2008.
Yeah, that's what it says.
And you were given information with regards to Mr. Davis on April 3rd, 2008.
Right.
Right?
I didn't get no information about Mr. Davis. I didn't even know at the time.
You were giving, did you hear that question? You were giving information on Mr. Davis in 2008.
It says.
And you were given information with regards to Mr. Davis on April 3rd, 2008. Right?
I didn't get no information about Mr. Davis. I didn't even know at the time what, you know
He
what I mean?
changed the answer.
I was there on what I was there for.
Once again, this is about drugs. I'm talking about drugs. So with
I am
regards to, regarding 2000.
Counsel said you were giving information on Mr. Davis, defendant Keffe D. He says, I didn't get any information about Keffe D. I was there on my own stuff. Right. Counsel wants to know you were giving information. This is a beef that doesn't have a ton to do with Tupac at the moment. But counsel can argue enough, it goes to credibility. And defense can argue down the road, see, this guy's got beef with Keffe D. So he's going to come in here and say, well, really about the Lakewood Mall incident. He's the only percipient witness to the Lakewood Mall incident that was one of the triggers that was heating this thing all up. And that's why the prosecution called him because he's the only eyewitness to the Lakewood Mall incident. Defense counsel is using the opportunity to talk about things I think his client wants to talk about more and to try to undermine this witness and be like, oh, you're just here to set up Keffe D.
And April 3rd, were you there to speak to HIDA agents about drugs?
I mean, he shouldn't be allowing him to read that report, and there's a bunch of objections that can be made, but I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, pretty much. Not entirely, but yes.
All right. When you say not entirely, what do you mean?
I'm saying we did talk about drugs. We did.
Anything else besides drugs in your 2000? I want to make sure the jury understands.
Okay,
Anything in April of 2008 besides drugs that you talked about?
I mean, we haven't gone through the refresh recollection. The prosecution hasn't said anything about it. They're not
That's it. That's all we talked about.
doing it properly, but if nobody objects, it doesn't really matter.
Now, in your time that you spent with HIDA, you had shared some information with regards to what we now call the Lakewood incident. Remember, we just talked about this a second ago?
Yeah.
All right. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when the Lakewood incident occurred?
It was in 96. I want to say July.
July or August?
Yeah, that's July. I feel it's July of 1996.
Can you help us as to how you know it was in July?
It was before he went to college.
Yeah, because it was the summer.
It was in the summer.
And he was getting ready to go to school.
Right.
So I know he had to be there that summer, to start up his training and stuff for football.
For football.
Okay. So if
We read about this yesterday, too.
If somebody else, an FBI agent, came in here and told us that it was a couple weeks before the fight in Las Vegas, would he be mistaken?
You said it, but who came in and said what?
If somebody else testified about
The shooting in Vegas happened September 7th. So if this was at the end of July, beginning of August, does that count as a couple of weeks to you? I mean, how literal are we going to get with a couple of weeks 30 years later?
that date and said it happened.
Objection, Your Honor, to have this witness talk about what another witness stated.
I'm just asking.
And that witness specifically.
We can't
All right,
opine as to whether he's mistaken or not.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You shared the details of the Lakewood incident, right? You told people about, you described it, fair?
Describe it to who?
To various different people.
Yeah,
Over
I
the
say
time
a couple
that-
of weeks
Since
is
the time it
fair.
happened, you explained it to various different people. In fact, to us
Wasn't
right
a
now,
couple of months.
today.
Yeah, so I mean, I did, because I'm doing it to y'all right now, so yeah.
Right. And so with regards to your description, can you tell us, describe for us what happened during the Lakewood Mall incident?
He just did.
Same thing I just told. We had a fight. And
Now, isn't it fair, though, that at some point in the future, and I want to make sure I'm clear as to the date, you had an interview with a Detective Mogg from Metro?
oh yeah, I did.
Okay, and you recall that that interview was actually on July 11th, 2023 in Las Vegas?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Right. And looking over a transcript of your interview with Detective Mogg,
Did they call this man to the grand jury as well? Keffe D was indicted in 2023. He's asking him about an interview with Las Vegas PD July 11th, 2023. Interesting.
Mogg help refresh your recollection as to what you told him on that day?
Well, I couldn't tell him too much more different than what I already said, so.
He's like, I don't need to be refreshed.
Yeah, come on with it.
All right.
The amount of Crips that we have seen testify in this trial, and nobody has said "cuh" once. We have had a very limited number of woo-woo or whoop-de-woo. We have had no one say "cuh," not even once. They have been so mindful in court with how they're speaking in front of this jury. It's been he's like, yeah, come on with it then. I can't tell you much different than what I just said. I said what I said because that's what happened. Right. I said what I said because that's what happened. Natalie said, I've really enjoyed all of their testimony. They are living in, it is what it is. I did what I did. I saw what I saw. I said what I said. It is a very different kind of testimony than we have seen in some other cases. The evasiveness is direct if there's evasiveness. When I'm saying the evasiveness is direct is there's no bullshit and I don't remember. I'm not telling you that. I didn't say that. I'm not saying this. It is incredibly direct. It is incredibly honest. It is honest for, I'll tell you what I want to tell you. I won't tell you what I don't want to tell you. I can't believe you're asking me that. This is what I said. This is what I saw. This is what I did. That's it. It's very, very honest testimony. Because it is what it is. Oh, "cuh" is short for cousin. It's used among Crip set gangs, though I think it is permeated throughout because it is such older Crip set language that I don't think people know that that's the origin of it. But you'll hear it in music. Snoop Dogg says it all the time. You'll hear it elsewhere, and you'll hear it in music. But that's, that is specifically Crip language. Simply Simp says, or saying, and that's on Crip. Yeah, we haven't heard it, not even once. Not even once.
Sir, show me yours.
"Cuz" works the same way.
And I want you to read.
Crip sets are larger than California. Yeah, Crip sets are larger than California. I don't know why he's having him review his interview.
Okay, now what's your question?
Heather knows. Heather said,
Now, with regards to
Bloods
what you
replace the
reviewed-
hard C or K sounds with B, e.g. brazy instead of crazy, or Brompton for Compton to show disrespect to their rivals, while Crips historically avoid or cross out the B's. Heather knows.
Fair to say that you told Detective Locke a more specific sort of thing that happened at the Lakewood Mall, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah. Can you tell us, for instance, the location of where the fight took place?
In
Yeah, it was
the
by Foot
mall.
Locker.
By the Foot Locker.
Yeah.
And
I love the memory. Yeah, the fight broke out right by the Foot Locker. That's so very specific.
I would say.
yeah. Can you tell us, for instance, the location of where the fight took place?
Yeah, it was by Foot Locker.
By the Foot Locker.
Yeah.
In fact, you had made mention that the fight at the Foot Locker was so bad that they had to remodel it after the thing had gone down at the Lakewood Mall. Fair?
Wait,
Yeah,
really?
it's turned into the World Foot Locker.
Right. You described it as mayhem.
Y'all fucked up the Foot Locker? Did somebody go through a fucking window? I need to back that up.
In fact, you had made mention that the fight at the Foot Locker was so bad that they had to remodel it after the thing had gone down at the Lakewood Mall. Fair?
Yeah, it's turned into the World Foot Locker.
Right. You described it as mayhem that was occurred in that Foot Locker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Foot Locker's like, please leave us out of this.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Of course.
Wow.
Your Honor, I have no further. Actually, I do. Sorry. Let me back up.
Oh, motion for takesy v backsies. I have no further questions. Damn, now I do. I am not surprised they were at the Foot Locker because as we read in Keffe D book yesterday, Keffe D wanted the South Side Compton Crip that was going to ASU to play football to represent. They wanted him to look good. So I'm not surprised that they were, I'm not surprised at all. Where are you going if you were picking up new things for school in 1996? Foot Locker is definitely one of them because Keffe D is the money man and he's not sending them to pay less. Right.
That's it. I have no further questions of this witness.
Any further questions, Mr. Cole?
He said court's indulgence. We'll see what the prosecution has on redirect. They got the microphones.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness except for one thing. I don't think I moved before the witness, please. I don't think I moved the exhibits into evidence. I just want to be
I don't think you
clear
did
about
either.
that before the witness is off the stand. Which is state is moving proposed exhibit 71, 70,
Those are the photos that he
65,
identified.
64. It's evidence.
64, 65, 70, and 71.
That's impressive, yeah.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
Juror questions? We'll see.
No further questions.
All right, one final thing, Mr. Lee. Anybody from, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay. Got
I
it.
appreciate that he's looking at the
May I have
jury.
the parties approach?
We've got a juror question. I think that's going to be the norm in this trial. The jury questions have been really interesting. I think they've been really interesting. The jury has had some insightful questions. They've had some I'm paying the closest attention anyone has ever paid to a trial types of questions. Yeah, I love the jury questions. All right, all the lawyers approached. Keffe D's just smiling today. Okay.
From one of our jurors, Mr. Lee. What did you receive multiple payments for if you gave information to HIDA once?
Well, it was during, the course of the investigation and things like that. That's what it was for.
Why'd you get multiple payments from the DEA if you gave them information once? I think the witness's version of once is about one incident, one investigation, not only one interview. I think that's where the difference is, but I think that's a really fair question from the jury.
During the course of the whole thing, they have different ways of, looking out for you or giving you something to kind of help your situation or something like that.
Any follow-up based on that state
Nope.
defense?
Yeah, it's not super relevant.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for being with us, Mr. Lee. You are excused. You're welcome.
I bet KPD is going to watch him walking out.
Who's your next witness, State?
So we were going to play the 2008 statement, which I think probably
maybe not.
take up the rest of the day.
Okay, so it's already been admitted. Remind us what exhibit that is.
That's a great question. I think it's going to be...
And now we're getting into the rest of the day. We'll see if we can speed this audio up to 1.25. There should be a transcript.
Do you know Ryan?
And that's going to be the rest of the day. I don't know which one they're going to play first. I imagine they're just going to go in order.
Yep.
Chad, I also want to see if Suge's going to come testify.
So you can proceed with playing Exhibit 117 then.
All right. Exhibit 117.
If we just maybe the volume down in the beginning because it's really staticky. And then we'll turn it up when they start talking.
All right, I'm definitely going to turn it down. Oh shit, that's really staticky. I'm going to just zoom. I'm going to zoom until we see the transcript getting to the, there we go. We might go to 1.25. We'll see how this is. This is the interviews we heard about yesterday at the end of the day. What was I going to say? We have heard Keffe D talk and he mumbles so much. So...
Good to see you.
Speaker number 1 said, you get this thing catered? Catering, yeah, I figured we'd be here a while. So what, did you bring a sandwich platter from Subway? What are we doing? We're going to be here a couple of hours. Is somebody seriously recording from like inside their jacket? Shit. No, I love Subway. No strays for Subway. They probably did, actually. Okay, that's a little bit better. I'm gonna zoom. We're gonna get through this as fast as we can.
Figured we'd be here for a while.
Because the jury doesn't get to, but we do. The transcript says, man, you hungry? You want something to eat? We're going to be here for a couple hours, 3-4 hours maybe. Davis said, man, I got to pick up my wife. Kating says, what time? Davis says 2:30. Okay, we'll have you out of here by 1:30. Davis, all right. I'm going to fast forward through all of that.
Okay, we'll have you out of here. Oh, look. Did they have any of that white home liquor?
Who in the world is messing with this recording? Okay. Who is this guy again? Yafufula. This is immediately going to 1.25 and then we'll zoom as appropriate. If we get to something that is hugely relevant, I might slow it down.
He was a witness.
There we go.
That got shot and killed after the incident, and before he really had a ability
So Yafufula got shot before he made any statements.
to make any statements. Good
God. The the jury is just sitting there. I'm zooming. The jury is just sitting there through all of this.
So they're talking?
He's talking to Dupree, yeah.
Okay.
I never said I seen Reggie Wright up there either.
Okay.
We're at 1.25 speed, and I'm still zooming through the dead air. I don't know what precipitated Keffe D just saying, I never said I seen Reggie Wright up there either. Well, he says neither. And then Kading, the lead officer here, is saying regarding what in Compton or at the Biggie thing. Because remember, this task force is the Biggie task force.
Right.
Regarding what? In Compton or at the Biggie thing?
At the Biggie thing.
Okay.
This poor jury. Emily, why didn't they edit it? Imagine the argument. Well, this has been edited. We don't know how it's been edited. They cut stuff out. We don't know what was edited out. Right. So the jury's going to sit through it.
Murder, homicide, and Compton. Concerning the two. Okay, yeah.
A lot of shooting in Compton after that Tupac thing.
Why is there such long gaps?
Sorry for the late, guys. You know how it is. So difficult out here to make a living.
Trying to hustle?
Oh, I'm trying, man, but nobody wants to buy anything from me. I'm just kidding.
Sounds like people just came back in.
Yes, sir.
Keeps going over his original statements that he gave after his arrest back in.
So Keffe D is reading his statements from prior arrests. So that sounds like why they're sitting there with such long gaps and like casual conversation.
90, whatever.
Are you hiding the donuts and coffee like that?
These guys wouldn't let me get it.
See? I know how y'all is.
I'm trying to help you out, man. I'm looking after your heart.
See a fat boy here, you guys are like, man, we're going to fool him. Make it underneath.
So this is probably the December interview, right? How's the holiday going? I'm going to fast forward. How's the attorney? How's the holiday going? Speaker 2, so far so good. The attorney, really? It's coming up fast, faster than I expected. Oh, every December. Speaker 2, yeah, next week. It'll be here and it'll be over with. Higgins, yeah, Higgins is my secretary here. Did someone let you guys in? This is at the lawyer's office. Then they're talking about who let the cops in. Some dude came in with like a cart full of food. People came out like ants. I got a guy pulling a cart around selling sandwiches. That's pretty cool. We have some good cafes. Food. We're going to zoom. That's convenient. It's expensive. Do they charge a lot? Yeah, probably $5 or $6 for a sandwich. Great. They could make a couple $100 a day. Great. I don't know. It's the holidays, you know. Nice office, man. The lawyer. Oh, it's meager surroundings. We're moving down the street, actually. Different building. Great. We want to hear more about your law office. Higgins. Yeah, we thought, we wanted to be part of history. Dupree, this is the witness from yesterday. That's kind of my brother. Higgins, yeah, it's nice that we did it. Dupree, yeah, it's nice, real nice. That's the building down the street. Talked about the hospital. Kading says, I've already spoken with someone at your office and provided it all probably 2 weeks ago. I don't have it with me right now. I'm in a meeting. He has his medical card. Back to the hospital with his mom. Higgins, what does he look like? Dupree, no, that's his statements. They're looking at papers. I'm going to zoom through this. They're talking about phone numbers. Whose phone is it? It's a throwaway phone from Boost. It's literally a Boost phone. And then Higgins is saying, oh, they changed and they're nice. Okay, that's what they call it. Davis said, we had a motherfucker sitting next to me. Fuck that motherfucker. He even went and bought one for me. Now they're talking about burner phones. And we've gotten to Keffe D being like, whatever, fuck that motherfucker. All right, let's see if we get into talking about Vegas.
Boost. Oh, they changed it. They're nice. Okay. Let's pick on you. You just gotta throw them away faster, man.
You gotta throw them away faster, man. He said, you gotta throw the burner phones away faster. He said, I was, but we had a motherfucker sitting next to me. Right, so he couldn't throw away the burner phone fast enough. Right, you gotta throw those burners away quick. Ask the other Higgins. So they're still going through reports. Kading's like, I like the way Vegas does their reports. It's like a federal report. Hey, Greg, can I have a piece of scratch paper? All right, we're going to zoom. They're looking at reports. Let's see. Kading, yeah, we got accused of doing this one too. So an anonymous caller said, not through the LAPD. Working security killed Tupac. We can't win, can we? Dupree said, some of those weeks have come. Speaker 2 said, yeah, LAPD, a bunch of killers, man. I have no idea who Speaker 2 is. Probably a Fed. Kading says, here's the interesting 9/24/96. A caller from New York claiming to be Sean Combs said he hired someone to blow up Knight. That's Suge Knight. Something went wrong. Girls got involved. This is interesting. So it sounds like they're going through reports of tips and talking through reports of tips. Speaker 2 says, I believe that one. Kading says, are you going to call in on himself? Speaker 2 said, yeah, well, he had to put some credibility on it. Kading says, Keffe, for the second one is almost identical to the first one. So we want you to go through that if you haven't already. Keffe, the guy who wrote this, wants to know if you still have the girls going to the club selling ecstasy. Davis, selling ecstasy? Speaker 1, yeah, that's the guy who wrote that. Davis, man, that's crazy as hell. I don't know ecstasy. Drugs. Kading is like, so really the only thing is the thing around the Santana block, getting a pat down in 93 or whatever. They're going through reports and looking at them. And then Kading says, oh, Reggie, right. It was only 3 things. Davis said, yeah, well, what about that whole bullshit about Tupac? All right, that's where we're going to pick back up.
I think those are the only 3 things?
Yeah.
Well, what about that whole bullshit about Tupac?
What's that?
The whole...
Oh, yeah, that was bullshit.
I'm going to turn this back to since we are now in the relevant stuff, after they had the polite conversation about ecstasy, drug dealing, PCP. Well, they didn't talk about PCP. Ecstasy, she doesn't go here. Now we're getting into the questions they want to know. I'm going to put this at 1 point speed.
What about that whole bullshit about Tupac?
What's that?
The whole...
Oh, yeah, that was bullshit.
All right. You can pass this back over here. Today, Keffe, today what we're going to do, we're just going to go over with a fine-tooth comb the Las Vegas incident. We're going to draft up our report as regarding that specific thing. And then we're going to cover a few other things that we do have to emphasize to you that everything in this report has to be right on, because if down the road it's determined that some of these details are incorrect, then everything's off the table. So everything in this report cannot be like that report.
Hey, I want to say this though too. I feel like I said that day, don't bullshit me and I won't bullshit y'all. You know what I'm saying? I I feel I'm being bullshitted.
Regarding what your deal?
You said yesterday, how Mike, I need to talk to Mike. You said it was over.
I need to talk to Mike. One is because I've still got a tracker on his car. Two, I need his statement regarding the place in Paramount.
This is Kading
his
talking.
Name. And there's some questions that are regarding to Mike. We're not bringing Mike in order to arrest him. But since Mike already knows that the police have contacted you and you're working with them, there should be no problem. It's up to Mike to keep his own mouth shut, and we're not going to be asking him about his people or his associates. That's not of concern to us.
Yeah.
If you hadn't told Mike, we wouldn't have talked to him. We wouldn't want to talk to him.
Okay, another thing.
Keefe's not keeping his mouth shut about shit. That's the problem.
I know y'all been over Kevin's house.
On surveillance?
No,
we've never been to Kevin's house.
you haven't.
Ever.
Because I feel, why would y'all why not hire Edie?
There's some problems, in my opinion, and this may not be.
This is interesting. Edie is the attorney that was at the other interviews. So yesterday we saw the witness asked quite a lot about why did you guys tell him to not hire this attorney? And the witness was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. That wasn't me. And now we got Katie saying there's problems with Edie. So somebody did tell Keffe not to hire Edie. Does that make you think that Keffe's a bullshitter? Or does that make you think that what Keffe is saying is the truth, that this cop actually said, don't hire that lawyer? It wasn't the witness on the stand yesterday. It was the other dude. Look at that. And the cop's saying, yeah, I don't trust that guy. How interesting.
Because I feel, why would why not hire Edie?
There's some problems, in my opinion, and this may not be a shared opinion, but I just don't believe in Edie's ethics. I think he's a dirty attorney. I think that Edie will lie, cheat, and steal in order to get himself out of any kind of problem. I think that there was ethical problems with the way that he had Orlando testify on behalf of Suge Knight.
Oh, boy.
And that whole thing is a problem we don't want to have to deal with.
It is a problem because it seems that they all believe that Edie knew that Orlando Anderson got jumped by Suge and brought Orlando Anderson to Suge's probation revocation hearing and had him get up on the stand and lie. Because he said, no, Suge didn't jump me. Suge was trying to help me. And Suge has had lawyers that have gone down for paying off witnesses, harassing witnesses, threatening witnesses, taking payment in narcotics, and more. So Suge has had attorneys doing that. So would I be shocked that there were attorneys doing that? I'm not shocked at all. I don't know if this is true about this lawyer or not. But what we do know is that Orlando Anderson got paid, and then Orlando Anderson went in to a probation hearing and said, no. Suge was just trying to break it up. He was trying to help me.
And as you know, Edie Fall also represents Michael Thoreau, and we just don't want all those problems.
He represents Michael Thoreau right now?
Well, right now. Him and Renee Campbell.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You know Renee Campbell.
And I know Al was in San Bernardino. He ain't had no fucking reason being down there. You know what I'm saying? I'm up.
Doctor Who, I know of one of the lawyers that went down and went to prison who did in fact keep their law license for that. Because I was keeping an eye on it, but it's California. It causes me concerns.
On everything, dude. You think I'm not?
Well, I was suspended for a while.
You know, you got to do your homework. We respect that. Don't read too much into anything.
I'm not going to do nothing to them dudes. I'm over, man. I'm up on everything, dude.
Well,
that's why he was in San Bernardino. What the fuck? He wrote me a letter. Keep it, I'm never tell on you this and this and that. Ooh, man. I knew you was in San Bernardino coming to.
There's ooh. I imagine he's talking about being in San Bernardino in custody. He's talking about jail facilities. MJC said, so Suge paid him instead of retaliating. Sus, not sus. Here's why. Suge was facing 6, 7, 8 years on a probation violation. Suge was trying to get out of the probation violation. It was more important for Suge to not go to prison and stay out of prison to keep running death row than it was to retaliate against Orlando Anderson. Suge was like, if we can play let's make a deal, then I need to do what's best for me. So Suge was looking out for Suge. Are we shocked? Nope. Who are they talking about that's snitching from San Bernardino? Renee Campbell? You know Renee Campbell? That was the question. All right.
I know Al was in San Bernardino.
Oh, Al.
He had
Al's
no
who they're
fucking
talking
reason
about.
being down there. You know what I'm saying? I'm up on everything, dude. You think I'm not?
Well, keep it, you know, you got to do your homework. We respect that. Don't read too much into anything.
I'm not going to do nothing to them dudes. I'm over, man. I'm up on everything, dude.
Well,
that's why he was in San Bernardino. What the fuck? He wrote me a letter. Keep it, I'm never telling you this and that. Ooh. Yeah. I know you was in San Bernardino, coming to MDC, coming to see y'all, all that. I know all that shit.
He's talking to MDC LA, not MDC New York.
Man, it was about 2-3 years ago. I know about the Tommy thing over there in Carlton Square. Boom.
K-Con on YouTube asked in the chat, what's the woo woo woo? Is that the Crip version of yada yada? Yes. That is the best definition. It is the Crip version of yada yada, or it's just, and then it's the exact same. It's like, and then I don't need to fill in the blanks. Also used when you don't want to be the one who is saying a thing. It's like, he grabbed the gun and woo woo. You don't need to fill in the blanks. I know, we all know, I'm not saying it. Yes.
He told, man, I know a whole lot of shit, dude.
Okay.
I know a whole lot of shit.
You know more than us. We're doing our homework as we go. But again, we just don't want to deal with those problems that come along with Michael and that attorney. I don't believe in the guy.
Yeah.
Kading's like, I don't trust that dude.
Had my encounters with him before, and they didn't go well.
Yeah.
And keep you some of the people that might be real close to you that you may want to protect may be the same people that sold you out. So take that into consideration when you're saying, I don't want to give up Compton, I don't want to give up my homeboys, stuff like that. I'm not saying anybody did it, but
I know
close to you may have.
Yeah, I know. He said Eddie or Pat could be working with us, and that fucked me up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me say this. I know you,
and I know. When you say,
when Keefe's saying that fucked me up, loyalty is a big thing. So when you start finding out who is diming you out, I'm not surprised that Keefe's like, that fucked me up. It fucked him up so much that he held on to it for 20 plus years and put it in a book with everybody's name at the end, talking about how they were wrong for turning on him. Yep.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
And you said, I got some shit gonna break your heart, gonna break you to your knees. I know y'all was gonna arrest me for this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I knew that shit, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that's how it goes. That's how the game goes.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
Yeah. These dudes are cold, man.
Well, let me say this too, people.
I'm serious. I never thought I would retire. But y'all heard me on the phone, man. I'm through with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Too many dirty motherfuckers, low down, cross artists, everything. But they don't know I'm putting the double cross down. Fuck it. I'm with y'all.
I'm retiring, man. I'm sick of these dirty motherfuckers. They're putting the cross down. I'm putting the double cross down. His lawyer was like, would you let me say something?
Let me say something.
Yeah.
I know you have used Edie and you felt comfortable with Edie, but I want you to say this, and I know you send him a lot of business stuff, but I would think you would think at this point that maybe you shouldn't think that way because you wouldn't be here, because a lot of people that he dealt with
may have participated in getting your ass here.
Oh boy.
So I think you might want to look at it a little differently.
Yeah.
You got to look at the whole picture, and I think
It's
you're
a
starting to
big
do
picture.
that.
And when with Snoop.
What did he just say? He just said, hey, that lawyer of yours, he was in here with other clients, and those other clients were pinning it on you. We got some big ethical concerns about protecting a client's rights. So interesting that new lawyer is saying, hey, you got to remember that some of those people who flipped on you were sitting in these seats with your lawyer, your other lawyer. Cold. Higgins is a lawyer. Higgins in this case, I know it's confusing, but chat's triggered. Higgins in this case is Keffe D's new lawyer, not Edie Fall. And again, I don't know if this stuff is true or not. This is what they're saying to Keffe D.
You got to look at the whole picture, and I think you're starting to do that.
And when with Snoop Dogg uncle, you know what I'm saying? Then at the airport with the fuck ass plane tickets, y'all ain't got him out, and his wife even put him on blast.
But
I don't know how you got out.
Just hold on.
All the people, all the speculation, just hold on.
What the fuck did Snoop Dogg's uncle have to do with anything?
I'm gonna leave him alone, yeah. I'm gonna leave that shit alone, because that'll make me mad, all that shit. That's why I smoke weed, because I'm a dangerous motherfucker without smoking weed, dude. I get mad easy, you know what I'm saying?
We know you, man. We know what you can do.
That's a great.
He's got some anger problems. That he's sharing. He has a short fuse.
Without coffee.
Yeah. Y'all be sitting there.
Whoever speaker one is like, yeah, Keffe, we get it. You're a dangerous dude without weed. That's how Greg is without his coffee. Man, shut up. Greg, by the way, is Greg Kading.
Keep me calm, keep me from hurting people, man.
You don't want to do that.
You know what, man? Just like you have to.
Keffe D saying, you got to keep me calm, keep me from hurting people. His lawyer went a long way to say he's not violent.
Keep me calm, keep me from hurting people, man.
You don't want to do that.
You know what, man? Just like you out the game, leave all that behind.
Yeah.
Stop. My advice to you is just stop thinking about who did what, and just think they all did it.
Yeah.
And then just trust the person that's sleeping in your bed with you, your wife. Other than that, just shut it down.
You messing up.
Forward.
No, and your lawyer.
Or your lawyer.
Yeah.
Don't be trying to. Okay.
I understand. This is a dirty war.
And let's let this Greg got some other stuff he wants to talk about.
Okay, good.
Yeah. What this ultimately comes down to is how valuable your life is
to
your family. And when I say your family, I don't mean your extended family. I mean your brothers and your sisters and your wife and your kids. That's it. Anything beyond that, as far as we're concerned, is fair game. Kevin will work out his own deals. Speedy ain't got a lot on the table. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And you know, we'll throw that one in if that's what's important to you. We'll throw that one in. But besides that, man, everything else is fair game for us.
I just want to say this, and me and Keith had that conversation. I tried to explain to Keith. You know, some people out there that you may have love for, but you can't control. That their stuff is way out. That's not within their zone. You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand that. You know,
all of some of the bitches did me dirty. You know,
they're not. You know, they're out of the zone. So.
A majority of them, you know what I'm saying?
Again, don't think beyond your family.
He was so mad he wrote a whole book about it.
Right. Kevin will come in, he'll work his own deal out. He's got to do that. You know, he's got a lot of liability out there in Richmond. And so your brother's going to have to come in and work his own details out, which I'm sure he'll
Kevin's
do
the brother.
He doesn't want his own family disrupted.
And he can help himself, but if you can't control him, you know, that's his situation. He created it. Yeah. You don't have to do it too.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
I can't believe what's coming up. He's talking about the newer set, saying they ain't like old school dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? They ain't like the 80s, the early 90s, these new wave MySpace gangbangers. He's like, they don't have any loyalty for anybody, these MySpace gangsters. They're listening to emo music. They're coding their own pages. I'm not in their top 8. Keffe's got beef. So funny.
I ain't like the old school dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't like the 80s and the early 90s dudes. These new wave, MySpace gangbangers. I know what's up, man. I'm through with this shit. I'm through with that neighborhood, all that. You know what I'm saying? Through with that shit, man.
Well, that's what
Corona way lovelier than Compton. I can get my head blowed off.
Wow, I'm through with it. I'm through with my neighborhood. Corona's way lovelier than Compton. Not going to get my head blown off. Paying $300,000, $400,000 for a house. You walk down the street. He's like, I'm out. I'm out of the county.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm in Corona.
$300,000-$400,000 for a house. You walk out the street and get your head blowed off. That's crazy. Yeah. All right, I'm ready.
Okay. So again, today's report that's going to get generated is specifically on Tupac Las Vegas incident, and we'll get you a copy of that report and have you make sure everything's solid before it's completed.
All right, man. But I feel I can still go to jail with that, man, because this is federal. And that's
what is said right here cannot be used against you, Keffe. Nothing you say today can be used against you. So don't even worry.
Yeah, nobody's trying to.
I was just waiting on the.
And yet, here we are. Nothing you can say today can be used against you, Keffe. And yet, here we are. Because there's some caveats to that, Keffe D.
The news camera to be at my house, man. You know what I'm saying?
Nervous. That's
You gotta trust us too.
You're just nervous.
If something like
I seen you yesterday, I didn't know whether to phone out or not.
If something like that was to happen,
At my house, man. Yeah.
So we're gonna have to just knock this door and make sure.
Oh yeah, my phone was off.
I didn't know whether to phone. I said, man, they
That's
here.
why he sent me, man. It was trying to send somebody to knock on your door and look like, spam or something.
Dupree's like, well, Keffe, that's why they sent me to knock on your door. Dupree's the witness from yesterday.
And he said, man, you looking raggedy. Motherfucker, you just scared to live and shit.
Wait, did Dupree roll up on Keffe D saying you're looking ragged? Oh my God. Dupree, really? This is funnier having Dupree testify yesterday and sitting in here with well, that's why they sent me to knock on your door, man.
How much you doing yesterday?
At my house, man. Yeah.
So we're gonna have to just knock on this door and make sure.
Oh yeah, my phone was off.
I didn't know whether to phone. I said, man, they
That's
here.
why he sent me, man. It was trying to send somebody to knock on your door and look like, spam or something.
Yeah. And he said, man, you looking raggedy. Motherfucker, you just scared to live and shit. Yeah.
That's funny.
That spook, I swear, I had a dream that the cameras was there. Here go our man, bam.
Just give us a number.
That ain't gonna happen. We told you that nothing leaves this room, and that's the way it is. We wouldn't do that.
And then you did.
Then my sister, you a punk motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
Is that your dream?
No, Lando Mama, man, it's crazy as hell, man.
So your sister finds out you're talking to the cops and calls you a punk motherfucker? Mm-hmm.
Why? What's she
know about this?
No, she don't know.
Oh, I'm telling that, man. I know about Charlotte, man.
Yeah, all right.
I know about Charlotte. She gonna bring the business if it comes out.
Yeah. Bust me there.
Dupree said she's going to bring the business if it comes out like this. Dupree's like, do not get your sister involved. All hell will be paid. That's funny. Davis said, hell yeah, bust me in the head with a pistol or something. He's talking about his sister is going to shoot him.
You know about this?
No, she don't know.
Oh, I'm telling that, man. I know about Charlotte, man.
Yeah, all right.
I know about Charlotte. She gonna bring the business if it comes out.
Yeah. Bust me there with a pistol or something.
That's what we're saying. We're gonna keep meeting from time to time like this. Live your life, stay out of trouble, do what you do. If you don't say nothing, it's cool. But if you go out there and start talking and looking for people who you possibly think talk to us and all that kind of stuff, You can cause you
gonna cause wrong problems.
Yeah.
Listen to what Dupree is telling him. I know there's a bit of crosstalk and it's hard, but listen to what Dupree is telling Keffe D. Dupree is telling Keffe D, if you get out there, you have got to A, shut the fuck up, and B, you cannot go out looking for people that you think talk to us. Because then they're going to know that you've also talked to us. You've got to be cool and you've got to shut the fuck up. I mean, he didn't listen.
We got to move forward on these questions you get ready to ask. We're going to keep going over and over this stuff. It's going to take too much time.
All right. So that's it. We're going to start. Me and Jeff went back to New York and did a little bit of groundwork back there.
Back to New York.
As far as the Tupac thing is going, we just want to run down all the leads as far as they relate to Zip and to Puffy, and that kind of thing. But at some point in time, we will have to go hit up Bubble Up, get his statement, and the other dude that was in the car that's still alive.
Ain't nobody else still alive.
Nobody else still alive.
No.
Big Dre and Lane, they both did.
No, the other dude, Guitar Carol, or what the
Big Dre and Lane.
You want to show them the diagram first?
Yeah.
Big Dre and Lane were in the back, right? Was Bubble Up driving? I think I confused it earlier. Lane is Baby Lane, Orlando Anderson. Bubble Up is Terrence Brown. So that's who was driving. And Big Dre and Baby Lane were in the back.
Maybe more clarifying it. Who was in that car with Zip? Or who, the van with Zip?
He wasn't in the van. He was in that van.
That's the way we had it. You let us know if that seating arrangement is right or wrong.
Anything you want to change towards the seating arrangement or whatever, just mark it on that one.
Now they're talking about the shooting of Tupac and who's sitting where in the car. Zip was there that night too. Zip was in Vegas that night.
Behind.
Well, y'all know this shit already.
But the seating arrangement might be. Because were you driving?
What?
Were you driving in the first car? Because see that line says you're driving. Okay. And who was driving the? Debbie Allen was in the car behind by herself?
No,
he was shotgun.
He wasn't even there.
None of them guys went in the car behind?
Teresa, that's fair.
So Orlando shot.
Teresa in the chat said, Kading said it to the world first, so he's responding to Kading. It's a really fair point, because Kading put all of this out long before Keffe D put his book out. That's a really fair point.
Across Dre?
He leaned over.
They're talking about Orlando Anderson leaning across Dre, who was sitting rear driver's side, to shoot out the window. They just switched right into it.
Oh, he wasn't even there.
None of them guys went in the car behind?
So Orlando shot across Dre?
He leaned over on the window. We rolled down the window, popped.
There was not one pop.
They would drove on my side. I would popped them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right.
If they were on my side, I would have popped them. He means shot. But they were on the other side.
The window, we rolled down the window, popped. They would drove on my side. I would popped them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right.
So was there a second car behind you guys?
No, it was some girls hit that corner with us, dog, and we shot out their windows. I said, these bitches got more work than the dudes. You know what I'm saying?
But any time was it this car behind you?
We heard from one of the witnesses that was in that convertible Sebring. They were trying to get the fuck out of there. Keffe D thinks that they were more involved. They were trying to GFO. I believed her testimony 100%. But Keffe D thought that the girls were trying to do something with them, because the girls were trying to turn and get away from the shooting the same direction Keffe D and them were trying to turn away and get away from the shooting. And the Sebring almost ran into the white Cadillac as everybody was trying to make the turn to get away. So he thinks that the girls were involved, but I believed the woman who testified and said, we heard shooting, we're in a convertible Sebring, and our first thoughts were literally Getaway. So, and the girls were having problems because they were getting behind the car with Suge and Tupac in it, but they were cutting off the other cars that had the rest of Suge and Tupac's homies, who were kind of official security. So they said that the car kept cutting them off. But if you're the car behind Suge and Tupac, after you've just beat down Anderson, you don't want another car in between you and the car you're trying to keep an eye on. Right.
Not at all.
None of the homies was behind. No, like 3 or 4 cars behind. Nothing like that.
Nothing.
Just one car.
Just one car. Then we hit the corner. The girl followed us, and we shot out her window. They got scared and stopped.
I don't think they shot out the window.
They weren't with us. No.
It's the girls that
Push that back over here real quick.
We would think they security would follow them. You know what I'm saying?
Security
The
was
bras don't even have.
security was following them. And then Suge said, hey, you guys follow us. And they got right behind Suge. Because if you're girls in Vegas ready to go party with Suge and Tupac, what you're going to do is follow them to the party. Yes. They didn't know what had happened at the MGM. So security was trying to be right behind him.
We would think they security would follow them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the bras don't even have heart. And they followed us halfway. We shut out the window. They scared.
Those are all the guys that you would recognize as being in the car, right? Lane, DeAndre, and Terrence.
They did not shoot out the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
T-Brown.
Yeah.
Okay. So Orlando would have had to lean over the top of Dre, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what all the witnesses said too from the back.
I mean,
That was a heartbreaker. Oh, man.
Okay. All right. So leading up to that, do you know who Trayvon Lane is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Okay. So do you see Trayvon there at the just before at the MGM at all?
I didn't see him.
Okay. All right. Then let's start back at the beginning. Let's go back to, this is 96, 3 concerts. Where were the concerts where you talked to Puffy and Zip at?
That was 96.
He says hi.
When they gave that BET tour. There was everybody on the show. Let me see, it was Naughty by Nature. They was on the show, Mary J. What's that dude's name? Jodeci, Greg Matt, Biggie, Faith, and the Junior Mafia.
That was that's BET tour?
Yeah.
Or
BET
Superfest? It was a BET tour.
BET tour.
Where was it at? You remember that?
It was in San Diego. We went to one in San Diego. Went to one in Anaheim, Irvine, then in Vegas.
Those would have been great shows. Naughty by Nature, Biggie, Faith, Jodeci,
You know,
Junior Mafia.
All 4 of those locations, San Diego, Anaheim, Irvine, and Vegas, that was all the same tour. It was all BET tour with those acts.
Except the Irvine. The Irvine was a summer jam.
Okay, can you hit those acts again? Naughty by Nature, Biggie, Faith, Jodeci,
And
Mafia.
Junior
Junior
Mafia.
Mafia and Biggie.
And Faith Evans, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So all the acts on there were from Bad Boy, basically.
Mostly, yeah. And
no,
he had managed
Jodeci
Jodeci and Mary J during that time.
So it was pretty much a Bad Boy Puffy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was why they were worried
You
about
would be able
it.
to track down those dates, Darren?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Okay.
Was
Lindsay-
that? Yeah.
Lindsay in the chat said, oh my God, I was at the show in Vegas. Right. Was it amazing? You have to let us know in the chat. It seems like it was awesome. But these are the shows where the South Side Compton Crips are rolling with Bad Boy to make sure that there isn't any issues, because this beef is not, I mean, it is and it isn't. This isn't organically Southside Crip Pyru beef. This started being beef with the heads of the record labels. This really is between Puffy and Suge Knight. Everyone else got pulled into it, and there was a fuck ton of money wrapped up in it. But the underlying beef was between Suge Knight and Puffy and Bad Boy and Death Row. That's where all the money was. And because Suge was aligned with Pyru, not so much that he didn't have people who were Crips on his label, because he did, but he was aligned with Pyru, and that's who was running protection for them. And he didn't want, essentially, Puffy on his turf, because that's where all the money is. So all of this is the money of the record labels that are bringing in the street level gangs to run interference and to do their dirty work and to, you know, handle people's business for them. So Diddy was worried that if he brought all these artists on the West Coast, they were going to have problems with Suge's people. So he was like, well, I got to get some people too. So Zip was the connect between Southside Compton Crips and Puffy. Now, we haven't talked about all the business arrangements that happened. I am sure there was more money arrangements than we have heard about, because why wouldn't there be? But the Bloods and the Crips are already rivals. So Southside Compton Crips is like, what, you want us to go to all the shows with you? You're going to give us like 50, 60 tickets? And you just want us to roll up and then probably selling drugs and having the ability to be providing drugs to Puffy and the label and the artists and more of it. So this all started really as beef between Suge and Puffy. And it blew up into the rest of this. So.
All right. Now, on all four of those occasions, there's San Diego, Anaheim, Irvine, and Vegas. Which ones do you actually talk to Puffy at?
Every one.
Every one of them. Yeah. Which of those four is it when you talk to him about murdering Tupac?
It was really about both of them. Either one of them. It was
Tupac and Suge, you mean?
Yeah. Anaheim. A couple of times at Greenback.
They wanted to take out Suge.
Greenback. Sunset.
Hey Greg, do you want to go back to like when they first
That
like
burp
got
was so
contact?
Ugh.
Yeah, we can start there. What year did Flint introduce you to Zip?
It's like maybe like 91, 92.
Oh, way back then?
Yeah.
Okay. Early 90s?
Yeah.
Where does Flint introduce you to Zip at?
We had a baseball game, and he was they pitcher. They was calling him Dwight Gooden. We got a Dwight Gooden. We used to play for like cases of champagne. And they bring their team, and we played in Southside. Yeah,
Southside Santana kind of like thing. Or just Flint.
They really think he an imposter.
They're talking about pickup baseball games between the gangs. For cases of champagne. It's like a rec league, like rec league baseball.
The Santanas do, you know what I'm saying? Cause he just like really, they charge him, you know what I'm saying? He wanted to join their gang. They was the baddest gang back then, but they don't really recognize them. They be on their ass, asking them for money and everything.
But it was Santana's baseball team.
No, it was some LA dudes. It was Kelly, Keyshawn Johnson, a few more dudes.
So is it like a high school field? Like a local
No,
field?
not far. South Park.
So, okay.
So y'all basically played against them.
Yeah.
How many occasions did that happen? Like
about 3-4 times.
3 or 4 times?
Yeah.
all in one summer, or was it over a period like a couple of years, or just all in one summer?
Maybe like a year.
Have a step up for a second. And you were the captain of your team?
Yeah.
And who's the captain of the other team? Flint?
Yeah.
So basically your team was his team. Whoever he bought, most of your players were what? South Side.
Yeah.
And he bought a lot of LA cats.
We had a little barbecue and we
Right,
kicked
rec
it up.
league.
When we lost the game, we paid them the bottles. Went to the store and paid them the bottles.
So you played for what, Cristal, or for Champagne?
Yeah. Don, Cristal, yeah.
Right. Expensive champagne. They weren't all rivals, Caitlin. They were different sets, but yeah, sometimes rivals. If things were good, yeah, they're you know. Sometimes you need a meeting of the families. Sometimes they get along. Sometimes they got a common enemy that's a bigger problem. So then they all find a way to get along because they got somebody that's a bigger problem. Yes. Barbecue, baseball, playing for bottles of champagne. Yep.
Okay, so that's early 90s. Flint's was busy doing PCP even back then?
I can't say. He was kind of starving then.
Okay.
He used to always ask me for money and all that shit.
Okay.
But 91, then we went out there in 91.
To New York?
Yeah, about 3 weeks.
Because he bought Zip to like the last baseball game or one of the first baseball games. Did he come to all? Did Zip come to all 3 games?
Yeah, he used to come on. Yeah, he was a pitcher.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
they used to call him the White Gooden.
Oh, okay.
The White Gooden for y'all.
That's how Flint introduced him. Is the White Gooden. Boom. He came in. He was a pitcher.
He doing them fancy curveballs.
Could he throw?
Yeah, we used to. We was good athletes in Southside. A lot of good athletes. Yeah.
Orlando was a good athlete.
Real quick, is that who you know as Zip?
Yeah. Now he got hair now.
You could hear him put the page on the table. Pretty smooth interviewing by Dupree. Dupree's like, this is who Zip is? So he's showing him photos of Zip. This is the guy we're talking about. Because you got to make sure that everybody's talking about the same person named Zip. So that's where they bust out the photo and are like, this guy? Yeah, but he's got hair now. That's what he's putting on the table there.
That's no.
That might be old. So when you went out there in New York, where'd you guys stay then? Who did you stay with?
We stayed at different. We stayed at what was that in the Bronx? At what is that? Best Western in the Bronx.
I don't mean to take over any.
I mean, they'll leave the lot on for
We
you.
stayed at his house a couple of times. During that period of time.
At Zip's house?
Yeah, his little apartment. It was in Jersey City.
Okay. When you're out in New York, is that when you meet Puff out there?
Not doing that. I met him. He gave a party at a little club down in Santa Monica. Paradise.
Oh, you 24? Was Paradise 24 used to be?
Yeah, it was Paradise. Yeah, on Santa Monica.
Okay.
Right off Highland.
Yeah.
That's where I first met him. This was like.
That's okay, Keith. We're going to try to keep this in order, so we'll get to that part.
Okay.
So now you're in New York with Zip and Flint. And what's happening in New York while you guys out there?
I brought some birds out there. Okay. They kind of like.
I don't think I've heard somebody. Just for clarification, when he is talking about birds, he's talking about kilos of cocaine. Also, when they're going to start getting into talking about Fats, I do not remember who Fats is. I don't know if we've ever gotten to who Fats is, what Fats' name is. We have heard about whoever Fats is, but I don't think we've gotten back to the name. But birds is kilos.
I ran the sham. I guess he gave Fats the money. A couple of days later, he jump in the cab and leave.
Okay.
So I'm still out there like 3 weeks trying to give him fucking money. You know what I'm saying?
Flint fucked you over?
That's what it looked like.
Right. He brought kilos out there. He was supposed to get the money from Fats. He thinks Fats got the money. and then Fats didn't give him the money.
You know what I'm saying? So, what's the name gave me the rest of the cash and said, I gave Flint the money.
How many birds did you have that you took there?
3.
Just 3 birds? Okay.
He means 3 kilos. Which is why he's talking about it being over $17,000.
Because the Zip tells you that he already gave Flint the money, Flint's boned out.
Yeah.
And then Zip gives you the remainder of the money?
Yeah.
How much was the remainder?
Like 17,000.
Right, the remainder was $17,000.
Do you know? If I can just clear something, do you know what brought Zip out here? Because he's originally from New York.
Yeah.
What was he out here for?
He just come out and party and have fun, you know.
Okay, but he didn't have a house out here where he lived, anything like that, do you remember?
No, he never took me to the house.
So every time he was here, just visiting, basically.
Yeah.
Didn't know him to have a girl out here that he had a girl out here that he spent time with?
This is Zip they're talking about.
Like
players.
Yeah. Like one particular like that.
So when Zip's playing baseball with Santana, it's just coincidence that he's out here. He's just out here for fun, right?
You ever seen this girl before?
And now he's got a picture of whoever.
Tony.
But you can hear them slide the paper across the table. You ever seen this girl before? So they think there's a connect between Zip and LA beyond just coming out and playing baseball for Santana and meeting up with Keffe D.
You know what I mean? Maybe Tony. They call him Tony.
So I never seen her.
Never? No, So he didn't have no main girl, just a bunch of girls he just flipping or whatever. Y'all just player, doing each other.
All right, so you're out there, you're doing some dope with Zip, and then what happens next in your guys' relationship? You come back to Compton, you're running your game out here, and how you just continue to have an ongoing relationship with Zip, or do you always have to go through Flint?
Shit, they fuck me, you think I'm gonna fuck them up? I had 400 birds, I'm balling. Fuck them, you know what I'm saying?
So you never got paid for the 3 birds? After you got, when did you get paid for the?
They gave me the 7.
I disagree with the transcript on that. I thought he said, I have 400 birds. Like, I don't give a fuck about these 3 birds. I have 400 birds. That's what it sounded like to me. But the transcript says I had 3 or 4 birds. Again, talking about kilos of cocaine and talking about whether he got paid or not.
Fuck me, you think I'm gonna fuck them up? I had 400 birds, I'm balling. Fuck them, you know what I'm saying?
So you never got paid for the 3 birds?
He also said, I'm balling. I have 400 birds, I'm balling. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? So.
After you got, when did you get paid for the?
They gave me the 17,000 and he said, Fats stand the rest of the money. So I just, okay, fuck you. When he come around.
So Fats is the middleman with 3 kilos of coke. Fats got the money. Fats didn't give the money back to Keffe D. The balance was 17,000. So Keffe D only got the 17,000 and didn't get the rest of it. But also he's trying to say that 3 kilos doesn't mean shit to me because I'm balling with 400 kilos. So fuck it.
So you just ate it. You didn't get that money, never?
Yeah, just Then he come by 2:10 sometime. He had to be all COD, you know. No more front seats and all that.
So Flint used to get a lot of the stuff from.
Yes, he said COD for those of you in our chat who are like, what does COD mean? I believe he's trying to say cash on delivery, like actual COD. Like, you were supposed to be paying me.
You?
No, he's talking about Zip.
Flint, this is gone. After he did that,
right.
COD from now on.
Okay.
Right. From then on, if I give you kilos, you're giving me money. I'm not giving you kilos first and then come get the money. You are going to cash on delivery.
You just let that first one go, huh?
He was balling back then.
Yeah. You teach yourself, fool.
It's a possible business, huh?
Yeah, you on yourself. That's all I'll take it.
So Flint would keep coming to you, but he'd be COD, cash on delivery, buying birds over the years?
Dupree, that was smooth in the interview. Do you see how Dupree's clearing it up to make sure that they all know what they're talking about? Look at you, Dupree. Dupree is asking a lot more questions in this interview than I thought he was going to be. Dupree's like, I'm the low man on the totem pole. He and Keffe have a pretty decent rapport in this interview.
He went to jail. Maybe we did about 2 or 3 transactions. He went to jail after that. Okay. And I was asking why the fuck you would go out to Miami and I got the shit here. That's what you get.
Because that's what he's doing, going to Miami getting some stuff, and he got popped.
That's where he got popped. Yeah.
Dude, don't start fucking with Miami. What are you thinking? Okay. So that's what happened to Fats. He got too big for his britches.
But when you brought the stuff back to New York that first time, who was that stuff for?
Zip.
It was for Zip?
Yeah.
But Flint brokered it. He kind of like the middleman.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you after you have your little deals with Flint? Do you end up you start doing anything with Zip, like directly with Zip, back and forth to New York?
When he went to jail,
Flint did.
Yeah, he called, say Zip snitching. So I was like, Zip snitching? And he's like, yeah, man. I said, well, why the fuck your nephew was with him every day? You know what I'm saying? That don't sound good. Maybe he's trying to keep me away from him. And that's what Zip came and said, man, he just trying to keep us away, man. We can get money.
You said his nephew is with him all the time?
The little D and Derek.
Derek and Daryl, little brother, Wanamaker brother.
Yeah.
Because they hung out with Zip a lot.
They was hanging out with Zip.
When Flint was in jail?
Yeah.
They was making money with him, or they was just hanging with him for the girls and stuff?
I really wasn't getting their business. I was just handling my business, man, But they was with the girls, they do the cars, all that shit.
Okay. All right, so time goes on. This is through the early 90s. Flint gets popped in Miami. And then anything else significant regarding Zip and Flint? You guys just all got your drug games going on. No talk or issues with any of the, no talk or issues with anything about Tupac at those early stages?
No. Okay. He was still with them digital underground.
So when he's talking about Tupac still being down with the group in New York. This is before there was beef between Tupac, Biggie, and Diddy. So he was still with them. I don't know how Digital Underground is all up in this, but here we are.
Somebody is the mother people.
So he hadn't returned death row yet. No. But when Flint and Zip fell out, there wasn't no beef with his word. He snitching, and they
that's what he said. That was bullshit, so we could stay away from each other.
So that was it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Why your nephew still hanging with him?
Okay.
If he's snitching, that don't look good,
So then you hook back up with Zip? Because it was bullshit?
Then I did that water deal with him. With Pat Bernard. It's in the paperwork already.
Okay, so you do the water deal. Was that pretty accurate what you said regarding the water deal? That
Pat Bernard.
You guys fucked Pat Shakur?
When they're talking about water, they're talking about PCP.
Patrick Bernard?
Yeah.
I didn't say we fucked him over.
No, he did.
Fair. I forgot that Tupac was in Digital Underground.
Okay. He did? Okay, he probably did. 15 years ago. The deals that went down between them,
Now, why is the PCP deal getting brokered by you and not Flint? Why isn't Zip going directly to Flint?
Because he was in jail.
Oh, okay.
So you became closer with Zip while Flint was in jail. You started doing business with him.
Yeah, we started hanging out when he come to LA. He'd come and hang out with me. We go party.
Okay. First class. And everybody was cool on Flint at that time. Like, man, because he was in jail. Whatever.
And his shit don't match neither. 100 fucking keys. You get 3 years. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh,
so y'all thought he was just like, he was telling them.
Nobody.
Nobody's getting 3 years if they've got 100 keys. And Keffe D thinks that you can hear it in his voice. You got 3 years. Such a big deal. Over 100 fucking kilos. If you have 100 fucking kilos, you're not getting 3 years. And that's why he thinks that Flint is snitching. Because he didn't get a fuck ton of time for a fuck ton of drugs. Does that make sense? And that's why he's just like, 3 years. That's why.
This shit don't match neither. 100 fucking keys. You get 3 years. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh,
y'all thought he was just like, he was telling them.
Nobody want to mess with him.
Man, we know in Corey, 200 keys in Columbus, Ohio, you get fucking $30. Oh, shit. I got more than that on a phone call. You know what I'm saying?
Who's your lawyer? That thing we got the time.
Did you hear what Keffe D referred to? I got more than that on a phone call. That's the wiretap thing he went down for with the feds. I got more than that on a phone call. So that's how he knows everybody's telling. Because they got the good deals. Shit speaks for itself. Keffe D is one step away from saying race ipsa loquitur, motherfuckers. It speaks for itself. Right. And that's what he's telling to them. And they all know what he's talking about. Because they all have their case files. Now, for the jury, it might be that we might need this to come back up in closing, but that's where we're at.
Yes, it was a system.
Right. Davis is saying it doesn't add up.
That shit don't add up, boy.
It doesn't add up. Too much drugs, not enough time. It doesn't add up. You got all that drugs and not a lot of years.
Where?
So you and Zip keep doing deals. In between, at some time, how does Pac or Big get brought up into the situation as far as you?
We just started kicking it, and we met the boy at the. He gave what was that, a BET party? For the BET Award. It's like 92, 93 at the club in Santa Monica. Yeah. And
at the club in Santa Monica, not south of Monaco. They're talking about Santa Monica.
Mary J, what's his name? That tall dude with the net used to have dreads. You with Aftermath now. What's his name?
What's his name?
Busta Rhymes.
Busta Rhymes.
At Paradise? That was the plan.
What's his name? Busta Rhymes? Yeah, Busta Rhymes. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Busta Rhymes. Man, that one was out in a fight. I was suited. My cross, he thought he was all big shit. I was gonna beat me.
You're not up here talking shit about Busta Rhymes to the LAPD right now. Is that really what's happening? Damn.
Now, what's his name?
I rewound it.
Busta Rhymes.
Busta Rhymes.
At Paradise? That was the plan?
Yeah. Busta Rhymes. Man, that one was out in a fight. I was suited. My cross, he thought he was all big shit. We was gonna beat the fuck out of that boy. But he wasted his drink on me, and I'm like, what?
Busta Rhymes threw a drink on Keffe D like they are the real housewives of hip hop, just fighting with each other. He wasted a drink on me. Hilarious. What was the drink? What was the drink he threw on you? Also, why is Busta Rhymes throwing a drink on you? What the fuck happened?
That's where I met. First day I met Paul.
And Zip introduced you to this my boy. What do you introduce him as? This my friend, this my nephew.
That's my boy.
This my boy. They didn't see themselves as relatives or anything like that? Like that was his nephew? Or is that how he acted towards him?
No, this is my boy. This Paul.
Okay.
And after that, they used my car on the video.
Which car was that?
The 64 Chevy I had.
What color was it?
Brown. And Usher, he had Usher. And
it was Usher's video? Or?
It was Usher's video.
I got a picture of the car that they're talking about.
That's when he had LA with him for a while.
You remember the song?
Can I Get With It? Usher's first song ever. Usher's first song ever. He was in a Laker uniform. And he had the little kid dancing on my car when he got back. Mm-hmm. It was fucked up.
He was not happy about that.
He paid to get it repainted.
He was not happy that they were dancing on the hood of his car.
Puff did?
Yeah.
You directly? Because were you dealing with him directly at this time, or because of the car, or were you dealing with somebody in his management team? Or?
No.
Did you hear what law enforcement came in real quick to say? Because he said he let them rent the car for Usher's music video. And Usher, in the music video, there was somebody dancing on the hood of the car and the car got fucked up. So Diddy paid to fix the car. Did you hear how quickly they came in and said, were you dealing with him directly? Were you dealing with someone on his team? What do we know now? We know now that they were trying to build a RICO case. So they are asking, hey, are there any direct transactions? Are there any direct transactions where Diddy's giving you money? He came in on that super quick. Oh, they paid to fix the car? This is he says the lowrider used in Usher's video. That's the picture of the car. He put it in his book. So that's why they swooped in to ask that question so quickly. They're looking for those direct connections, checks, bank transactions, transfers, stuff like that. So quick on that question.
They sent me $2,500.
They sent me $2,500 for that. Who sent it? How did they send it? How did you get it? Western Union? Was it a MoneyGram? Was it a check?
Yeah.
Puff did?
Yeah.
You directly? Because were you dealing with him directly at this time, or because of the car, or were you dealing with somebody in his management team? Or?
No.
How'd you get the money? Was it cash? Check?
It was a check. It was like from
Bad Boy?
Yeah.
In the name of Keith Davis?
No, we put it in Compton Hydraulics.
Oh, okay.
That's when we owned the hydraulics.
You see how many questions they asked about that?
I'm sorry, what's the cat's name again? The video dude?
Usher.
Okay.
Seriously?
That was 92.
Who? Usher.
Who?
Usher.
92, 93 years.
He was like 16, 15 years old.
14, yeah, he was a little kid. Mama, can I buy the car? Yeah.
And then after that, was a relationship right with you and Zip? And Puff?
Yeah, we used to go far, go to the club, you know, drink, pop the bottles, all the bitches count. Yeah.
Good style, right?
Yeah.
How often would he come out here? Zip?
Shit, like once a month.
Did Puffy have a place out here? Didn't he have a place out here? Where he stayed at? House?
Back then, no, he didn't. He was scared shitless out here because of the voice.
So that beef had started by then?
No, it started when they went out for that award in New York, and he said, "You want to be in the fucking, you want to be your own video."
They are talking about this beef starting at the Source Awards when Suge Knight got on stage and said, if you want to be a real star and you don't want to worry about your producer being in all your videos and dancing, then you need to come over to Death Row. I don't know if that was before or after the shooting in Atlanta, but that's what Keffe D's pinning this back to. He's pinning it back to the Source Award speech, and we've heard that before in this trial.
Yo, not this motherfucker dancing. That's when it started. Then we seen right after that at that summer jam. We on the stage drinking bottles, smoking, and he like, "Hey, Keffe D, let me holler at you." So how the fuck you meet them dudes, dog? Same way I met you, you know.
He's talking about Suge.
Yeah. That's Suge saying that?
Yeah, Suge asked me, how you meet them dudes?
Summer Jam 95.
I met you.
And that was at the 95 Summer Jam, Summer Festival?
95. That's when One More Chance was out. Binky, give me.
Now he's singing Biggie to them? Seriously?
Let's go back a little bit. We go back, Zip is coming out once a month. You met Puff at the Paradise Club at the BET Awards. He asked you to use your car, you use your car, you end up getting damaged, he pays you. And then Zip's coming out once a month. Prior to the times when you start talking about the beef with Pac and Suge, how many times do you meet Puffy?
How many times we met him before the beef came? Maybe about 3-4 times.
3-4 times, always like
Greenblatt's is the deli they met
Yeah.
at, or he says they met at.
Greenbacks was mostly, that's where we started.
Green patch?
Greenbacks. Right on Sunset, by the loud pack.
A deli. He likes himself a
You
deli.
live upstairs, and just like a deli. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's called, right next to the comedy store?
Yeah, then there's a strip club on the other
That
side.
deli, yeah.
Okay. So you see him at these different events out here, just kind of socialize, shoot the shit. It's nothing going on. And then does the incident at Summer Jam take place before Puffy gets up on stage and makes that statement about if you don't want a producer being in your videos? Which happens first?
Puffy didn't make that statement. Suge did.
I don't know. I would have to check the dates.
Okay,
But
well,
I'm quite sure that the Summer Jam happened first. Because he got jealous because Biggie took over the record charts. You know what I'm saying? Like, bam! Biggie was, that One More Chance was hot.
Yeah. So when you saw him at the Summer Jam, he wasn't mad at you for being with them. Like he was traded. He was just saying how you knew them. So
how the fuck you beat them dudes? Yeah.
He didn't really mess with you like that anyway. He couldn't get mad at you, right?
What?
That wasn't the issue.
okay, so you meet him there. Who was all at the that Summer Jam? Was Clint with you then? Was he out the jail?
No.
He was in jail.
He was in jail.
Zip was with you.
Zip. You know, your boy Win, the face that you love.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's not even like that, man.
No, he told me that. It's just a face you just love.
Oh.
Man, my partner, man. I've been with that dude for 43 years, dude. Give my number. Oh.
Man, show him some love. Like, he ain't like that, man. It ain't like that.
I know.
It ain't like that.
He's just trying to help himself. In this
I'm saying, I didn't even say that, man. Just let it go.
All right.
Move forward. Leave him alone.
I'm a dog, though. Fuck it.
Y'all say hang out?
Yeah, I got to. Shit. He gave me the
Y'all, I don't know who has the allergies in this room, but good Lord. Y'all, can you handle all of the congestion? God, it's awful to listen to. Kevin in the chat said KVD sounding like a literal bulldog. Yes. Yes. It's just awful.
The hug of our life. Where'd he go?
You gave the hug of your life.
He gave me the hug of his life.
so when you're at the Summer Jam, you're up on stage and Puff is there, right?
Yeah.
Suge says, hey, how you know these guys? You tell
After
him.
we leave off, he was on the other side of the stage over here. And they left off this way. When I came back, in the back of the stage, he was like, DVD, let me know later. Went over there, and he told me, man, how you beat them dudes? Same way I met you, motherfucker. Yeah. He don't know I helped his ass out a lot.
Okay. Well, when you say same way I met you, I'm assuming that you know these guys because of the drug trade. Is that how you knew Suge?
No, I put in, man, I started that music industry. I mean, that death row shit, man.
With Pat.
I did the work.
Welcome to the part where Keffe D tells you that he made everybody and everybody owes him. I made you. Man, I started that death row shit. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
For that shit.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to that. But that hadn't even started yet, really.
The cops are like, I don't even want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about how you thought you started this and you thought you started that. You excel at everything, Keffe D. You excel at everything. Thank you. Moving on.
Okay, in 95, you've already got some kind of little, you've got your relationship with Suge because of the money that you gave him from Pat, right?
We've been knowing each other before him and Pat even met. We was little kids.
Same neighborhood.
No, football team, Great Compton.
Okay, well that's kind of going to be a different issue. Let's stay on track here.
So after the Superfest, you say that to Suge.
Law enforcement's like, we don't want to hear your whole backstory with Suge, man. We don't need to go back to you two playing football together when you're 7 years old. I don't want to hear it. He's like, I helped that man a lot. Great, let's stay on track. Because they want to hear more about Sean Combs. They want to hear more about what's going down here.
Walk off. Everything's cool. Was Puffy scared of Suge at that time?
No, he wasn't scared.
Okay.
Then one day, me and Zip rolling up Greenleaf, and the phone rang, and he wanted to speak to me. Like, man, you think it's cool to come out there for our concerts? I said, why not? Why you can't come? Talking about Big Boy CEO. I'm like, man, that dude ain't nothing. Come on. You got your back.
This is Zip on the phone with you?
No.
Okay.
Zip, he called Zip phone, and I was in the car. Said, his boy want to speak to you. Hey, man, you think it's cool to come out there? I'm like, yeah, it's cool, man. You know, just give us like 40, 45, 50 tickets.
So Puff calls Zip's phone. Zip gives you the phone.
Yeah.
Puff says to you, is it cool to come out there?
Yeah.
You said, yeah, just give me some tickets.
Yeah, give us gang of tickets.
So he didn't give you no money, no security, nothing like that, just tickets.
He gave us some tickets, and I brought the crew. You know, yeah. We went up there deep.
They rolled up there deep into what you would call a target-rich environment for them. I'm sure they had some side action going, even though they got the free tickets and were rolling up there and were invited. I'm sure there was some other stuff happening.
They didn't show up, you know.
And that's the big concert you were talking about, the tour that they were on with Jodeci and all that?
This was Anaheim. This is when we brought out the courses.
So that's the Anaheim.
We went about 12 deep to the one in San Diego.
12 cars?
Like 12 people.
Yeah. And you're saying he didn't show up, you're talking about Suge?
Suge, they didn't show up, no.
So no problems at the concert. They're having a good time. Pop bottles already out here the whole time. Nothing else happened. No other events happened. No problems during that time, right?
Right. No problem.
Okay. You and Zip keep doing what y'all doing. No business or whatever. What's the next little thing that might have happened? You know, it's time went by. Because by then the beef should have jumped.
Honestly, Kading should have just shut up and let Dupree do this entire interview. Truly.
Off, already been coming that way.
Yeah, that's where it started. I think the boy in Atlanta got shot.
Jay.
Right.
That Suge partner from, I think he's from Capitol Park.
Yeah.
He got shot. That's what really scared the boy, you know.
Do you know anything about that murder? Did he do it? Did Suge have something to do with it? I mean, did Puff have something to do with it?
Yeah, his boy shot him.
So that's the truth? You know from fact or you know from...
So now they're getting to, okay, when Suge's boy got shot, his head of security, whatever, got shot in Atlanta, did Puffy have anything to do with that? Because it seems to be that this is what popped everything off. There was the Source Awards comments, then this shooting in Atlanta, and then this kept simmering.
He got shot. That's what really scared the boy, you know.
You know anything about that murder? Did he do it? Did Suge have something to do with it? I mean, did Puff have something to do with it?
Yeah, his boy shot him.
So that's the truth? You know from fact or you know from hearing? I mean, you know.
I wasn't here.
I know you weren't there. But
I was from hearing.
inside stuff or just street stuff?
Inside.
So Wolf did.
Yeah.
Dude, Wolf did kill him.
Yeah.
All right.
And he's confirming that Puff's dude, Wolf, did that killing. That was Puff's number one, killing Suge's number one, is what they're talking about. And they asked, do you know this from the streets or do you know this from inside? And Keffe D said from inside. This is not just from the streets talking.
There was some talk that some Southsiders were there too. Is that true?
In Atlanta? No, we wasn't there.
Nando wasn't down there?
Nando wasn't down there? He wasn't hanging out there?
We wasn't there.
Okay.
So Big J gets killed.
Oh, real quick, you said that Puff called you on the phone. You tell him I need like 50 tickets and we'll make sure everything's cool out here. And that's the Anaheim concert.
Yeah.
Then when you go to that Anaheim concert, that's when you guys
That's
start
what he
talking.
said that in front of all the people. Andre Herrera, he was there.
Andre who?
Herrera. He was, yeah.
Andre Harrell.
Yeah. Who else was in that room with him? It was just them two.
Hold on. Specifically, Andre Harrell, you.
about 40-some South Siders.
You know, from New York, Puffy, that was only Andre Harrell and him?
Yeah, Zip. We picked up Zip from the airport, Long Beach Airport.
Okay, so it's Harrell, you, Puffy, Zip, and a bunch of Southsiders. And what, Puffy makes kind of an announcement?
Yeah, that was stupid as hell too, you know.
What did you actually...
Tell us more about how you feel about Puffy, Keffe. Sure.
Hear what was the words, if the best you can remember what he says.
Shit, he said he'd give us anything for them dudes, you know. Yeah.
We'll give you anything for these guys' head.
Yeah.
All right. For those of you who have been turned off by all of the snarfling, congestion, and mumbling, here we go. Welcome back. He's now starting to talk about the first time that Puffy said in front of a group of people, I'll give you anything to take out Suge and Tupac. This is the first conversation that happens before they have that conversation at Greenblatt's. So that's what they're talking about now, which is why Keffe D was like, that was stupid as hell because there's so many people around.
You know? Yeah.
We'll give you anything for these guys' head.
Yeah.
I'm just going to back that up a bit.
That was stupid as hell too, you know.
What did you actually hear? What was the words, if the best you can remember what he says?
Shit, he said he'd give us anything for them dudes, you know. Yeah.
We'll give you anything for these guys' head.
Yeah.
Where were you exactly?
He was in the main. It was like he had the Navy SEALs in one room over here. We was in that middle room. The middle room was like a living room, like a suite, and the other room was like a bedroom. He was in there shooting dice. D-Mac was there. That other dude, what's his name? Trey. We shooting dice. OJ daughter. She was at the motherfucker.
Did she hear this being stated? And
it was mostly, this was after the concert. Before the concert, he stated that. After the concert, that's when everybody came back to the room, did a little party, shoot dice.
Okay. Was D-Mac there before the concert?
No.
So D-Mac wouldn't have heard that?
No, he wouldn't have heard that.
So were you in a hotel? Were you at the venue?
We was at the hotel when he...
At the hotel? What hotel?
That was at Anaheim, the Hilton or something.
Okay.
What Sheridan or Hilton?
I think it was the Hilton.
So you're like in the suite at the Hilton or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was Halloween night because she had on a cat suit. And Trish had her on the bed like, make me out for me, baby.
I mean, after everything we've heard about Diddy, I don't even know if it was Halloween. It doesn't necessarily need to be Halloween for this shit to be happening at a Diddy party. This surprises me zero. So he's like, I think it might have been Halloween. It might not have been. Because we've learned way too much about Diddy. So that's where we're at.
I think it was Halloween night because she had on a cat suit. And Trish had her on the bed like, make me out for me, baby. Ting. OJ daughter. She was a bad motherfucker, boy.
Back then.
Yeah, I wanted to hit that thing. Yeah.
You said there were Navy SEAls in the other room?
Yeah.
What for?
To protect him. He was that scared of that dude.
He had hired some Navy SEALs?
I swear to God.
How do you know?
Like, you know they were SEALs, or did you...
He told me they were SEALs. These Navy SEALs.
Who told
they
you?
had on their little ear.
Who told you that? They had on their little ear things. I mean, I guess it's possible. But they had on their little ear things. He told us they were Navy SEALs.
Ear things and everything.
So this is after Jake got killed. So
Yeah.
he was on point. He was worried about something happening.
Yeah.
Suge got mouthed off about a bunch of different stuff. So
I
he was
don't
scared.
doubt that Puffy was scared.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he like, man?
Now, why does he, if he's got these Navy SEALs guys out there protecting him, why does he call you and ask you for protection?
Would you rather have
Those
some
are two
Navy
different
SEAls or
types
some
of
gangsters?
protection.
Well, yeah, but that's my point.
Those are two different types of protection. Those are two different types of protection.
I mean, if you have a choice between the two, you've got some trained gun, you know.
Explain to him.
Yeah.
You would want the gangsters, because the Bloods, they'll tear them dudes' ass up, man. Come on, man.
They don't play
Yeah, tear their ass up, dog. I swear to God. You know, we would have went out there and beat them up if we would.
Man, I ain't seen a lot of gangsters that can hit their target, man.
But they don't know like we know, man.
No, we would have went in that room and told them.
Kading is straight up like, whatever, man. You're talking about a bunch of gangsters that are about as good a shot as stormtroopers. What are you talking about? And Keffe D just being like, nah, we'll take out all those Navy SEALs. Okay.
You know, we don't Navy SEALs.
It'd be a bigger crew by when 3 or 4 of them do like 40.
Navy SEALs are
I
killing.
don't think they know like we know Navy SEALs.
Right.
They thinking they're just some guys with guns. They can go in there and shoot it out with them.
Right.
They would wipe the floor with them, man. But anyway.
All right. So he's got both. He's got his legit security, and then he's got his gangsters.
Yeah.
He's got street security and hired security.
Let me ask you a quick question. When you guys rode, who was all with you? As far as the main crew who rode with you when y'all was, you know, with Puff, hanging out with him, or, you know, bodyguarding, whatever you want to call it. You, who else?
Feisty Love.
You win.
Me win. Corey sometime. Lane, all of us. You know, the little crew.
The whole crew.
Well, that crew that day. Who was there that day?
At
Anaheim.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody.
Yeah. Whole fucking neighborhood.
Give us 5 names of people who would say, yeah, we heard Puffy say that.
You don't have to come from. They don't.
Al, Corey, Win, Corey Rock, all of them will tell you shit. I'm quite sure they didn't talk to already.
Al, this is all the main crew. Was Duck there? Was Lil Duck there?
No, he wasn't there.
He was still rolling. Okay. Bram, none of them, the G's on the other side went over there.
No.
It's your crew.
Yeah.
The Birds, right? Because so this Anaheim thing had to be after. This would have been after
Big J got killed.
Yeah, after Big Jake, right?
Yeah.
That's when it heated up, huh? After Big Jake went down in Atlanta.
Yeah.
But just to make something clear, you said previously one time you went down there with 12 people. Is that different from
That was in San Diego.
Okay.
San
And that's
Diego.
after Anaheim.
This is before Anaheim.
Okay.
Before Anaheim.
So Anaheim was pretty much the last big concert you guys went to, and that's when all that stuff happened. As far as Puff saying, you know, I give y'all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we went to Vegas at the MGM. They got pictures and everything. Sure. Magic Johnson that gave a big party out there, and we went to that thing.
Were they there?
Who?
Puff and them?
Yeah.
Okay.
We smoked weed. I ain't never seen them smoke weed in the MGM like that. But man, y'all is crazy as hell. You know what I'm saying?
They're smoking wherever they want?
Yeah. Had the thing roped off. Yeah, that was some big shot shit. I was like, boy, y'all got, because in Las Vegas, they'd take your ass to jail for a joint. You know what I'm saying? A half a joint.
I don't know.
Now,
Go ahead. I just wanted to get back to the schedule.
Yeah, just get the
Kading's
timeline.
like, hey, so I love this little trip down memory lane about how much weed y'all were smoking at the MGM and how awesome your little party was. But can we please get back to the timeline of how shit popped off after this shooting in Atlanta?
Timeline in order. Big Jake gets killed in Atlanta. The thing in Anaheim happens after that. At what point, if you remember, is it when Puffy takes the stage and says, "Hey, if you don't want your producer," or I'm sorry,
Suge in the beach.
Yeah. When does that happen, though, in relation to these other events? Because we're trying to set the stage here, and it's important we get this in order. Had that already happened before Jake gets?
Whatever they say in the interview, I pulled it. That source of words was August 3rd, 1995. So just for our timeline, that source of words was August 3rd, 1995. So whether these things happened before or after, we can pin it to that date a little bit better.
Killed in Atlanta, the bodyguard.
My girl got all that memorabilia. I could go look through that shit. You know what I'm saying?
That was back in New York, right, when that occurred?
Yeah, when he was on the stage. And really, the Wu-Tang was on their ass. They was the one dancing all in their face. You should have started a beef with them. You know what I'm saying? Puffman was like little kids, you know, Junior Mafia. Yeah.
I think it happened before, though, before Jay. Yeah, before Jay.
So you could see Suge getting up on stage, making fun of Puffy.
Yeah.
Because that was like the thing that started.
I did it, triggered it.
Everything. Before anybody got shot,
That's a lot of disrespect.
Yeah.
Dupree's like, I can explain this to y'all if you'll just listen for a second. Dupree's like, look, Suge talked shit at the Source Awards. Then they were Atlanta, and Puffy's #1 killed Suge's #1 because Suge popping off at the Source Awards was disrespect. So Suge pops off at the Source Awards, then the shooting in Atlanta, and then.
That was disrespect like fuck.
I mean, because that would set kind of a motion for Atlanta.
That had to be before.
Okay. All right. Okay, so right now we just got to Anaheim. Let's go back to, you said San Diego was before Anaheim.
Yeah.
What happened in San Diego and how'd that develop?
Zip came on the street and said the boy wants to come down there to the concert. We jumped in the Zip van and my SS and rode down there by 12 deep. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel room.
Okay, let's hold on there just for
Same hotel.
Same hotel, yeah.
Okay.
Same hotel, not the same room.
KPD's
So,
trying to
Zip
talk
called you-
about, yeah, and then we were partying with the Dallas Cowboys, and Kading's like, can we please get back to what Zip told you? Please, can we circle back? And he's like, no, let me tell you about this time I was partying with the Dallas Cowboys. Kading's like, no, shut the fuck up. I don't want you name dropping anymore. Can we please just get back to the point?
Or you were with him?
He came on the street on Bird.
So funny.
Jumped in the van, went out there.
Now, when he said that you guys going out there for business, like to work with Puff, or just going to have a good time?
Want to have a good time.
Okay, so Zip Cameron Burris is in the van. He says, hey, my boy wants to come
Katie's
down
over here trying to sort this out, and Davis and Dupree are having their own conversation.
And then from that point, when Zip tells you that, you guys leave that day, or is it?
That second.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So it's that day you guys go to San Diego?
Yeah.
So they're talking about going down to San Diego.
Who drives down there with you?
Who drive down there with me?
In the van?
So I was in my own car. It was me, Lane, Big Dre, and somebody else. We jumped, and everybody else jumped in the van with him, the party van.
What color was that van?
Black.
Is that a different one than the one in Vegas?
Maybe you said he was in a van in Vegas, so it was the same one?
No, he was in that black Benz in Vegas.
Oh, Benz, like that.
Benz. So.
Yeah, he said Benz. Mercedes-Benz.
Okay,
Ben's
you did
not
say something
van?
about a van in Vegas. We'll get back to that, but you said everybody's in a van acting like a bitch.
Oh, that was a renter van. We
Okay.
What Kading's talking about is that after he's talking about Vegas the night that Tupac got shot, Suge said Keffe D said in prior interviews that they went to the 662 club owned by Suge, presumably, and were waiting outside the 662 club for Suge and Tupac to show up. And he was in a different car in the van, and in the time that they were waiting in the van, everybody in the van started to get cold feet about shooting Suge and Tupac. And so when he's saying, oh, you were talking about everybody in the van being bitches, that's what he's talking about. Everybody in the van was starting to get cold feet. So he said, fuck that, and hopped in the other car with Orlando Anderson and everybody else. And then they said, you know what, we're going to go to the liquor store. We're here to party. They didn't show up. As they were going from the liquor store to the hotel is when they saw Suge and Tupac, and that's when the shooting happened. So that's what they're talking about now back in Vegas at the 662.
All right, so Dre, Lane, Davis,
So
you're all in
they're
what
shifting
car?
between
You had,
two incidents.
And everybody else gets in the van?
So they're now they are talking about two different things, kind of overlapping.
And you guys go to San Diego, and where do you guys stay?
Whatever I don't remember the name, but the Dallas Cowboys that played San Diego Chargers that weekend.
Was it near the water, or was it on the Main Street, the gas lamp?
Were you in the gas lamp? Where were you
It
staying?
was the Sheraton or the Hilton.
You remember seeing water? Was it off the water?
No, it was that night.
That'd be a nice place.
He's like, we're staying near the
Yeah,
stadium.
that was my team. Yeah.
Well, that should be easy.
There was a lot of girls who were they groupie business. Yeah.
Okay, so you and Zip and the rest of the crew down there, you run into Puffy at the hotel or at the concert?
It's time for pop.
We ran into him at the concert, then we went to the hotel after the concert.
I have not had nearly enough snacks today.
You kind of look like Emmett Smith. You could have used that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, just go back to the hotel. And what discussion regarding Tupac and Suge? What happens there?
All of them trying to appeal to Keffe D's ego. Man, you
I don't
don't need
think
to
he really
appeal to his
discussed
ego.
it
It's just
then.
there.
Going in, we was in the room smoking weed, and the little total brawl. What's her name? Keisha with the panther thing. Set all of them laughed. We just having a good time that night.
Okay, so no discussion about.
And I just want to ask a question. I'm curious. Who paid for y'all rooms when y'all was there? Like when y'all go to the hotel, y'all already had rooms for y'all?
No, I'll pay for it. We had money, man. Them dudes,
Oh, y'all was paying y'all stuff?
so they were just getting started, really.
Oh.
He was offended. Did you hear that? Keffe D was offended. Did they pay for your rooms? No, I paid for our rooms. They were just getting started. Because at the time, at least in Keffe D's perception, he was doing better, and this might very well be fact. He was financially doing better than Bad Boy or Death Row in his perception. Because he was running so much drugs. So he is saying, no, they didn't pay for our room. We got it like that. He was offended by the insinuation that Bad Boy Records would pay for their rooms when they were down there. He was not happy about that. Nah. We're not broke. I'm rolling around in Versace. Fuck off with that.
All right, so San Diego happens. Then is there anything else that happens between San Diego and Anaheim?
I don't know if that concert the thing in Vegas was before Anaheim or I know Magic Johnson gave a big party there.
Okay, let's go into that. Magic Johnson gives a big party out there.
In Vegas.
And you go out there with Zip?
They keep going back and forth between these other things in Vegas. So it's interwoven in this interview.
We stayed in Treasure Island. That was the Holyfield and Douglas fight, was it? Was it the Holyfield Douglas fight? The night Fan Man.
You know,
Fan Man.
Holyfield Boat, wasn't it?
Okay, it was the night of that fight. We stayed at the Treasure Island. Al, they got the rooms for us and everything. Then
Al got the room for you?
Little while?
Yeah.
Then we went and met him at the MGM, him, Zip, and Biggie, all of them was there.
Okay.
Lance.
I'm sorry. When's the first time you met Biggie?
First time I met Biggie was in San Diego.
The San Diego concert and everything?
Yeah.
He was in the room with y'all or whatever?
Yeah, smoking weed. Yeah.
That's the first time all y'all met him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good question.
Break. And then
All right,
play the
I was-
second half.
Oh, they paused
You read
it.
my mind. I was going to do it at about 3 o'clock, so you beat me to it.
We were just getting to him smoking weed with Puffy and some party thrown by Magic Johnson.
We're going to take a recess at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse
Jack, grab
amongst yourselves
snacks. I'm
or
gonna
with
zoom
anyone
in
else
through
on any
this, and we're
subject
gonna
connected
see how
with the
fast
trial,
we can get
or
through.
rewatch or listen to any report of or commentary.
We're going to see how
on the
fast we
trial.
can get through
Any
this.
person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 3:15. Please rise for the jury, everyone.
Emily, could the prosecution have clipped down this interview and have put the entire interview into evidence and then just played portions of it? Sure, they could have. Did they choose to do that? No. The defense could have objected to it for completeness and we would end up back here anyway. But yes, they could have. They chose not to. Probably because they want them to hear how freely and comfortably Keffe D was talking. Does Keffe D seem pressured about anything?
The jury has exited the room. Will be in recess.
Does he seem pressed? Or does he seem like he wants to reminisce and tell the cops about how cool he is going to parties and name dropping? Right. He's just chatting with everybody. All right, we're going to zoom right through this break as we get back into Keffe D's interview with LAPD and the task force regarding the Biggie Smalls murder. They are asking him kind of timeline about this all heating up. They asked him about Suge Knight's speech at the Source Awards. And actually, maybe we take a moment now to look at Suge Knight's speech at the Source Awards. It's like 3 minutes long. But they talked about Suge Knight's speech at the Source Awards, then the shooting, presumably by Puffy's number one, who took out Suge's number one. And all of that is starting to predate this beef between Suge and Puffy, which is really what underlies all of this. So Keffe D is just chatting. Let's see. Maybe, hopefully this is the whole thing. I'm going to put this up real quick and we're going to just take a side quest. Emily, does the jury get to see this? No, the jury gets to hear Keffe D's retelling of this same thing. We're just going to go listen to it in Suge's own words because the jury's heard Keffe D talk about it and we can do our own. We've talked about his book so much. We have a lot of information the jury doesn't. I think it's pretty easy to parse what the jury knows and what we don't at this point, or what the jury doesn't know that we know. Because a lot of this is consistent with what we're seeing in court and what we've talked about from the book. This is motion picture soundtrack of the year. This is Suge Knight coming up to the stage at the Source Awards. This is October 1995. And then looking with me. First what's up with 213. Shit, we're gonna get copy claimed again.
First of all, I'd like to say,
well, there's that. Emily, why is he wearing red? Well, he would never be wearing blue.
God. Second of all,
oh, I'm sorry. First, I'd like to thank God. Second of all, fuck Puffy. Perfect.
First of all, I'd like to thank God. Second of all, I'd like to thank my whole entire Defo family on both sides, you know what I'm saying? I'd like to tell Tupac to keep his guards up. We ride with him.
This is after Tupac's gotten out of prison. He had gotten jumped and shot shortly before he went to prison.
And one other thing I'd like to say, any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, and don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death Row.
Well, that's what Suge said, what he said. If you don't want your producer all on your videos, dancing, come over to Death Row. And that was seen as disrespectful. Not just seen as disrespectful, because it was disrespectful. So that kind of kicked everything off, didn't it? All right. Chat's like, I mean, was he wrong? I'm not saying he was wrong, but it's definitely not what Diddy wanted to hear, is it? Diddy also thought he was untouchable. So they were going to remind him that he wasn't. All right. Let's get back to court. We zoomed through the break, took a minute to take a look at Suge's own words. And
all right, looks like we've got our scheduling issues kind of ironed out a little bit. So at this point, I think we're ready to bring in the jury unless anyone objects. Hearing nothing, let's bring them in.
All right.
Bring in the jury.
You know what? I don't think we flew to Vegas yet. Let's fly. I don't think we flew yet. Well, the jury comes in. We need to pick up our miles. Let's go. We've been hanging out. We've been stacking. We've been hanging. Let's fly. I'm gonna turn. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst. That's not the right one. EDB, that is the definition of a skill issue. All right, let's fly. Sure, cool. Can we try that again? Maybe. Let's see if it works this time. Huzzah! All right, jury's coming in.
Everybody can be seated, and then when our other juror comes in, just rise for him real quick.
They have one straggling juror, and we are going to get back into this interview. Yay! I grabbed some popcorn. We'll see what we can zoom through. There's one juror coming in. Poor juror that was probably like, I just had to finish. I was just in the restroom. That would be me. I was in the restroom. Why did you all walk in without me?
You're still in playing Exhibit 117. State you may resume at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, so no Duro got you guys the rooms at Treasure Island?
Yeah.
Okay, and it's Magic Johnson party you guys to go to at the Holyfield fight, and you remember it, who's fan?
Fan
came down in the ring.
Remember? Yeah.
Fan man. That's who they're talking about.
Got beat down. Yeah, they beat him down. Rock, Newman them beat him up.
They beat him down.
Yeah.
Dude, bro.
I didn't realize that.
Is Kading jumping in with sucks to be an idiot? Dude.
Sucks
to be an
I
idiot.
just playing a joke or something.
No, man. Just threw off their rhythm, man. They was ready to go, and this still come.
It's either him. It was either him or Buster Douglas. When Buster Douglas lost to who?
So I think that was Bo Holyfield because it was a big fight. And I remember Rock was Bo's trainer.
Yeah.
So, I'm pretty sure.
Dupree knows boxing. Dupree's like, no, let's talk about boxing. We're talking boxing. Let's talk boxing.
Yeah, no. We all went down to the MGM with our bottles.
This is that fight that they're talking about.
Yeah.
The Holyfield fight.
Was it Buster Douglas and Holyfield? Was it that fight?
We'll figure that out. We're not that detail's not important. So you went to the MGM after the fight, and whose room's there?
No, we just met in the lobby by the bar area. And boom. And he like, Magic giving a party. And we all stormed over there.
That's what Puff said. Magic giving a party. Then
Yeah, let's go over here.
And Big was there too?
Big was there. Lance, all them dudes was there.
So Puff and Lance were together too? I mean, they were in the same crew. I know they ran together, but anyway, go on. That's all right.
And that's when they was about to fight. Lance and Puff got in each other's face.
I love that Dupree's like, no way, they know each other like that? Like, I didn't know they were cool like that. Dupree's cracking me up. He's just like, no way, I didn't know that.
His little gay ass, because he had the money. Yeah.
Was D-Mac there too, all the time?
I don't think he was at this one. I don't think he was there.
Okay, so Puffy, so you go to the party, and then is there an opportunity where you guys talk with Zip and Puffy again about Tupac and Suge?
I know he said it at that room in Anaheim and a couple of times at Greenbacks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just put you don't recall.
And Greenblatt's is now back to...
Yeah.
Greenblatt's is back to where Keffe D is alleging that Puffy told him to take out Suge and Tupac. So it just keeps weaving through all of this. A couple of you asked, does Dupree have a channel? No, Dupree said on the stand yesterday, you won't hear him talking about any of this unless he's on the stand under subpoena. He made very clear that you're not going to catch him anywhere talking about this case except in court.
And when D-Mac told me that Zip got the money, oh man. No.
Okay, hold on.
When we get to that, that's a good point. We got to work our way up.
Okay, so this you remember when that fight was as far as dates? And now we're getting into what? Are we in '96 yet?
No. was still like 94, 95, right? 94, early 95.
Those Source Awards were in
when that fight
95.
happened. And then that's the same time,
Source Awards
in
were
the
95.
beginning, I think, of 95, when BET award season is in the beginning of the year, Suge said that
Dupree knows everything. Dupree's like, right, this was in 95. Suge talks shit. Then Atlanta. Right.
fight came along.
That was a Source Award, he said that.
Yeah, but you know how all the awards started, January, February, March. And then the fight was in the summer, wasn't it? Wasn't it a summertime fight? Was it hot out there?
I think it was winter.
So end of the year, end of 94.
Yeah. It was Buster Douglas and Holyfield.
Okay.
Fight. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so discussions regarding, I'll give you anything you guys want to take care of those guys. That's like a year and a half, 2 years before it ever actually happens.
Maybe about a year.
Well, he's killed in late '96.
Yeah.
So that would make this, it would have to be late.
95, late 95.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The first time it comes up, right.
Yeah. Beef starts.
Yeah.
Comes all the way around. Summer go through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Concerts.
Tell us what happened that made it something other than just him frustrated and boasting. Now, I don't have to give you guys anything. I mean, what made it a specific, like, hey, I'm serious, I want you guys to kill these guys? I mean,
When he told me the greenbacks.
how'd that go? Like, what was the conversation?
And who's he? Puff said.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is specifically at Greenbacks, right?
I would suspect that Speaker 1 and Speaker 2 are the feds that are in this interview. And of course, we know who the lawyer is. We know who Davis is, the defendant, and then the two LAPD cops. I imagine Speaker 1 and Speaker 2 are the feds. Hence, Speaker 1 and Speaker 2.
Yeah.
How's it go? How's the conversation go? I mean, okay, listen, I'll do it, but I need $500,000, or, you know, I've got somebody who will do it, but I need 300. I mean, we need really specific details regarding that.
Yeah, we wanted $1 million.
Okay.
PPD, we wanted
All
$1
right, so you
million.
meet him at Greenbacks for lunch or dinner or what?
This was dinner.
Okay.
Who else was
Pastrami.
there?
It's for pastrami is what you're going there for.
Shit, all of us, Corey, everybody.
And everybody's listening to this
I know,
conversation?
Huh?
Everybody's hearing this conversation between you and Puff?
What was he talking about?
Talking to me. We had went downstairs. 'Cause when we got there, we was laughing at him. Because he was with this broad that sucked dick. Just sucked every dick in there. He all hugged up, kissing with her. We was laughing like a mother. Like, man, what you laughing at, dog? Man, don't just come out here getting any broad, dog. You know? I took him downstairs and he's like, man, I gotta get rid of them dudes, man. They're gonna be a problem.
So they're clowning on Puff,
Is Zip there with you?
and then they have the
Yeah,
conversation.
Yeah.
At that conversation.
No, you weren't at the conversation. It was just me and him.
So he tells you seriously, man, I need to get rid of these guys. I mean, he's looking at you in the eyes and he's like scared.
Yeah. He's scary, dude.
Still is. Huh?
Yeah.
Still is.
When he asks about it, he always.
They're talking about Puffy. He's scary, dude. This is Keffe D. He's scary, dude. Was it Dupree who said still is? Right.
Man, I need to get rid of these guys. I mean, he's looking at you in the eyes and he's like scared.
Yeah. He's scary, dude.
Still is. Huh?
Yeah.
Now, when he asked about it, he always said both of them. When he said Suge mostly, or he just always talking both of them.
Yeah, when he had his boy on after he made the record.
But before that, it was just Suge.
It's kind of crazy to hear Keffe D, who is like one of the top shot callers in the South Side Compton Crips, talking about how scary Diddy is. Right. Right. It gives even more context.
Yeah.
And then after Hit 'Em Up came out,
He's right.
Yeah, that pissed
It
him
just
off.
gives
So
them,
he's like, kill
it's
both of them.
interesting
Yeah.
context.
So there's going to be two separate conversations then.
Yeah.
3 or 4.
Or, yeah.
So was Anaheim was just about Suge?
Anaheim was about both of them.
Okay.
Anaheim was about both of them. And he said it in front of all the people. I couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying?
In Anaheim?
Yeah. Whole room full of Crips. You know, they motherfucker go after his ass. Yeah.
Okay, so he tells you I need to get rid of him. Got greenbacks doing him down the stairs, and you tell him I do it for $1 million.
Yeah. Then when that shit popped off, he Zip like, shit, this y'all perfect, you know. Yeah, I'm like, man, we ain't got no pistols. He came over with pistols.
Okay, so he says, you tell him we'll do it for $1 million, and he's like, okay, I'll do it for $1 million.
Yeah.
He agrees. You shake on it or something like that.
Yeah.
What happened?
Gentlemen, he like, man, we'll wipe their ass out quick. You know, it's nothing.
That's
See,
the agreement.
done, you know, that's easy.
We'll wipe them out real quick. That's easy. Done. We wanted $1 million. Done. We needed guns. Zip got us guns. And Keffe D still says it was Zip that handed him the gun that night that he had in his car.
Did he front you any money or anything?
No, he didn't. But after it happened, he called, what's the name? Zip. Is that us? That's us? And the broad was even calling Faith. Yeah, that's us. You know?
She wanted the gun too?
She was calling Zip. Is that us? That's us? I'm like, yeah, that was us.
Was Keffe, I'm sorry, was Biggie ever involved in any of these conversations about hitting Tupac? Okay, it was always just Puff and Zip.
Yeah.
You think he knew about it, or he was just like, whatever, he was doing his own thing?
He was like doing his own thing. Lance kind of kept him kind of
out the window.
Yeah.
So this is all Puffy's doing?
Yeah. Puffy was scared of the dude. Period.
Okay, so you guys make the deal for that, and then you guys aren't out in Vegas then with that intention. That's not why you're in Vegas.
We've been going to the fight since Pat days, you know, the 80s.
So y'all geared up to go to Vegas, and y'all was going anyway, not even knowing who else was going to be down there.
Nothing.
Not knowing if Pac and shit was going to
We
be
ain't
down
had no pistol. We ain't had no pistols down there, and shit, it was right there. This is a perfect opportunity, baby.
That was Zip talking?
Yeah.
Because of what happened with Lane?
Yeah. Y'all see the surveillance I got in the car with in that Benz. The brawl was in there first. Foxy Brown.
She was in?
I think this is one of the reasons. I think there's a lot of reasons why we won't ever see Diddy prosecuted on this, but I think there are a lot of problems with them trying to prosecute Diddy. But one of the things is Diddy asked them, I mean, I guess they could get him on solicitation of murder. He asked them to kill somebody, but Keffe D is the only one who they have for their you know, that's it. That's all they have. Because the counter argument to that is, but they didn't go out to Vegas with the intention to kill Suge and Tupac, and probably wouldn't have if the stuff with Orlando Anderson hadn't popped up. They didn't go out there with guns. They went out there to watch the fight. Then the stuff with Orlando Anderson pops off, and Zip is like, perfect opportunity. Two birds. You guys need to retaliate for what happened, and Puffy's going to pay you to take them out. So great. We'll just take care of it because y'all are going to do it anyway. And that kind of undermines it. And then with no money changing hands, it's Keffe D's word for it. And that's about it. It's Keffe D's word for it. What else is there tying him to this? I don't even think they could prove that Diddy was at Greenblatt's with Keffe D or that they knew each other. I don't even know if there's any photos of him and Diddy together to prove any of this is true. So it becomes difficult to go after Puffy for this. That's problem number one. Problem number two is the feds were in this interview. The feds knew all of this when they prosecuted Diddy for everything else in the last trial. So you're going to have some real big issues with not charging him for stuff that you knew about unless something changes, unless something new happens. You can't just hold on to stuff and then charge him later. And the feds didn't act on this at all. And unless something new comes out, I don't think they can. And the thing that's new that came out for Keffe D is that he put it in his book, which kind of opens the door to all of this being used against him. But he could have been a witness against Diddy because that's not using his own words against him. But they didn't. So there's a couple problems there. Doesn't mean he's not involved. There are a lot of cases where you're like, I know that this is what went down. I know that this is who did it. But if you don't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you don't have a case, no matter what.
In the car with him.
Okay.
He told her we need to handle some business. So she got out and I jumped in the car. He had a little secret.
They're now talking about Zip handing him the gun in Vegas. They went from Greenblatt's and now they're shifting to Zip in the car, Zip in the Benz in Vegas with Foxy Brown in the front seat. And then Zip giving them the gun.
In the Benz. The brawl was in there first. Foxy Brown.
She was in?
She was in the car with him.
Okay.
He told her we need to handle some business. So she got out and I jumped in the car. He had a little secret compartment. The thing popped out.
Okay, let's work up to that real quick. That's important.
Well, but there was.
Katie's like, let's back up.
There was numerous conversations. The first one taking place in Anaheim, another one at Greenbacks.
Yeah.
What other conversations took place where you and Puffy were talking about, doing this stuff?
Now the feds want to circle back around to it.
So fucking wrong, man.
So just to jog your memory, you're down in Anaheim. Puff gets up. He says, I'll do anything to get rid of these guys. Everybody kind of, cool, that's cool, whatever. He takes it to another level. He's more serious. You meet him at Greenbacks for dinner. You guys step off to the side. He talks about, hey, how much you want? I'll give you $1 million.
Yeah, we went downstairs.
You say, cool.
Yeah, consider it done.
All right. Now, what conversations between Anaheim and that conversation, or that conversation and the incident? Any more conversations in there about getting it done?
On the phone or in person, either one? Does Zip ever call you on the phone?
No. I know after it happened, he kept calling, that us. Yeah, that's us, motherfucker. Yeah.
Did Zip ever try to push it, like, hey, the boys still talking about, getting this done?
Yeah, he just said that's our perfect opportunity.
That's it. But in between, he never said nothing, like he was trying to, like, almost broker it. Like, yeah, I talked to Puffy, asked him, y'all gonna do that still.
No, he didn't say that.
Who brought up the amount of $1 million?
Shit. He did.
Puffy did?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't you?
No, it wasn't me. $1 million, I'll take it. Yeah, take it for 50. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So he brought up them $1 million.
Yeah. Them project dudes will kill your ass for $1,500. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So what is Keffe talking about? Keffe's saying, well, Diddy brought up the $1 million. I wouldn't have asked for that much. Keffe's saying, I wouldn't have asked for that much. That asking for that amount of money for this is kind of outside of my comfort zone. And 50, like I might have asked for 50. He's like, there's some dudes in the projects that'll kill you for 1,500. I would have asked for 50. I wouldn't have asked for $1 million. Diddy brought up $1 million.
Tell me about that.
So basically, all right, then you guys geared to go to Vegas. Y'all had planned to go to Vegas a couple weeks, got the hotels.
Yeah.
And then who all driving out there? All you guys is?
All of us, yeah. We had left from Greenbacks.
Give me 1 second.
Wait. Is he saying we left from Greenblatt's to go to Vegas? Like that conversation happened as they were getting ready to roll out to Vegas? Did I understand that correctly? Because he said you plan to go to Vegas in a couple of weeks. He says, who drives out there? He said, we caravan out there. We went to Greenblatt's. Zip drove the Benz. Kevin drove the van. And we left from Greenblatt's. That's what it sounds like. Interesting. I'm not sure on the timing of that, but that's what it sounds like he said. Rewind that.
Tell me about that.
So basically, all right, then you guys geared to go to Vegas. Y'all had planned to go to Vegas a couple weeks, got the hotels.
Yeah.
And then who all driving out there? All you guys is?
All of us, yeah. Zip, we had left from Greenbacks.
Give me one second.
Yeah. He said, we left from Greenblatt's. The transcript's wrong. We left from Greenblatt's. It sounds like we left from Greenblatt's to go to Vegas. Interesting.
No.
That's what it sounded like to me. I'm going to zoom all of this.
We went to Greenbacks. It was me, Zip. It was Zip drove that van.
The Benz with the compartment in it.
Cam drove that van. And I drove
Cam?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I drove what was that, a Malibu or something? Not a Malibu, but a Century. What's that, by a Buick?
Buick Century?
Yeah, I drove a Renner Century.
And y'all left from Greenbacks like about what time? A couple days before?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Wow.
Was it Thursday night? I think it was a Thursday night. We left from there.
The fight was Saturday.
Okay, it was probably Friday we left. Friday evening when Zip looked like he got picked up by a helicopter as fast as he got there to us, you know. So once we got there, started kicking it, partying and all that old shit.
Y'all staying at the Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Wow.
Who got the rooms for you at the Monte Carlo?
I think that confirms it. So this is what I did not appreciate before hearing this interview. The conversation he's alleging with Puffy at Greenblatt's Deli in Los Angeles about I'll give you $1 million to take out Suge and Puffy happened before, like that evening, before they drove to Vegas. And then the thing with Orlando Anderson happens based on the thing that happened at the Lakewood Mall a few weeks before. And they're like, we get retribution for them jumping Baby Lane, and we're going to take that money off of Puffy. Damn. That same, like the day before. Which explains why, if it's true, Puffy's calling up Zip saying, was that us? Was that us? Huh.
My wife, it was on my wife's name. Okay. You know.
Y'all pay for them?
They had comps. Lane had comps at MG, not the MGM, but Excalibur.
Because of gambling.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Greg.
No, that's right.
How much gaming was Baby Lane doing out?
Track for something. We were in
That he's got
Greenbacks.
comps.
They had the discussion, everything. How long before you guys go to Vegas is that?
I think this is another time at Greenbacks, or the same time that Puffy said he, you know, y'all.
No, this is a different time. That's our headquarters. We meet there.
Okay.
Every time they come out, we'll be.
So Puffy had said they agreed to the $1 million, and then that Friday before they were going to Vegas, they met at Greenbacks with Zip. They caravan from there.
They caravan to Vegas from Greenblatt's. Holy shit.
That Friday night.
Okay, so there's another incident. You guys meet at Greenbacks.
That's when we go to the fight in September '96.
They have the conversation at Greenblatt's and then they roll to the fight.
To go to Vegas.
Holy shit.
And that's when Kevin's driving the van.
Corey, Detroit, the dude from Detroit, Tracy Session, Wynn, all of them was in that van. Me and my girl was in the Century. Zip rode with somebody else.
Who's driving the Cadillac?
Lane and them didn't come to the next day.
They came on Saturday?
Yeah.
Now, what time did they arrive on Saturday about? I know I'm getting ahead of it, but just trying to clear it up real quick.
They rode about 2 or 3 o'clock.
Okay. And who came with him? That whole crew was in the car, nobody else?
Nobody else.
Just those three? Minus the people minus you? Dre and T?
Yeah.
So Lane drove the white Cadillac
Real back at Greenbacks, when you and Tuffy talked about $1 million, you said you walked downstairs. Did he say, come meet me downstairs?
Yeah, he said, come
Meet
on
me
downstairs
outside.
and talk to me. And asked me, why was we laughing at him and shit like that? I said, man, don't be coming out here just getting anything, dude.
Well,
So Vegas
if
and
you was
Los
abroad,
Angeles.
just let us know.
So he asked you to come
Close.
downstairs. Did you guys talk about anything other than that specific thing?
We ordered some more bottles. Then he took me. It's like a 2-part thing. It's like the deli part right there. Then you can walk back and go put the bottles. Then we walk over there. That's how we looking for the bottles. Got the bottles and shit.
So you think, so in your opinion, the specific reason he asked you to come downstairs and talk to him was about that thing, not about liquor or anything?
Yeah.
It was about that?
About
Okay.
that, yeah.
Okay, so then another incident, you guys are at Greenbacks, you go to Vegas, Kevin drove the van, he's got those other guys with him, you're with a girlfriend, Lane and Dre and T Brown come tomorrow.
The way he's asking that question, he makes it sound like they would meet at Greenblatt's regularly, and they met at Greenblatt's to caravan out to Vegas, but it was not the same day as the conversation. Fair enough. It's crazy, though, that was their jumping off point. Wow.
Come the next day in the rented Cadillac.
Was that a rented Cadillac?
Yeah.
Get there about 2.
Who rented that Cadillac?
T Brown.
Yeah, T Brown.
His mom, right?
Mother-in-law.
Right.
Okay. Staying at the Monte Carlo.
Yes, they were using rented cars all the time for everything, so that stuff wasn't in their names.
You said your girl had him in her name, or Paula?
Paula.
That's who had the hotel rooms in their name.
Okay.
You all right?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
No, we'll get to that later.
Ask it.
No, that's okay.
Come on, now you make us curious. Just ask.
No. It was something, it's too far ahead, so I'd rather just stay intact. Greg was trying to write fast to get the stuff down there. I don't want to be too far ahead.
Okay, so you guys are out in Vegas. You're there the night before the fight. The next morning, or the next afternoon, Lane and them guys show up in the rented Cadillac, and you guys are all at the MGM. You guys go to the fight. Right, so lead us through it from there.
Okay,
you meet Zip out there.
Yeah, it was Zip. We all rode together. Me, Zip, Kib, and what's his name? He just took off with Ben, the specimen.
Oh, okay.
And we got there.
Did he stay at the same hotel as you guys?
No, I think he stayed at the MGM. We some dudes fronted his ass off right in front of us.
What happened?
He's like, motherfucker, this motherfucker's a snitch. We like, what? He's like, yeah.
Keffe, stay focused. What the fuck are you talking about? He has gone off on another tangent. And Dupree's like, tell me more. I'm sure we're going to hear Kading in here in a second and be like, can we get back to the point?
Damn.
What did he say?
Huh?
What did he say?
He didn't say nothing. He just, his eyes just got big. Then the next day, we got our tickets from the little dude named Shorty. He from 60s.
60s is a different
Shorty from
Crip set.
60s.
How did he get the tickets?
Rolling 60s.
He's a scalper. He be at every anybody can get tickets. He be at every event. When I was in prison with him in Soledad back in the days. And he was a little youngster, and he started selling tickets, scalpers. We went and got our tickets. Woo. And
Those are the tickets
our tickets
for the
were
fight.
separated. Lane went in.
Tyson fight.
Everybody else went in, and boom. We went to eat. We was eating, and man, they came and said, they just beat up Lane.
What restaurant were you guys at? Were you at? You remember? You was in the hotel lobby?
We was in the hotel, yeah. The MGM at the restaurant. Was it the cafe up there or something?
Went to eat after the fight?
Yeah.
How come Lane wasn't with you?
Because we the scalpers had different locations on the tickets.
You couldn't get them all in one
Yeah.
So you got separated. He went his way after the fight.
Yeah.
And he got caught up over there. Then.
Yeah, we was ordering our food, and they like, hey, Lane just got beat up. I'm like,
Where was Zip at that point?
Zip was in the lobby part where you register. That's where we ran into them. Him and Richie Rich.
Who the fuck's Richie Rich?
I heard him before. I know.
He's the older cat, right?
Richie Rich?
Yeah.
Nah, he probably like 43.
Keffe D's like, don't be calling him old.
Yeah.
He's only like
Is there a
43.
redheaded dude there?
I don't know what the Richie Rich side
I know
quest
Richie
is.
Rich was there, and Richie Rich. was a few New Yorkers though with Zip. Like, man, y'all need some help. We got this.
That's what they said?
We got this.
And all these other cats?
Yeah.
Well, how come everybody else was at the restaurant with you? Everybody knew to go to the restaurant, but Lane was on his own by the door.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, why? Something's missing. Why is he at the doors and everybody else is at the restaurant?
We all went. He was supposed to come to the restaurant too.
He just forgot or something.
They seen his motherfucking ass and beat him up. He couldn't get there. Yeah.
Okay.
But on the surveillance, it seems like he's standing there
He's
waiting.
hanging out.
He's hanging out. Like he wasn't on his way nowhere, walking.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant?
Well, yeah, they got video cameras all over them.
What restaurant
But
was
him,
it?
he wasn't. He was
Y'all seen me?
He's like close enough.
It looked like he was looking at them.
Were they at one of the cafes that was inside the MGM? I'm really curious if this loops back around to them being at that Coyote Cafe that Lane was running to try to get into that he couldn't get into. I'm curious if they'll get back to that because they asked a lot about what cafes are here. I wonder if that's where they were eating or trying to eat. If they were all still in the MGM.
Yeah. Well, like he was waiting for him, you think?
I mean, I don't know. Well, he wasn't waiting for him.
That's what we're asking you. A lot of this,
You know, we be after the girls, man.
Yeah, but it seems like so you guys get your tickets from Shorty, you give them out. All right, we can't sit together, so let's all meet at this restaurant afterwards. All right, everybody bolts after the fight. Everybody comes back to the restaurant except Lane. Lane's standing by the doors. Why is Lane standing by the doors and everybody else is on board, knowing to go to the restaurant?
I don't know what his thoughts was.
Okay.
And, but before that, before the fight, before Lando had, the beat down or whatever you want to call it, no beef with nobody as far as them. You guys didn't even see Suge and them at all? Didn't see them, didn't nothing?
Yeah.
Nobody said
They were
hear
sitting
them,
like
dudes
ringside
hear them,
though. Suge and Tupac, I think, were right ringside.
See, it would seem to me that Lane may be working his way over to the restaurant where he's trying to find you guys, but then he sees them. He knows automatically he's going to have beef with them just because of the mall incident.
Yeah.
So he may be just trying to post up, trying to wait for you guys to pass by. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he probably was. Yeah, you're right.
That would make some sense.
Don't offer him answers.
He just got separated.
What restaurant was
So,
he at?
yeah.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant?
No, the film.
Shit, Darren was the waiter.
Y'all seen me and
I can't believe you don't remember seeing me at the house on Compton and Bay, all that, man. I can't believe it, man.
This task force has been around a long time.
I can't believe you don't remember seeing me, man. I shook your hand a couple times. Like, what's up, man? What's up? Really? Moving like you knew me. And I'm like, what's up, man? How you doing? But you was just KPD, so.
Dupree, man.
Anyway.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant too?
Yeah, I just got the name of it because it's been so, like you said, it's been so long ago. But okay.
Y'all see me and Zip in the Vans too?
I didn't.
I don't remember seeing it.
I don't remember seeing it. Okay, but who was in the restaurant with you?
Which restaurant?
Me, Bubba, all of us. Okay.
Was Debbie and them hanging out with y'all at that time?
No.
The Vegas dudes?
No, they wasn't.
They knew nothing about this.
You know what KPD's not saying? That he wasn't in Vegas. The Sarah edit said, how did LAPD not send this to Metro? They did. LAPD sent it to Vegas PD, they said, in 2009. And they talked about the reports. Dupree talked about the reports yesterday on the stand when Dupree wrote the reports and turned it over to Metro. They did. What Metro did since 2009, I have no idea.
Y'all didn't hook with them at all. Nobody, Qatar, Carol, KC, whatever his name is. None of them dudes. Y'all didn't hook up with none of them from
We
Vegas.
seen KC down there.
Okay.
We just see Doug Carr, the other boy, Chin.
Okay.
Where did he go?
Huh?
Dave.
You know, T.R.
Yeah. He just got a about 5 months ago. From Victory.
Okay, so Richie Rich and Zip are in the lobbies with some other New Yorkers. You guys read, blah, blah, blah. Lane gets his ass, or Lane gets into a fight. And then Zip.
Detective, are you really going to sit there, Kading, you're going to sit there, look in Keffe D's face and just be like, Lane gets his ass beat. So Zip's in the lobby. Y'all got dinner. Lane got his ass beat. Kading backed up on that real quick. That's funny.
You guys read blah blah blah. Lane gets his ass, or Lane gets into a fight. And then Zip and his boys are like, "Y'all need any help?"
That's funny.
The East Coast answers this first. And my boy.
Who?
And one of my Paramount, man.
Oh.
And
Oh, Anthony?
Anthony Trent. Yeah. He was down there?
yeah, he asked me, y'all need some help? We like, no, we good.
Did Treggs hear any of the conversations between you and Puffy? Was he there for anything?
Who?
Treggs.
And.
And?
Yeah, the one you're talking about right now.
No.
Did he get Cadillac? Is that Cadillac?
Yeah, the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he there for any of the other conversations or anything?
The
like
Cadillac was Reed. That's true.
Oh, that's
Trevor, yeah. The other one was.
And it was the other dude that came with the other car.
That's right, the other lady.
He was there. We seen him first. He like,
D. Bardot said there's no photos or video of Keffe D in Vegas, and that's how he wanted it. He put photos of him on fight night in his book. So I guess the argument is that how do you prove that those are from that night other than he said it was? So he said that those were photos of him that he put in his book of them going to the fight. But I guess the argument is you don't really know when they're from other than him saying that those are from fight night. But yep. But again, he is, I mean, I think the jury will probably believe that with all the way he's talking, he was in Vegas. So.
Hey, what's up? Y'all need us? We like, no, we cool. Then we ran into Zip and them in the lobby. The light-skinned kid that stopped us and talked, that was him. When y'all was watching, he stopped us to talk to us. And when we met Zip and them in the lobby, we went all out to the parking lot to get the cars.
Okay, let's stop right there. The whole crew?
Yeah.
All right, you get cars and then Zips in his Benz?
Yeah.
And who's in there, Foxy Brown?
Yeah.
They keep going over and
Did she
over
get out,
and
or he
over
tells her
this
to get out,
story.
or what?
Yeah, he told me to get the handle something. Because he told me in the lobby that he had some Jimmys.
Some what?
Yeah, the Jimmy.
He is not talking about what you put on your ice cream. You've got to remember, we have moved from trial in Massachusetts. We are not talking about what you put on ice cream. We are not talking about like hotel scrubs. When he is talking about Jimmy's, did you hear what he did with his pen? We're talking about Jimmy's. Guns. They're talking about guns. He's talking about guns. Not jammies, not Jimmy's, guns. Did you hear the, just so we were clear what he was talking about? That's funny.
Get out or what?
Yeah, he told me to get the handle something. Because he told me in the lobby that he had some Jimmys.
Some what?
Yeah, the Jimmy.
That was him in the interview, not me. Right.
You need one?
He's like, pick up what I'm putting down. I'm not saying it.
Thanks.
And you get in with Foxy Brown was sitting in the front seat?
Yeah, and she got out. She was wearing pink, little pink thing, and I jumped in the car. He came to the gym.
Who was Lane and all them? I'm sorry, Greg.
He was waiting on the cars.
So they was in the valet waiting for the cars. You had already gotten in his car. And hold on a second.
Where does he get the gun from in the car?
A little secret compartment.
Popped up.
Pop up.
Where does he get the gun from in the car? Little secret compartment. The cops sounded like cops. Yes, they were at the porte cochere where the valet was.
Where does he get the gun from in the car?
A little secret compartment.
Popped up.
Pop up, yeah.
In the armrest?
Yeah.
He had it spring loaded in the armrest.
He gave it to me.
So they're talking about a spring loaded compartment.
Was it a Glock?
That'll put the gun in your hand
40?
in the car.
Yeah. And I ain't ever told.
Not legal.
Was it a Glock?
Yeah.
40?
Yeah. And I ain't ever told nobody that story, man.
Doesn't it feel good, man? Get it off your chest. It's been weighing you down, man, over 20 years.
I don't know who can I ask you one question though?
Oprah's going to be like, Mr. Davis, we really appreciate it.
Dupree talking about Oprah up in this interview. Oprah's going to be like, thank you, Mr. Davis, for helping us figure out who killed Tupac. I know you say it was your nephew, but thank you. Dupree, damn. Listen to him. Doesn't it feel good to get it off your chest? I've never told anyone this. Over 20 years, doesn't it feel good? He does say in his book that it's therapeutic. He uses that word. He says in his book it's therapeutic to tell his side of the story.
Can I ask you one question though?
Oprah's going to be like, Mr. Davis, we really appreciate it.
And then you be like, read my book.
Hey,
Whoever speaker one is, who I think is a Fed, listen to this. Oprah's going to be like, Mr. Davis, we really appreciate it. And the Fed's like, and then he'll be like, read my book. Fucking hell. This is December 2028. No, 2008. Damn, not in the future. And then he'll be like, read my book. Well, how prophetic, Fed number one. All of this is because Keffe D wanted to be a part of Oprah's book club. He wanted to be on Oprah's favorite things list. That's how we got here. Good. Great. Now we understand. Thanks, Fed number one. Nah, he'll be like, read my book. That's crazy.
It's been weighing you down, man.
I had to rewind.
Can I ask you one question though?
Oprah's going to be like, Mr. Davis, we really appreciate it.
And then you be like, read my book.
Hey, I just want to ask one thing though. One thing. Y'all heard that story before I told you?
Not that part? No, never heard that part before.
Wow.
About Zip?
I knew about Zip.
You know about Zip.
Gave the gun?
Now Keffe D is like, what part did you not know? Davis is like, tell me what I told you that's new. Tell me how good I did. Okay, Sarah Boone. I just want to ask you, y'all heard this story before or nah? I think he's testing like, tell me something good, but also who else talked to you? I think it's twofold.
Before I told you.
Not that part? No, never heard that part before. No, I haven't.
About Zip?
I knew about Zip.
You know about Zip.
Gave the gun?
Yeah, but not about the pop-up thing.
Pop-up. No particular things in between. But we're on track.
I'm just saying y'all knew.
We knew Zip had given the gun, but we didn't know that you went to his car to get it, so.
Stuff like that.
Let me tell you.
This dude punked me though that morning in the garage though, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta be good, dog.
Right. They're talking about. Now Keffe D is trying to explain the rest, but they're like, you're filling in the details. It's really helpful that you're filling in the details. We knew some of the bigger picture, but you're filling in the details for us. We didn't know that. In an interview with someone like Keffe D, getting to, this is so helpful. We couldn't have figured this out without you. Will just play into all of their ego and wanting to tell you more. Because Keffe D is long out of the realm of self-preservation at this point. He's like, let me tell you what. Let me tell you about this time I was partying with, Magic Johnson. Let me tell you about smoking weed with Puffy. Let me tell you about the Dallas Cowboys. He wants to talk. And Dupree's doing a really good job of saying, oh, we wouldn't have known that without you. Oh, Oprah's going to be like, thank you. Dupree's like, oh, and then this. And then Kading's coming in trying to keep it organized and keep it back on track so this doesn't wander forever. But Dupree has just a good rapport with Keffe D and also knows the ins and outs of everything they're talking about. And it comes across as a conversation. Kading comes across as a police interview. Dupree comes across as a conversation like, no way, man, they were close like that? Nah, tell me more. No, damn, your sister will get crazy. We know that. Like, we don't want your sister coming after your ass. Much more of a conversation.
But we didn't know that you went to his car to get it, so.
Stuff like that.
Let me tell you,
This dude punked me though that morning in the garage though. I ain't gonna lie. He got me good, dog. I ain't gonna lie.
They're talking
He got
about
afraid of me good. He good. He like, well, I got some shit gonna break your heart. Gonna break you to your knees.
That's what bothers me.
That's what got me, dog. Other than that, I would have went out hard. I'm gonna lose my house. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that got me though, dog. He said, I got some shit gonna break your heart. Gonna break you to your knees. I already knew what it was. I said, oh, they got me, dog.
I gotta write that one down, man. Put that in the book.
Speaker number one's just writing the book. Speaker number one's like, yeah, put that in the book. Let's go. Let's put it in the book. Speaker number one's just like manifesting at this point. We're just going to make it happen. Speaker number one, I got to write that one down, man. Put that in the book. Shh. Okay.
I got some shit gonna break your heart. Gonna break you down to your knees. Keep you deep.
He can deliver. I'd be like this. I got some shit that's gonna break her. That wouldn't just sound right.
You got me on that, dog. Other than that, I was like, fuck, y'all. I was gonna go on in, man.
Because I know I am you. I know how you think. I'm from the same place you from.
Oh,
so
man.
I know kind of what to say.
Where you from? You from
We won't even talk about
that.
Dupree's like, I know you, I am you. We are from the same neighborhood. The lawyer's like, wait, what neighborhood you from? And Dupree's like, we don't even need to talk about that. Let's move it along.
Oh, no.
You're so proper, man. You know what? That's about education a little bit.
Yeah. So proper. No.
You got me on that one, dog. Then I said, break my heart, then. And I thought about it all.
He's telling Dupree that he's so proper, and Dupree's like, I'm in work mode, motherfucker. What do you think? That's funny.
That week, I said, oh, they got me, dog. They gonna give me the death penalty.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
The garage they're talking about is when they rolled up on Keffe D and were like, hey, we have you on a gallon of PCP and a kilo of cocaine. What's good, my man? That's what they're talking about.
Man. Get it in the stretch. But okay, will we agree?
Okay, so we get the gun out of the armrest. Zip gives you the gun. It's a 40. I assume you check it, loaded. You get your own ammo. How's that happen? It's already loaded. Or what?
It's already loaded. You just put one up.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then?
What's that?
Do you tell Zip, hey, we're gonna go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, they asked like, y'all want us to come? We like, we know where them motherfuckers at. They was telling us that they gonna be at the 662 club.
Who was saying that?
Everybody.
Everybody out there?
Yeah, everybody. They give us a concert.
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does he tell you?
He told us in the lobby when I met him in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask him? Do you have one, or he just tells you, hey, I got one?
How come none of you are asking the conversation with Zip after Orlando got jumped? Because he said it earlier, but they're not putting it in context here. Earlier, Keffe D said that Zip said to him something like, it's a perfect opportunity, or it's our time, or whatever. It's a perfect opportunity for this. But they're not asking him back in context. Okay, so Orlando Anderson gets jumped. You're eating. When do you and Zip talk? Because he's saying Zip's in the lobby. He's like, I got one. But we know that Zip told him, hey, now's the time. But as they're going back through this timeline, they're not getting back to that part, which is frustrating.
When they asked, do we need some help? I got some gym. Like, yeah, okay, cool.
All right.
But only one gave you.
Yeah. And so KC went to go get some guns, but he never did get back with us.
So there was a lot of people out there and asking you guys, Southsiders or Orlando, like and who else?
Just the East Coasters asked us first, the East Coast Crips. Then the New Yorkers asked us.
That's it. Okay.
We like, we don't need y'all. We good.
Yeah. Okay. Then you get the heat. You get out of the car with Zip after everything. What do you say to him? Like, man, we're gonna handle it.
He also is referring to the gun as the heat, not the Jimmy. So we've switched vernacular.
It's like,
yeah, we're gonna go right. He's like, yeah.
Dude, I just want to throw some Claritin at whoever that is, because good Lord, the bodily noises that are happening.
So perfect timing, you know.
Okay, you jump out.
That part. I want to know how that went down. Perfect timing. Like, how did this happen?
You get out of the car with Zip after everything. What do you say to him? Like, man, we're going to handle this? Like,
Yeah, we're going to go ahead. He's like, yeah, it's your perfect time, you know.
Okay, then you jump out of the car, and then what happens?
I got in the van with the busters. You know what I'm saying?
Who's in the van?
Right. The ones who got the cold feet. But the second they're getting to, did you and Zip talk about the fact that you were about to go murder Tupac and Suge? Somebody in this room coughs so freaking loud. But Keffe D says, I get into Zip's car. He's got the secret compartment. He hands me the gun and we talk about it. Perfect timing. And then I get out of the car and I get into the van with the busters, and then they head to the 662 club. The busters get cold feet, and then he ends up in the car with Orlando Anderson.
He's like, yeah, it's your perfect time, you know.
Okay, then you jump out of the car, and then what happens?
I got in the van with the busters. You know what I'm saying?
Who's in the van?
Where do you put the gun? What do you do with it?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Keffe, you get in the van with who?
Corey, Wynn, Kev, Wynn cousin Tracy Sessions, and some dude from Detroit.
Somebody's cousins and some dude from Detroit.
Lane them said they had a gun up under the hood.
In the rental car?
Yeah, they put one up under the hood. So, okay, that's cool. So we go to the 626.
I'm sorry, real quick though. Lane's in the van too at that time or no?
No, they're in the Cadillac.
Okay, so Lane in Cadillac with T Brown and Dre?
Yeah.
You know who's driving in? You drove off from the hotel?
T-Brown.
T-Brown was driving still?
Yeah.
T-Brown driving a Cadillac.
This is 2 cars go to 662.
Yeah, the van and the Cadillac.
Go to 662. Yeah. I'm sorry, go on, Grant.
So when you guys leave the motel after you get the gun from Zip, you guys never go back to your rooms to discuss anything or anything at all. You go from the MGM, or I'm sorry, from the MGM out on the hunt for these guys. You guys never go back.
We went drop the girls off. Me and Lane did.
At what point? Before you met with Zip or after you met with Zip?
That's a long time. I know I gave Paula money to go gamble and rush. I don't know what rush.
That was Lane's girlfriend, Rashid, or whatever.
Yeah. I know I gave Paula the money to gamble on, but yeah, then we went looking for him. We went
just the 2 girls that you got. That's what you saying. You said the girls, just those 2 girls, or just a lot of girls who were out there. Just Rashina and Paula.
There was a few girls out there.
Okay, with their whole crew.
Yeah, their crew.
Okay.
I gave her money to go gamble. Boom. We get in the car. We get in the fucking van. Go up to the 626.
Paula's his wife.
Yeah, Corey.
They haven't clarified that, but Paula's his wife. So when he said he sent the girls to go gamble, I think it's his sister and his wife that are there with them and stay at the hotel. Continue on.
They gonna kill us, dog. You know that motherfucker.
Oh, he's talking about the busters in the van. Everybody got cold feet. Yeah, I can understand that people didn't want to go shoot up Suge and Tupac. I can understand the concern.
Their whole crew.
Yeah, their crew.
Okay.
I gave her money to go gamble. Boom. We get in the car. We get in the fucking van. Go up to the 626 club. And Corey. They gonna kill us, dog. You know that motherfucker. You know, got the police killing motherfuckers and all that. Man, you crazy. And fuck, dude, I know dude, since we played fucking football, he's a bitch. You know? They got you scared.
Did you get in the van in the valet area of the MGM?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who was driving that van? You probably already answered me.
It was either Cam or Corey.
Okay.
And we went up to the 626 club. They didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van with their ass and jumped in the Cadillac. Them motherfuckers busted. They scared.
Where was the liquor store at?
What's that street? It's a highway. What's that big highway there?
Las Vegas Boulevard?
No, not that one. This It's east of it.
Oh, man. What's the one that runs behind all the hotels?
It went Craig.
Do you hear all the noise? It's because they're pulling out a fucking Thomas guide to get the map to show him where they are. Did you hear how big that book was? That's a Thomas guide. I mean, that's me speculating, but that's the thing that makes the most sense. Show us on the map where you're talking about. Right.
They may or may not be on that map.
I mean, I guess it could have been a map quest printout at this point, but it probably was a Thomas guide.
It's east of this.
Police used them all the time for this.
Just a little liquor store.
Yeah. It was a little, what's it, 7-Eleven or something?
Real close to the 6265?
Yeah.
6265?
It's a big highway. It's in Merlin Boulevard. One of them.
Okay, so you guys go to the liquor store, you're tired of listening to Corey whine, you jump into the Cadillac, and you what? You go to the liquor store, you get out of the van, you jump into the Cadillac with Lane and them guys, and then what?
You rolled up, what was that? Is that Harmon?
There is a Harmon on there. Harmon Street's on there if you can see it. Should be a Harmon Street on there. Koval, Harmon.
And where did he get shot at? On Harmon, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. It was Flamingo and Harmon right there. Something like that.
No, it's on this street in Harmon. He got shot. Yeah, Koval. We was, I think it's Merlin Parkway or something like that. Is it called that? Yeah. I think the little liquor store was right there. Then we came up Harmon.
And it seems like this is where we're going to get him describing. They leave the 662 Club because they get sick of waiting. They go to the liquor store. They're going to go back to the hotels and party. And then?
Got the Las Vegas Boulevard. And shit. Here they come in that BMW, like gang of cars. And brawls, Tupac. And we like, there they go. Made a U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make a U-turn. We just wanted a U-turn. And they was in the middle lane. And we just pulled up on the side, checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave himself away. Otherwise, they would have got away. He all hanging out. You know how he do. Oh, they go and we ain't got him.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys were in the car. Have you already handed Lane the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's my little nephew. I'm going to look out for him, you know. And he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, if we would have been on my side, I would have blasted.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear Lane.
I gave it to Dre, and Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, pop it, dude.
Now, when you first talked to you a few weeks ago, you did say that Orlando was behind the driver. Is that right?
No, Orlando was behind me, the passenger.
Okay.
Dre was behind the driver.
Okay. So when you passed the gun, you passed it to Dre?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was the closest to him. He you know.
He didn't want no part of it?
Yeah, he was scary.
All right.
I know he would be scary, but when I got out of jail, he said he was a bad motherfucker.
Dre?
Yeah, I'm like, is that right? He used to feign all that shit. All that shit. Oh, what we gonna do?
Could be Duke had his girlfriend like to kill him.
Huh?
His girlfriend killed him, didn't she?
No.
I think you're...
No, she did. He just had a sinus problem.
Oh, he had a sinus problem? Everybody in this interview room has a sinus problem. We're going to talk about his sinus problem? Okay.
Okay, so Lane, so you guys pull up alongside. This is essentially, I think, what...
Yeah.
You guys pull alongside, that's essentially what you
That's
see.
the recording.
Yeah.
So you had
But he had the window open. The window down.
Oh, was it tinted or no? Or
No, he had the window up.
Okay.
So he wasn't out yelling at the girls at that time?
No, he was there, rolled back up the window when he went on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looks at me.
Okay.
Why are you looking right at me?
Fucking known each other since we were 7, 8 years old.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out of the
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside of their car?
Kading's going off prior interviews of Keffe D, but I really wish he would make Keffe D explain it in this interview instead of continuing to say what he thinks happened or what happened in other interviews, and then Keffe D just saying, yeah. I really wish he would say, no, tell me what's happening. No, tell me what happened. And instead, Kading's the one talking, and he's just saying, yeah. All right, I'm not going to back up because the snarfling is killing me. But maybe they'll have Keffe D break it down and explain it. We'll see.
I seen a bullet going Suge head. I thought he was dead. He wasn't scraped or something in the head or something.
He a piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had a thing in his head.
He had a little grade.
Yeah, he got a grade from his
I thought he was dead.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the bowler stop the car and just let him get off?
Yeah. Then we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped for a few seconds while he boom, 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 got off, then took off.
And we made the right, and some bras in the sea breeze was following us. Stupid bitches. And we shot their window out and they stopped.
I don't think you shot their window out.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what's Suge doing? Just ducking?
Ducking. He couldn't really duck because he was too big. Yeah.
You gonna take some more shots at Suge then?
So
It's the only time they mean ducking and not fucking.
Does he? And then you say fucking Orlando takes this?
Yeah.
Or wait, you give it to Dre, and Dre gives it to Orlando.
Yeah.
Dre didn't want to do it.
And Dre's doing like this when he's shooting, just when he gets home?
Yeah.
Leave it back?
Yeah. And once we got out of the car, he was acting like a bitch. Then I'm like, get a hold of yourself, bitch.
Dre?
Fuck, yeah.
What was he saying?
It seems like a lot of guys from South Side Compton Crips did not want to shoot Tupac. That's what it sounds like to me. A lot of them did not want to shoot Tupac. I can understand. It's different. It's different than shooting at somebody from your neighborhood. I get it. And Keffe D's like, what the fuck's wrong with you guys? Wild.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. What's wrong with this, you know?
Well, where did you go after the shooting?
Went to the Marigolo.
What?
Real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so the shooting goes down. He's trying to get in the back seat. Suge's ducking out the way. You guys pull off, and followed by Sebring.
A sea breeze, some bras. They ain't call y'all or nothing? The bras?
I don't know. Can't get you.
Hey, come on, man.
We been talking over this. Man, we've been doing this so many times, man.
Sebring.
It all comes out.
Lane starts blasting back on him.
Yeah.
So he had bullets left.
Baby Lane is Orlando Anderson. They have been going back and forth in how they refer to him, but Baby Lane's Orlando Anderson.
Yeah.
How many rounds did you say he shot in the Tupac in the car? If you had to,
About 6 or 7.
6? And then how many times did he shoot at the girl?
Twice.
Just twice. Okay. Afterwards, when you guys are rolling, just rolling to the hotel, you go straight back to the hotel?
I went and parked the car by the carriage house.
By the carriage house? Y'all dumped the car and just left it there for,
we left it there at the carriage. It's a parking lot on the opposite side of the carriage house. We left the car there and put the gun on the tire and left.
On the tire, front wheel tire, back tire, what?
Front tire.
And then left.
Left.
Was there any bullet holes in the car? Because somebody said somebody shot back at you from.
No, ain't nobody
nothing like
shot
that. No, there was never no bullet holes in the car.
Never.
Okay.
Which tire on the front? You're the passenger side or the
passenger side?
When Orlando was shooting, was the gun all the way out of the car? Was it in the car at all? Do you remember?
We got the shells out of there, though.
Did it?
Yeah, we did.
It must have been partly out of the car because they recovered a number of casings. I think most of the casings were inside the car, but there were some that were out of the car.
On your way to park the car? When you were leaving to go park the car?
The next day.
I'm saying.
Both of them.
So the next day, oh, you didn't go back the next day?
We rolled back the next day.
The gun was gone?
The gun was on the tire when I left.
The next day though?
I got in my car was, well, I was in a rental car. I don't know what they did with that there. Other than that.
Come on, Keith, man, you just got this gun from Zip. You don't want him implicated in the shooting. Now you've got a loose end because you put the gun out there on the street like that. Could come back to Zip because we don't know, and you don't know at this time whether it's registered to him, his people, whatever. But that's kind of lame.
No, that's something. Okay. He don't give a fuck about Zip.
Yeah.
That's the lawyer.
At that time.
No, he don't think like, you know what I'm saying? He ain't thinking like that.
Well, why? Higgins is the lawyer saying Keffe D don't give a fuck about Zip and then saying he just died. He's not thinking about that. But they were, Kading asked a fair question at the point. So you get the gun from Zip and then y'all just leave it on top of a tire in the car that did the shooting. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And the lawyer chimes in. Yeah, we don't give a fuck.
Why would you leave a gun?
He's not thinking like, y'all thinking intelligent.
Las Vegas. You just killed, they just did a big murder with it.
They're not thinking like that.
You want the truth or you want me to tell you a lie? You want me to lie?
No, I want the truth.
Okay, we left the fucking gun on the tire, dude. That's all. That's all. That's the last time I seen the gun.
That's the last
Doesn't
time.
make any
They don't think
sense.
like
You want me to lie? I can
No.
throw them
We don't get us anywhere.
I just can't believe you do that in Compton.
What's
No,
that?
that's what they did.
They don't think like that.
We just left it on the tire. I guess I don't know what T Brown did with it or whatever. What he got? It wasn't our concern. We did what we had to do. Boom.
Plus they don't
I drove back in
my.
my. Me and Lane drove back in the car. Went on home.
Immediately after that?
No, the next day.
So what y'all do
At the gym.
after y'all left the gun on the tire? Where'd you guys go?
We smoked weed and drank.
Yeah.
Where? At the
What?
hotel?
It's all there.
They kept the partying on.
Y'all see the surveillance?
I don't know.
Okay, the carriage
They
you
went
guys
to party.
park in that parking lot, do you walk or does the van come by and you get in the van again?
No, we walked.
Okay, you walked over to the treasure or the Monte
We
Carlo.
walked right upside that Coca-Cola place. It's a little crosswalk that goes straight to the Monte Carlo.
Okay, so you guys go back to your room.
And they pulled up in the ambulance while we was standing right there. Think I'm bullshitting.
You guys on the street with
We on Las Vegas Boulevard at the crosswalk, and they pull up at the ambulance right next to us.
with him in the car already?
Pac's in the car.
Tupac and Suge in the car.
And y'all just
This
walking up?
close.
Did they see you? He couldn't see out the ambulance because he wasn't really hurt.
No, they couldn't see. We didn't give a fuck. We
They
was
don't
right
even
I'm
say
talking about the ambulance was parked right here. Right next to us. That shit was funny as a motherfucker.
So you guys continue, you party at the Monte Carlo, or you go someplace else that night? You get strip club or anything like that?
We was at the Monte Carlo.
Okay.
And you all four stayed together?
Huh?
Y'all four stayed together?
T Brown and you
Brown,
and Lane.
Ray.
All of us there, we stayed together.
By that time the band had come back around.
Yeah, they came back.
They came back. They met you at the
They didn't
hotel?
even know we did it.
Y'all didn't tell them nothing. Y'all just act like nothing was going on.
Nothing was going
Let me
on.
say something real quick. It's weird. I know how, like the way Greg probably said it, like, y'all just did this big thing, but to them, that dude's nothing.
Yeah.
Y'all don't care about him. They act
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
They just act like he's a big thing and nothing. They like, he's nothing. He's dead.
And when we got back, the war broke out.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So you guys go back, you just party, drink, smoke. It's not really discussed. Nobody's making a big deal about it. Everyone goes back to their room to go to bed. You talk to the girls about it at all?
You tell anybody?
I don't know, man. I don't get down like that, man. I ain't tell nobody shit. That's like I tell my nephews them, stop saying that shit. Don't be on that internet and MySpace, man. If you saying that shit, they come. Then they get that dude for making average 30 years later.
Chad, hold on. Dr. B just walked in. I'm still listening.
I think
to
someone went to
KPD
the
talk.
bathroom.
I'm here. The reason you're not here to talk is because I'm muted.
You guys do that. Go back to the hotel. Do all the South Side. Who all was in the room afterwards? Is everybody? Corey, Kev.
Corey came later. He said, "You learned Tupac is dead." Like, is that right?
Y'all laugh.
Huh?
Y'all laugh.
Yeah.
So he came in with the news that he brought the news that he had died. And he thought he had died.
Nah, yeah. They said they both shot up.
Okay. All right, so that night goes by. The next morning, you guys go get up and you go back down to the Cadillac?
I didn't ever go back down to the Cadillac.
You didn't?
Some other people went.
Okay.
T. Brown, he had to go get the car.
Okay, I thought you said you and Lane drove back.
Oh, we drove that, a Century back.
Was you in there?
The car.
And your wife? And Machine was his girl in there too?
I think she was, yeah.
Okay, so 4 of y'all.
Yeah.
But during that night, after the shooting, was there any phone calls between you and Zip or you and anybody?
No.
Nothing. It was dead that night. Nothing happened.
The
No
next day,
communication.
we met at that, right here on 3rd and La Brea at that hot wing place.
So
Melrose was like, what up?
Yeah, Melrose. All right, so you get up the next morning, and what happened? You turn on the news, you see he's dead.
We already knew.
You already knew he's dead. Any phone calls? You call anybody? You call Zip?
The next day, you mean?
The next day, he was like,
Zip called you, you called Zip?
Called me. And he said, was that us? Pope kept, yeah. Then he called while we said, is that us? Yeah.
Wait. So Zip called you and said, "Is that
meet me at the hot wing place." I met him at the hot wing place. And,
but you said the hot wing place is here in LA.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to Vegas. So you're in Vegas. You wake up the next morning.
Yeah.
All right. You turn on the news.
He's just going through this around and around again.
You get a call from Zip, right?
In Vegas?
Yeah, in Vegas. I'm talking about. Walk me through that morning. Who called you?
That's why we saw those phone
what did you do that
records.
morning?
The next morning, someone called
That's
me.
why we saw the phone
Records
records.
in Vegas, too.
Right.
Yeah, from Vegas.
No, we left. We got on about 10 o'clock. Then I got a call once I got back to LA. And he said, come meet him at the hot wing place. He said, Pope, come on back. And he told him, yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Vegas. What were you gonna do about the car?
What was I gonna
What
do?
were you gonna do about the car? Or what did you know was gonna be done about the car or the gun?
It wasn't my concern.
You didn't care about it at all. Okay.
I thought my mother-in-law had rented my car. I had to worry about her car, and he had to worry about his car. Shit. And I swear, Highway Patrol was gonna pull his ass over, man. Y'all was
Do you know if he had the gun with him still?
I don't know. I know the Highway Patrol was on his ass for about at least 10, 15 miles. I know he was shitting bricks. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn.
And you never know what happened to the gun. After T. Brown never talked about,
No, I never knew.
Okay, so you get back to LA the next day. Zip calls you, says, meet me at the hot wing place. Where at?
Melrose.
They're my pinks.
Melrose and Brand.
Yeah, what pinks is?
Yeah.
Place to this.
All right, so you guys go over there. Zip shows up. You guys, what happens after? What's the conversation with you and Zip?
He said, Paul kept on calling, was that us? That us? And he told him, yeah, it was us. Faye called him. I said, we'll go get our little money. He said, all right, I'm going to go back out there.
We're going to go get our
so
little
Puff
money.
called Zip and said, was that us? Faith called Zip and said, was that us?
Would you talk to Puff too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're talking to Zip, when you're at the hot wing place talking to Zip,
Puff called. He
Puff
calls.
calls.
Yeah.
On Zip's phone or your phone?
Oh, Zip phone.
And Zip gives you the phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
People said, was that us? Zip was like, yeah, that's us.
So everybody was happy.
Yeah, no, they wanted, we needed some money, man, because y'all raided our house and took all our guns. You know what I'm saying?
So that when you talk to Puff on the phone, does he ask you, was that us?
Yeah.
And then you say, yeah. What's his response?
He was happy as hell, shit.
And did you ask him then about his money? About your money, I mean? When you going to get paid or whatever?
No, I should say that on the phone. Zip, go get our cash. Yeah.
Zipline handles that part.
Yeah.
So you're willing to say
Okay, so
that's
you tell
us on
Zip
the
when you
phone,
get
but
paid.
you won't ask for your cash on the phone?
What does Zip say? I'm going to go back home and have
Yeah, I'll get back with y'all. Yeah. I said they took raided our house and took our guns and all that shit. So, yeah.
Okay. And the raids occur.
Then I gave a meeting. That was stupid as hell. For the South Side, we gave a meeting and all them motherfuckers told everything.
Well, that's when everybody in the whole hood started. You guys.
Yeah, man. I shouldn't have did that. That was the fucked upest move I ever made.
And was that after the guns were taken from the hood? You know, police was raiding the houses, or was it before?
It was before our. I don't remember. I know we gave a meeting at the park at Cerritos. Them bitches went and told everything, man.
And everybody, both clicked. I mean, it was a temple and whatever.
All of us clicked. Yeah, all clicked right together. Yeah.
Yeah, man, a park in Cerritos. What's the name of that park?
Regional Park on Belleville. It was all in that first affidavit anyway. We read all that shit.
Okay, so you called the meeting though?
Yeah.
Okay.
We read that whole affidavit. You know what I'm saying? We know what's up.
So you called the meeting to discuss the incident?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
and everybody like, we heard you got your $1 million, man. We gonna kick in. You gonna get your punk ass out of my face, bitch. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So
the money.
Meeting takes place. People are complaining. They want the money. You at some point you reach out again for Zip, or how do you try to get paid?
I kept calling his ass. And, the next time we seen him was where was his ass at?
Was he avoiding you?
Yeah.
He was leaving him
met
on
him
red.
at Roxbury.
On purpose? You ran into him, or you guys had a call?
We had a meeting.
Who set that up?
I did.
So you called Zip. You finally got a hold of him. And you told him I love you.
He said I'm back out here to meet me at Roxbury. That club on Sunset.
Yeah.
And they was shooting pool, and them Don Woo riders ready to beat their ass.
Who's they? Zip and who else?
Zip, D-Mac, who was that? Fleetwood.
Fleetwood?
Yeah.
Do the hand with Flint?
Yeah.
Was Flint out by then?
No.
Okay, then y'all meet, and then what?
We meet.
Now, when you have a meeting, is D-Mac and Fleetwood all of them there with you guys?
No, it was just me and him. I was talking to him. What's up with your cat? And he ain't gave it to me yet. And D-Mac told me that shit. He said, man, Zip got that money.
So D-Mac's saying that Zip got paid and Zip's just not passing it along.
You thought he was still trying to get the money, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about he told me this past summer. And what's they fell out behind all that shit.
When you guys met at the Roxbury, how long, how much time passes before I'm sorry.
After that Halloween play?
No. After
them rolling up to
shooting
the
in Las
Roxbury and
Vegas,
having this
how long
conversation is
before you guys
wild.
meet at the Roxbury? Like months?
About a month and a half.
A different kind of night at the Roxbury.
And so he tells you that Puffy hasn't paid him yet, right?
Yeah.
All right, and what do you tell him? That,
What's up?
I need money.
Yeah. We need money, motherfucker.
All you said was, what's up?
All that shit, we need some money.
And you want to
This motherfucker got millions and more than, you know.
And your business shut down, you wasn't doing no business, nothing.
Y'all ran my Colombian out of town, man.
Keffe D's talking about his drug business, and he's telling the cops, y'all ran my connect out of town with all these like cocaine task force or whatever. So yeah, I needed some money. Y'all are killing business, being all law enforcement and shit. That's funny. So yeah, I needed the money.
We should have did that shit. We shouldn't even met Puffy. We should have just stayed rolling, man, you know? Y'all was on my ass since 90.
We shouldn't have even met Puffy. Y'all have been on my ass since 1993. Right.
More than, you know.
And your business shut down, you wasn't doing no business, nothing.
Y'all ran my Colombian out of town, man. I mean, we should have did that shit. We shouldn't even met Puffy. We should have just stayed rolling, man, you know? Y'all was on my ass since 93, though.
Gave us a good run.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You, at what point do you lose touch with Zip when you just realize you're not going to get paid? At some point you realize...
Once y'all got on our ass, man, that watch shit. I was on our ass, man.
Okay. So 96 comes and goes, 97, then you end up you pick up that case.
97, man, y'all, after that shit happened, we couldn't breathe. You know that. Y'all put the heat on our ass like a motherfucker.
We couldn't breathe because y'all put your teeth on our ass. He's talking about 97, his federal case over the wiretap. So that's the federal tape, or that's the federal case that he got.
So you end up going to prison.
Yeah.
Since you've been out of prison, have you talked to Zip?
Not one time.
And what about Puffy?
Not one time.
Okay.
I tried to call him several times, though. That little daddy out shit.
You got messages?
Hell yeah.
Then they call back.
I think if he would have just gave us half the money, you know what I'm saying? I would stay strong, like fuck it.
I mean,
so a couple
half
months
the money
ago,
for
you
half
say
the work,
you
I
ran
guess.
into D-Mac. And D-Mac's, he tells you...
I like, man, call your boy, you know. Because they went to Howard together or something. I like, man, call your boy. He like, man, what's that still mad behind? What's Zip behind that shit? Zip got that money. I'm like, what? He like, yeah, man, dude gave Zip the money.
Where'd you run into D-Mac at?
So we don't know. We don't know if Diddy paid Zip and Zip just kept the money, or if it's bullshit. We have no way to know.
What street is that? By your boy, the tall guy with the Cadillac truck. What street is that off of?
Florence? Where's the Cadillac truck?
The blue Cadillac truck, man.
Oh.
I'm at a loss.
1, 2.
The 900 pounds.
I don't know.
Oh.
You got a lot on my mind, just like you, man.
No, off of Topanga. I met him off of Topanga at the 76 station. Yeah, Cadillac truck.
Anything?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
No.
You know what guy I'm talking about. Dudes, Detroit Pistons.
Oh.
You motherfucker.
Oh, out there in the valley. That's where you run into Darius. Okay.
Yes, the bitch.
Let me tell you what he did to me. I'm going to tell y'all another thing I know something.
Keffe, he's like, I know y'all want to talk about Tupac and Biggie, but let me tell you what this motherfucker did. He just wants to gossip about what everybody's done to him. Who did him wrong? Who did this? Who did that? And let me tell you this other thing about this motherfucker. Dude, for real?
On the 40-some thousand. This motherfucker, I threw the money in the back thing. The motherfucker say, hey, let me talk to you, dog. Went over there and talked to him, and here y'all come. I said, this motherfucker, I'm up on all that shit, dog. I said, this motherfucker got my money cracked. As I was thinking about it. He said, man, let me talk to you. Man, if the police hanging out in front of your house like that, I'm like, yeah. I said, man, that sound like the Fed. He like, yeah. I like, yeah. And sure enough, here come the car from by the school, and here come the other one off Glencoe. The car from school threw us off. I said, oh, here come the popo. I jumped in the car, and here come that other car. Woo! Ah! Stop right at me, man. And grab him, and he like, man, I got a gun, I got a gun. I'm like, you going to jail, dude? And he like, yeah. Dude handcuffed his ass, put him in another car, and let him go before us. I said, oh, that motherfucker snitching, man. Tell you, I'm up on all that shit, man. Y'all shit is easy, though. I swear. Yeah, they handcuffed me for it. Huh? There he go with his gun. I said, damn, he need that for protection from me? That's a cold shit, boy.
Well, let's get back to.
Okay, you run into D-Mac and...
Kading is like, can we please stay on topic? Megan said, was the Puffy said he would pay story in the book? He put it in his book. It's in his 97 interview. It's in this interview. As long as Keffe D's been talking about this, he has said that Puffy offered to pay them.
Valley, a couple months, 3 months ago.
Yeah, like fall, summertime.
Talking about this year?
Yeah.
And you tell him, hey, call your boy, call Puffy.
Yeah.
And he tells you...
And Zip got paid. They fill up on that old shit. Zip. Plus Big got killed. So shit, I better not see his ass.
Okay, they fell out behind what?
Behind the money. They behind Big. Big got killed 6 months later. I thought y'all had a store.
I'm missing something. Yeah. Puffy
Yeah.
and Zip fall out.
Same.
Right?
Behind him making the payments to Zip.
Zip keeping the money.
Zip kept the money from us, bro.
And he didn't give it to them, and then Big got killed.
Yeah, all that. I thought y'all had y'all
How do they know
How do you,
that Puffy
how do you
and Zip fell
suppose
out?
Puffy found out that Zip didn't pay you guys? How does Puffy know?
I guess he knew.
Good question.
Win, I guess. Win seen him a couple of times.
Zip?
Oh no, he seen the Warrior. Buck. At one of the Snoop parties out there.
In New York?
No, it was
No, Snoop's party in New York?
Claremont.
From his house, at his house.
Yeah. They all on pictures and everything. He came. I said, man, you didn't call me. No, dog. I thought you somewhere else in there. Motherfucker. I said, you get the number. You got the number. We call. Motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Well, I was seeing his ass, man. Give me the jewelry and everything.
I don't know what you're saying.
Stupid motherfucker.
I do
so
not
Zip doesn't pay
know at all what you're
Puffy's
saying.
pissed off because Puffy did make the payment. You have any idea what?
Sure. And Kading's like, can we get back to Puffy and Zip falling out over this payment and stop sidetracking and like side questing over Snoop for just a minute?
What amount of money Puffy paid?
D-Mac didn't say.
Okay, so D-Mac tells you they fell out beyond that whole thing. You think that Wynn had probably talked to Puffy about the money at one of these Snoop Dogg parties?
I said he didn't. He just gave him the number. I heard Kiwi out. We go to the number. We called him up with another phone call.
Puffy gave Wynn his number?
Yeah. I said, you let him give you a number? That was so stupid. Why you get the jewelry? Let me all, you know what I'm saying?
Collateral.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you left a message when you get the number?
What?
You called and left a message?
Yeah, he didn't answer. The man got about 50 phones. He throw that shit away. The phone's easy, man.
All right. And what about you? You also said that that Kane told you something about Zip.
Yeah, he said Zip got the money. They fell out.
When was that? When did Kane tell you that?
When did I get out on that violation? That was 2005. Kane's name is Gregory.
Yeah.
How about Pete? How much time they gave Pete?
Pedro Hill?
Yeah.
Shit, I think he got 5-6 years, didn't he?
Ooh. God damn, hurt. Boy, this some cold news, man. The game ain't right. I advise everybody to quit, dude.
Where were you when Kane told you? Is this when you were back in Richmond or?
Kid house.
Oh,
Only went out there one time. They said I stole $10,000. I said, bitch, I stole $10,000.
No, that's your brother saying that. That's not. Yeah.
Kevin.
That stupid ass motherfucker. You don't know I'm saving his life.
Kevin!
$10,000.
Stop talking to the police, apparently.
Oh, you know about that?
Kevin's Keffe D's brother. He's like, Kevin, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to protect you.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Okay, so Kane tells you you're over at Kev's house 2005. Kane tells you, man, Zip got that money. How does Kane know Zip?
Just from out there in New York.
Just the New York connection?
Yeah. Everybody knows Zip. Zip's big and a mother out there, man.
Yeah. Now, you know Kane's on the run, right?
He on the run?
Yeah.
Oh.
You have any contact with him at all?
No.
I thought his ass was snitching because he got caught with 12 keys.
Yeah, he bugged out on that.
He did?
He bugged out.
I ain't got no country.
They probably have a warrant for him then.
Baltimore. They're by that school.
By the way, do you know if Gregory Brooks, if his people back in Baltimore are the Brooks brothers that were in the newspaper like a couple years ago behind that big bus?
No.
You don't know if that's his brothers?
No. Gregory, just my cousin.
Okay. Yeah, I know he was sending stuff to Baltimore, but wasn't he, the Brooks brothers from Baltimore, you don't know who they are?
No, they ain't no kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, his brother named Garfield. And he phone coming in. Gregory quit. Gregory, Craig, all them. All my older brothers and shit quit that shit. Yeah.
My Greg's sons, both of them in jail. One of them in jail, right?
Yeah.
They banging and stuff, huh?
Y'all is up our ass, huh?
Yeah, man. Lil Lane better watch out. Craig's brother, he out there. Why you gonna stop him from doing what he doing? He out there banging and stuff, ain't he?
And yes, during this period of time, LAPD was in fact up their ass.
Craig's son.
They call him Little Wayne?
Something like that.
No, they don't.
Lando or some shit. I don't know.
Something like that.
Baby Lando?
Yeah.
I think the last things is...
Kading is like, okay, Kading's like, can we stop going down memory lane, please? I don't give a shit about Kev and Craig. Can we please get back to talking about Diddy? Kading's like, excuse me.
Now that you'd be able to talk to either like Zip or somebody in person.
Keffe D, well.
I know I got you. I know you're Keffe D, but listen, they had a fall. Seriously though, I mean, this is.
Man, I would go ask Puffy. Man, I would.
Puffy's Puffy. You're Keffe D. Puffy's Puffy. Okay, and now he knows that.
Excuse me, Fed number one. Don't come in here telling Keffe D, yeah, but who the fuck are you? You're just Keffe D. Puffy's like, Puffy. Keffe D doesn't want to hear any of that from you, Mr. Fed. But also, there is definitely some big fish storytelling from Keffe D where he's just like, and I did this, and I did that, and blah, blah, blah. And I do not say blah, blah, blah. Yes, at this point, he's like, blah, blah, blah. But the Fed coming in here being like, no, see, Puffy's Puffy. You're Keffe D. How are we going to make this conversation happen? Oh, that's pretty funny.
You know, you can't afford to be making any mistakes right now about the ghosts that are in his closet. And, you know, all of a sudden Keffe D comes up out of nowhere and starts wanting to talk about the murder of Tupac.
He couldn't really come like that.
I ain't gonna come back. Give me my money, man.
No, my money. But I'm saying, I'm just, from my standpoint, he wouldn't just come up to him like that. He'd have to create a scenario where he'd feel comfortable.
Then let's talk about creating
like I give you an example of what I was.
Wait, is his lawyer offering help? His lawyer's like, no, he wouldn't go about it that way. I swear, he would do a better job. His lawyer's vouching for how good he'd be wearing a wire setting up Diddy. Oh, that's delightful.
He couldn't really come like that.
I ain't gonna come back. Give me my money, man.
No, my money. But I'm saying, I'm just, from my standpoint, he wouldn't just come up to him like that. He'd have to create a scenario where he'd feel comfortable.
Then let's talk about creating.
Like I give you an example of what I would think. Like maybe like.
Y'all find out where he at the club.
No. Listen to me. You wouldn't just have him just pop up on the dude. No. You create a situation maybe like where Keffe was in town. He was doing well. Maybe Keffe had a business.
Kefe's lawyer's trying to help. He's like, let's workshop
something
this.
like that. He'd come at him like that, and then they would kick it, and then the conversation would come up. I mean, you wouldn't just have him just walk up on him like that.
Right. We don't know how to create that. That's why we need your guys.
Because I mean, Puffy,
you want my input?
Give me that.
Exactly what I want. Is your how many you think you can have?
Looking for him?
No.
I've been looking for his ass. Believe me.
You know that too, right?
Yeah. When I run into at the club, when he got that Walk of Fame motherfucker, I was right there.
But what I'm saying is,
there was too many of y'all around here.
He's not going to just give you a straight conversation. He's going to feel comfortable. You got to create something that's comfortable for him. I mean, I know how you're thinking, but it's been a while. He's sophisticated. He's scared. I'm just saying maybe you have to create some type of. They know they don't want to mess with you. They don't want you coming at them wrong.
He embraced it when, you know what I'm saying? He ain't, my boy, you know what I'm saying?
He cool like would win like that?
Yeah, he gonna embrace the shit out of us.
It got real quiet. That's the sound in court. All of a sudden, it's just gone. Well, I guess we'll zoom. Do you think the jury's like, oh no, the sound is gone. Boo. Or do you think the jury is just like, we get it. You needed to go do the deal in New York and you couldn't. Right. It indicates that there's still sound, but I don't have any sound. So I have no idea if they still have sound in court. Maybe it's just the feed that cut out. Hold on. Where are we at? And I'm trying to find where we're at in this feed. All right. Let me switch feeds real quick. This looks like it's almost done for the day, but if there is just a few more minutes of them playing this audio, I'll go find it real quick because it does look like we're almost done for the day. So let's see if that goes out on all the audio or just on that one. So give me a sec. Let me see if I can cue this back up. Sorry, y'all. That is less than ideal, but I don't know if that's the court feed or if that's just the in court that it went out. So hold on. This feed is buffering like nobody's business. And it also has no sound. Okay, so this is a feed problem, this is a court feed problem, not a just this feed problem. Okay, well, are we devastated? I think chat's like, it's fine. We get it. It's fine. So it looks like this is all the feeds. They're talking about Zip. They're talking about whether or not they can get Keffe D to contact Zip to kind of have a natural run-in with Zip or with Diddy to talk about whether or not they're getting paid. We saw Dupree talk about this yesterday and who from the crew is going to do that. Davis is talking a little bit in here about Dirt Rock, which was the witness we saw earlier today. The feds are like, which one would be easier to approach, Zip or Puffy? The lawyer's like, Puffy, because he's scared anyway. Davis is like, yeah, I'll embrace it. I'm serious. Hoo-hoo, I'm starving. I need cash. I'm starving out here. So he's talking about how they're going to go to Puffy and appeal to his charitable side. Speaker 2 said, can you come at him like that? Like, can you come at Puffy like that? And his lawyer's like, yeah, we probably need a couple non-taped conversations, but then we can do it. So now they're talking about if Keffe D is going to wear a wire, who he's going to approach, when he's going to approach them. Let's see. Davis says, then I was seeing this little commercial and I'm like, you motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? No. His lawyer said, I'm a king. I'm the king of the world. Great. That's the lawyer. Keffe D says, no, he got me in trouble the first time. Higgins said, because Biggie said, you don't have to go to New York. That's the lawyer. Kading says, we were talking about two different things. New York would be Zip. Keffe D said, yeah. Zip's out there and is going to be staying there. I mean, he's got a club out there. That was the club called the Zip Code. Davis says he got a club. I can go there because it might be every time my folks go out there. He's like, Brian's like the vice president right under Jermaine Dupree. He went out there, him and this other dude named Ramon. They went out there, quote, are y'all Keffe D's boys? Oh, come on. He rolled out the red carpet for him. So it's like, everyone loves me. They rolling out the red carpet. They're popping bottles. They brought us a Bentley. We could just roll up and go to his club. We're all friends like that. It's going to be great. And Keffe D's like, and I'm like, you motherfuckers are rolling. You got a Bentley and all that. Right. Right. So Kading says, have you seen maybe starting of just having a conversation, another encounter with D-Mac? So starting with D-Mac to get into Puffy's ear instead of starting with Zip. And then this is just all, there's just no audio. It sounds like the audio comes back. That's helpful.
No, we'll handle that. We'll set that up.
Okay, this is them talking about setting up Keffe D's trip to New York. Perfect. There we go. The audio's back. Everybody's like, great. Don't worry, we're almost done for the day.
Okay, because what ends up happening is if you take
we're almost
control of the situation, you start making some progress we're not ready to deal with yet, then
Basically, you don't have to do anything until
Just take the car.
Yeah, just take the
The cops are like, please do not go running off into the weeds with this. Let us do it.
We'll tell you when you need to be somewhere and make arrangements.
All right.
I mean, that's fair.
And,
Please do not just
That'll
go try to
put it
handle
in
this
here, 'cause
yourself.
he do go get T-Mac every time he come out here.
Okay.
That's your boy, yeah.
All right, well then on to, I think that's a wrap for that whole entire event. These are two of the girls that Darren found.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
How long is our meeting going to be today? Do we have a time frame?
We're out of here in 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, do you know how to get a hold of DMAC right now?
This is the
You're more than
December.
welcome.
You can get a hold of DMAC. No.
This is the December interview. There's another one. I don't know if they're going to do that tomorrow, but there's another one.
What?
Great. Yeah,
Basketball
we
player,
talked
Brian
to you.
Weed comes from every day by the ball. I'm serious, he get that shit up quick.
Answer the question.
Yeah.
Go boy.
Those two girls, you see
What's
that?
their name?
What are their names?
Michelle and what you will.
Yeah, and the others were the two girls that you talked about
At the
being
party.
in the vibe party that night and,
Yeah.
and getting close to
Yeah.
Puffy and Biggie,
All
is
that,
that right?
all that, yeah. They was ones to set that shit up.
For sure. Now you know that from being there, or you know that from
That's
after?
it.
Being here, dog.
Set what
I'm
shit
not
up?
telling you, dog.
Did you get any other insight on that from anybody else, or you Keffe D? People
We know
told
the
you?
streets, dog.
So you just saying from that alone?
He said he watched
They was out of
them
place. They
there.
shouldn't have been there in the first
They
place.
from Death Row, so
Yeah, they
he
ain't
said
got
when
no
we
business
seen
there.
it was odd.
Then boom, the fire marshals come. We left big.
This is the Val part. This is not the Valley party, but this is the Val party. No, this is the party. This is the vibe party that got broken up by the fire marshals the night that Biggie got killed. So they just shifted to Biggie getting killed.
Pete and what's the name out there, Sporty, outside the club because we didn't have enough passes.
Can you
So
not
I was
put
going
that
out there
on-
checking on them.
Don't put that on these notes. Because
That was just a sidebar.
Or something.
We was down. Fire marshal was down there. The Big Pete and Sporty from Great Street was down there, and I went down there to check on them. Then the fire marshal said they was gonna close the place. Bloods was out there. It was ready, dog.
This is that night.
We gonna get
The
into all that
shitting of
another
Biggie.
time, man. But that's some stuff.
And then they're cutting it off. We'll get that another night. We already went through a lot today, so they are going to get to the Biggie stuff after this
We got to touch on too.
on another
There's pictures in there.
interview.
All right, get your freaking flyer tomorrow ready.
All right. What's that chat? I'm gonna see you sooner or later.
One last thing.
See me. Come on. I'm gonna see you sooner or later, man. Somebody gonna come over here and gonna tell
You and
me.
Eddie were cellies, right?
I don't know if I need to explain it, but he's asking him who his roommate was in custody. That's what he's asking about with
Yeah,
Sellers.
we honky.
Where were you guys? That was in.
What?
I'm gonna-
Excuse me.
They're talking about Samuels, and then they say one more thing. I know you probably put it in the kitchen 93. Okay.
Samuels.
Samuels. All right, what are they? I don't.
I know you probably been on the case in 93.
And then they're all walking out of the lawyer's office.
93.
And then somebody's walking out of the room with the recording device in their pocket because you can hear all of the walking and end of the recording. And I think
Okay,
that's
it appears as though Exhibit 117 is now over. Anything else that you
I
wanted
think
to
that's going
present
to be
today?
the end
Steve?
of the day.
No, 2009 is not as long, but I think we just give them a break now.
Okay, sounds good. At this time, we will recess for the evening. We're coming back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of a commentary on the trial of any
Yeah,
person
we're all
connected
tired of
with this case
listening
by
to you
any
too,
means of
Keffe
information,
D.
including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you back tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Is that for sure?
All right, jury's out. 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll see if we have witnesses or more audio tomorrow. The prosecution didn't say they were necessarily going to play them back to back. They might break it up with witnesses depending on what their schedule looks like. And then we're going to be at the end of the first week of evidence in this case. They had a week of jury selection ahead of this. It didn't quite last a full 5 days, but they got a full day of court tomorrow.
Anything we need to address outside?
I think they actually end a little early tomorrow.
Okay, we'll be in recess. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Have a good night.
I think they're planning on ending a little earlier tomorrow. And that's the end. We are done with one of two of the audio interviews of Keffe D on day 4 of the Tupac murder trial. We heard Keffe D talk a lot about a lot of things. But the point of that interview is to hear Keffe D, in his own words, talk about the shooting of Tupac, talk about what his role was, talking about who he got the gun from, the conversations that were had with Sean Puffy, P. Diddy Combs leading up to it. And then we heard about conversations afterwards. The connect between Keffe D and Combs was Zip. And Keffe D in this interview kept talking about how Zip was getting his phone blown up by Puffy and Faith Evans. And they were saying, that us, when the news started to get out that Tupac was shot. That us. Did we do that? Is this because of us? And Keffe D said he heard Zip telling them, that's us. But he also spoke to Sean Combs that night. Now, are we going to see anything come from that? No, I don't think there's any other evidence to connect Sean Combs back to this. We knew that the feds were interested in putting together a RICO case on Bad Boy during this time in the mid-2000s. And they didn't. Nothing went forward. If they could have, I think at the time they would have. But they couldn't, and they didn't. And they're going to run into some problems if they try to do that now, because there's nothing new. There's nothing new. All of these things they've had since 2008, 2009. So they needed to do that then. And when the feds finally did put a case together on Puffy, it was not related to this at all, but they had all this information and didn't bring it in. So you hear Keffe D go through some of the people that did him wrong and why Kading told him to hire a different lawyer. We heard a bunch about that yesterday in cross-examination with a former detective or retired detective Dupree. And Dupree's like, I didn't have anything to do with that. Kading did. In that interview, Kading's like, I think your lawyer's shady. I don't think that's the lawyer you should be using. I don't think that lawyer's ethical. I don't like what that lawyer did with Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane, Keffe D's nephew, who Keffe D says shot Tupac. I don't like what the lawyer did with that. Because remember, Baby Lane Anderson took a $60,000 or whatever settlement and then went and testified at Suge Knight's probation revocation hearing and said, Suge was just trying to help. Suge was trying to help. He wasn't stomping on me when I was getting jumped. He was trying to help. He was trying to smooth it all over. And law enforcement seems to think that the lawyer put up that witness unethically, knowing he was going to lie, to take $60,000. And he said that lawyer's working with people who've already flipped on you, who've already dropped a dime on you. Because remember, this is all coming in the context early on of them putting together drug cases and trying to keep working up the chain. Keffe D was one of the people at the top of those chains. So as they were working those drug cases, people kept flipping on Keffe D. And he was insinuating very strongly, and some of those people are working with your lawyer. He's their lawyer too. So he's taking one client in to rat on another client. And that is an ethical issue. But yesterday, when they were asking about, didn't the cops tell you not to use your lawyer? I was wondering what would come of it. And this is what comes of it. Absolutely true. Kading is like, this is why I told you that. Wild stuff. But is it anything that was really unknown? Not really. This is stuff we've heard Keffe D talk about in subsequent interviews. This is stuff that's come out in Greg Kading's books, subsequent TV series, miniseries, whatever. But it's what this jury is hearing in Keffe D's own words. I was there. This is what I did. This is who I got the gun from. This is where we went. This is why I got out of the van with those fools, got into the car, into the white Cadillac with them. This is where we went. This is what happened with the shooting. This is where we partied afterwards. And this is, this is where we left the car and then we left the next morning and went back to LA. But what did they do after the shooting of Tupac? They went and partied. Per Keffe D. So, what else is the prosecution going to bring in? I guess we'll see. But they've brought in a lot of Keffe D's own words, saying, I was there. This was my role in it. This is what I did. And this is why I did it. So I guess we'll see what happens when we get to day 5. And are we going to see them call cating? Are we going to, which if I was the defense, I'd probably want to call cating. Are we going to see the prosecution call cating? Maybe not. Are we going to see Suge Knight called to testify? Because Suge being called to testify and Suge saying anything are two totally different things. Will we see them try to call Diddy? He's on the witness list. I don't think that they will, but he's on the witness list. I think it's more likely that they try to bring in Suge than Diddy, because per all of Keffe D's statements, he and Suge locked eyes. Hey, Suge, did you see Keffe D that night in Vegas in that car? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking. Did you see him? We'll see. But we also got a lot more into the history of the beefing between Suge and Puffy. So with all of that, we will see what happens as this trial continues. Make sure you have the Lawnerd app. I will ping you when we get started in the Lawnerd app. I will ping you when we change witnesses. And if they start with audio tomorrow, I will ping you when that audio is done. For everybody who's just like, miss me with listening to more of Keffe D talk about Keffe D, totally fair. We will ping you if that's how they begin tomorrow when it's done. Tomorrow will start earlier because they're starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. So let's get to questions, shall we? Let's get to questions. You've got questions. I've got questions. We'll do some questions and then I'm going to eat some dinner. And as I took a little break to talk to Dr. B about some issues that we seem to be having in the house due to power outages in the early morning this morning with lots of storms, we're gonna work on sorting that out some more. So never a dull moment. Let's chat. All right, first question. Sarah Thomas says, but Keffe D didn't pull the trigger or get paid. Keffe D handed the gun to the person that shot. That is as clear as you get with aiding and abetting. Keffe D also seems to be the one that rounded everybody up to go do the shooting, but he handed the gun to the person who ended up doing that shooting. He handed them the gun. And it doesn't really matter that he handed the gun to Dre first and then Dre gave it to Orlando Anderson. He was the one in the car with the gun. And he said, I'm going to pop them if they're on my side. I'm going to shoot them if they're on my side of the car, but it wasn't my side of the car, so I gave it to them. You do it. That is aiding and abetting. So it's under both a gang theory and an aiding and abetting theory that he's being charged with murder. And if the jury believes what he's saying, then yeah, that's pretty clear aiding and abetting. So we will see. Yes, Chad is saying it comes back to the gun. Yes. They both reached for, yes. Yes, it does. Hannah said Dupree is in that task force because he knows the hood. He knows the hood and he knew the music, the culture, the neighborhood. There's a lot of reasons Dupree was on that task force, but also clearly a very smart detective, a very good mind for detail, and an asset to that task force. Absolutely. But yes, you missed the foreshadowing of being busted in 30 years. He said something about in 20 years, but I thought he was being self-referential to the fact that they were giving that interview in 2008. So, but he was talking about the book. It's kind of wild that, and I don't know who speaker number 1 and speaker number 2 are, but we know that there were 2 federal officers there. So I'm just figuring it's Fed number 1 and Fed number 2. But the Fed number 1's like, yeah, just read my book. Damn. Crazy. Hannah said, Emily, are you surprised that Kading didn't worry about a hit on him releasing those audios and the books. He caused a lot of infighting. I'm surprised it all happened. I don't know how it all happened. I'm surprised it all happened. I'm not surprised at Dupree's reaction on the stand yesterday. I'm surprised it all happened. So surprised. So surprised. Salty Mom said, sad I missed the merch drop, hostile witness restock. We always keep it in mind. That's why I say always have the Lawnerd app. You are going to know in the app first. There are some things on the restock that are almost already gone, and we are going to try to get them back into stock. I think the pens are almost sold out. Like this last restock was meant to be a restock that stuck around for a while, and the Lawnerds were like, nope, we're getting that now. So yes, there are a few things still left in the Lawnerd shop. It does take us a minute to restock because we order everything custom. And so it takes a little bit to turn that all around. But yes, there are some things left from the restock. Yes, we will. I know a lot of you were like, we missed the hostile witness shirt. We have heard that it's popular and we will keep that in mind. So, and we will see. We've been asked for it in different types of merch. We have been working on our holiday drop, but don't worry. We will keep in mind that y'all want to restock for sure. Fluffy Buddy said, thank you for covering this. You're welcome. I didn't know if this would ever go to trial. I talked about the fact that he had gotten indicted in 2023. I didn't know if we would ever see a trial on this, but this case, even though it's a Vegas case, it's not. This is a Southern California gang case at the heart of it. I mean, I guess the impetus behind it is the record labels beefing, but they used the street gangs as their soldiers. So this is a street gang war caused, in my opinion, by Suge Knight and Puffy. So we are watching the fallout, but these are beefs that they tapped into to use for their own benefit. And Keffe D's hubris going to get you. Because Keffe D wants to talk about how much money he was making and how much drugs he was running and how he was just in charge of everything. Keffe D wanted to talk about it all the time. Because I think Keffe D was like, I want someone to put some respect on my name. And a chatter said earlier, and it's a fair point, that Keffe D, though I think Keffe D was talking all this shit on the streets forever, because everybody knew, worst kept secret, right? But Kading's book coming out in 2011 really shifts things for Keffe D too. And his book might truly be the fact that he felt he had to respond because of Kading's book. Because he says it at the very beginning of this book. Everybody's been talking about this. I was there. And I'm one of the last two living witnesses that was there. I was there. They don't know shit. Listen to me. And apparently Suge's got a book coming out in like a month or whatever. So we'll see what Suge has to say, but we're going to have another book, apparently. This is just so much self-snitching. So much self-snitching. Sussex Sandra says, I still think the feds are going to use testimonies given under oath in this trial to get to Puff Daddy. The earlier trial was just to get him behind bars. I think they could run into some jeopardy issues. But Sussex Sandra, you make a good point. If they argue that this is the new thing, that these witnesses being under oath is the new thing that they didn't have when they charged him before, they might be able to get around that. I'll be shocked if it happens. But I'm going to watch it happen. Annika's saying that Suge's book comes out in January. I know Suge was just like, I'm not doing any of this. Tina said, you know a lot about gangs, Emily. Again, I worked as an LA district attorney. You know, one learns things. Kathy D, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I mean, I don't think I could tell you much about exactly what's going on now. I have old information, but there are some things that do not change. But this is closer in time. To what I know. I also grew up in LA during this time. Moo Boy Moo, good to see you, said Emily. Thank you for sharing, or thank you for all your knowledge on this. You're welcome. There are things from the time that I worked that I can definitely help. You don't think you know as much as you end up knowing. And then you're like, oh, oh, this isn't everybody. This isn't regular knowledge for everybody. This is more specialized. This is more specialized knowledge. Dupree said that he doesn't think Keffe lied, that his nephew shot Pac because that would have been putting smut on him is more credible now. Dupree and Keffe have a rapport in this interview. Hannah, it's a really good point. They do. And it was funny because, first of all, apparently Dupree went up there busting on Keffe D's chops and telling him he looked all raggedy, which is hilarious. But yeah, they do seem to have a good rapport. And Dupree was talking about, they had me come knock on your door. They had me come knock on your door because you might have been like, oh, it's like family. And Dupree's like, look, we know what they're thinking. Dupree and Keffe D are like, look, we know what they're thinking. That's why they had me come knock on you. No one's confused about this. That's why they had me come knock on your door. And Higgins was joking a little bit about that too. So they all knew. They're just looking at Kading and the feds and they're like, no, we all knew, or some of the feds. But the feds that are in this interview are not the same as the fed on the Safe Streets task force that we saw testify earlier. Different feds. Purely Rosie, this is a great question. Purely Rosie in the chat said, wait, where did it go? I lost it. No, I grabbed it and then it jumped. Hold on, I got to find it. What could the defense do to fight this testimony? What strategy could they use to fight this? The defense, I think, did a good job in their opening statements to talk about fact or fiction. And the defense set the groundwork that this investigation wasn't shit. Who of us are not sitting here asking ourselves, well, what the fuck was Vegas doing after 2009 that we're still sitting here? Like, they had all these interviews in 2009. Why are we here now? I'm wondering it. I'm sure y'all are wondering it. What happened in the intermediary? And then what changed? Right. And the defense laid out that opening, fact or fiction, and said, my client's a bullshitter. My client's full of shit. My client's gonna talk about himself and talk about we don't know if he's ever at this party with Magic Johnson. We don't fucking know. We don't know if Busta Rhymes threw a drink on him at a party. It's just puffery. He is just embellishing. And I wonder if the defense will come back around to argue, and this stuff is what the streets were talking about. He knew enough details to kind of put it together. But he's talking about a spring-loaded secret compartment in Zip's car. Whoever verified any of that? Do y'all know if it's true? No, nobody knows if it's true because it's too far after the fact. And there's nobody left to ask except for Keffe D because they don't have the car. Zip's dead. Keffe D is the only other person that was in the car. So do we know if that's true? We don't know if that's true. So his attorney is going to go with, what do we actually know that's true? We know that Tupac got shot. We know that they say Keffe D was in the car. Do we know Keffe D was in Vegas? Keffe D is saying, I was here, I was eating that. Okay. You said that in 2008. Great. But what else? The phone records, I think, are going to come back up. What hotel were you staying at, this hotel? Whose name was it under? Paula's, his wife's name, or somebody else's name? Who rented the car that y'all drove out? Somebody's mother-in-law. That's under their name. So trying to get through who saw Keffe D in Vegas that could testify. The only person that saw Keffe D in Vegas that could testify seems to be Suge. But the jury can believe Keffe D's own words enough. His words are enough. They don't need corroboration. These are confessions. These are my... Emily, no. These are his confessions. Do they need more corroboration from that? It depends on the jury. It depends on the jury. Do they believe that he's just repeating stuff that was on the streets? Or do they believe Dupree? That Keffe D would not put this on Orlando Anderson unless it was true. So All the happy squirrels, him being in the car is enough to convict him if they believe he was in the car. Yeah, if they believe he's in the car, his words are enough. Well, his words plus the fact that Tupac was shot and did die. Yeah, that can be enough. Do I think Keffe D gilds the lily a little bit? The way that we've seen from a Sarah Boone and most who have some of the similar personality traits that he seems to have? Yeah. But does that mean it's all bullshit? Or is it truth and then parts of it are embellished? We'll see. So, they offered Keffe D a deal. He didn't want to take it. So he's 62, 63 years old. He's just like, no, let's go to trial. I wonder, if you're Keffe D, just try to put yourself in Keffe D's head. You've heard me talk about his book. His book is just like, let me tell you what. If you're Keffe D, aren't you sitting there going, you know what? Bring all these motherfuckers into court then. Bring them all into court. I want to look them in the eye. I want to look these motherfuckers in the eye and I want to see what they have to say about me. Say it to my face. Yeah, I bet Keffe D didn't want to take a deal. You're going to take me to trial anyway? Fine. I'm going to sit here and watch as you parade out people I haven't seen in 30 years. And I'm going to sit here and be entertained. Why not? He's been sitting in custody for 3 years. So, hi, Dr. B. Thank you. Dr. B's like, it's dinner time. So, yeah, I think Keffe D's like, I don't want to take a deal. Come on. Come on then. Bring everybody from LA. Bring everybody I haven't seen. Let's all go. And if I'm Keffe D and I see Suge on the witness list, honestly, I want to see some DA in Vegas try to make that happen. Good luck. Enjoy. John Adams. Good luck. Yeah, I want to see that happen. Go ahead. Amuse me. Make it happen. I also don't think that Keffe D hates being in the media. I don't think Keffe D hates having his name in the media. I don't think Keffe D hates the attention. I don't think Keffe D is going to hate the book sales. Truly. I think Keffe D is just fine. So we'll see. But yeah, I think he's here. Katie in the chat said, we know Keffe D's here for the drama. 100%. Me? Am I the drama? No. Y'all, come on then. His lawyer, from all the reports I've seen, is working this case pro bono, which means volunteering the services. Now, law firms can get certain types of credits for working pro bono, but they don't get paid. So he's not spending the money on an attorney. Come on then. Can't Suge get subpoenaed? Suge doesn't even really need to, well, it's cross state lines. It's much easier to subpoena Suge because he's in prison. It's pretty easy to transport him from prison. It's easier than if he was out of custody. We'll just put it that way. So he's very curious. So some of you are asking about Keffe D's book. It came out at the end of 2019 and he was indicted in 2023. I'm still curious what happened in the meantime. Like, if the book was the thing, why did it take to 2023 to indict him? Like, the timing on this, I'm so curious about. But we'll see. All right. Tomorrow, we will be back in court around 11:15 Central, hoping that everything works out well here. But that's why we've got the Law Nerd app, so we will let you know. It is my goal to be starting around 11:15 tomorrow. I think they're on. I meant to look this up. Hold on. We're looking it up now. Emily, we're doing it now. We're doing it now. I'm pretty sure they have a shorter day tomorrow. It looks like court is anticipated to end on Friday at 3:30 Pacific. So it should be a little bit of an earlier and shorter court day. We'll do our best to zoom through. And I guess we'll see. Phoenix, I'm with you. Phoenix said, I need to know all that as well. 2009 to 2019 to 2023, what happened? I don't know. That is the thing I really, really want to know. What happened? Some of you are saying the pandemic. I mean, that's fair that they might not have been doing as many grand juries, like don't start none. There won't be none. That's fair. 2020 in part. But there are just long gaps. And I really wonder if the book was the reason. They're like, the lawyers are like, this opens the door. This opens the door for us to say that the proffers and the other statements can be used in court. It really might just be that the book uncorked that evidence in a way that it could now be used, that you wouldn't see before. So I guess we'll see. I'm curious. A lot of you have asked about whether or not Keffe D can profit from this book. I will look into the laws in Vegas. I haven't done so yet, but I will look into the laws there. It's technically published. I mean, it's technically published by a third party company or another entity. So it might be that the rights to the book are held by that company and that company's held by wife, family, what have you, and he's not technically paid for it. So there's a few questions there, but we'll take a look at it. So Lawnards, with that, good to see you. Thank you for rolling with me for our very late West Coast trial. For all the West Coast Lawnards, you're welcome. We've got a trial on your time schedule. For everyone else, thank you for being part of the replay crew. We will see you back in court tomorrow for day 5. Thank you, Team Baker. Everybody get something to eat, get some sleep, and I'll see you back in court tomorrow. Night, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Lawnard.